How the thing. What? What? I sent the message.
Bro, chat empty as fuck. What?
Get out of my fucking stream. Get out of my stream, dumbass. I just started the stream 5 milliseconds ago, and you come in here, yes to ask my questions. Dude, what the hell? What is my YouTube playlist doing right now? Fucking it. I don't. This game sucks. I beat it. I fucking beat it. GG's. So, what level have I not yet? Let's try hexagon first. How? This is not even physically like possible. Don't. Stats. That is actually ugly.
She's in love with the concept, as if we're all just imagine. We're in love, we just don't know yet. But tell me how I'm supposed to see the magic, 'cause I don't believe it no more.
and you turn next so. Listening cause it's over. What the fuck is that timing? It's impossible. That timing's impossible. What the fuck? Hello? I didn't click, you arsehole. I'm gonna be time machine first. Evan, I'm so sorry for missing your fucking team water food, actually. No. Bro, my wall into wonder. La 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 la. Light a match and watch it burn. La 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 la. means you made the world's shittiest coin. How long is this got? That's the longest fucking drill. Close to me. 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 Close to me.
We'll make the mundane
Out of the ordinary.
the angels are shadow me when you die. Will not return.
Yeah, this one.
They say my hunger's a problem. They tell me to cut my appetite. They say I can keep myself from trying a bite of every bait in sight. They wish your patience a virtue. They tell me
So the fucking. Was it I feel like Wait, I want to make a playlist. Gotta make a playlist. I don't know. Let's see.
1, 2, whichever one comes after 2. Nah, she really hates the concept. None of it is how she imagined. We hate each other and we know it.
My bad, I just had a... Yeah, my day's good. But I'm going mentally insane because of Geometry Dash. This is why I prove a King Point, buddy boy. Nobody is watching, goddamn. If you're watching, type W. Just to save my fucking torches phone. How do you even die there? No. I hate my life. I hate this game. I know that. Like what are these jobs? Kill me already. Don't suck. Now, give it up for the worst king coin. Those 2 coins actually kill yourself, bro. Those 2 coins like up top. I hate this coin. First off, get this off my screen. Don't even. I'm a dumbass. Fuck off. I died because of you, buddy boy. Get off my fucking stream. Get out my stream. I'm muting your ass. Get the fuck out of here. Don't even fucking word. I love There are portals. The hitboxes suck. So what's having lag spikes every 5 seconds? What is this fucking game and its lag spikes about? I can jump, you kill me. I jump, I don't jump, you kill me. That is miserable marketing salesman. Shut up. These salesmen. I hate. Fine, I'm going in practice. Just like no practice for me. Negative. That was a good one. That was a good one. That was a good one. I can't remember. What the fuck? I'm gonna shave that shit with those. Hey, bitch. You suck. We're doing more levels. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 levels. The beats. Now, which one are we the beating first? Cycles. Then we're beating electrodynamics. Then it's Hexagon Force, and then we get all the fucking, then we beat Cobb Step. Then we play, we get all the coins, we fucking beat us. Holy dog. Knew that probably already. What do you know? What do you know? Done. I don't care what it does. We don't beat it. That's not a big one. Nothing to do. Pretty good one. Hey, you know. Fuck you. Fuck. Fuck. We beat it. Goddamn. The next one, I have to read it. What the fuck is this Spanish? I don't remember this part is so that just I'll show this. Wait. That's good. Yeah. I suck little woman's cock. You know, I suck a fucking cock. Fuck on you, bitch. Fuck on Echo VC. I don't know nothing but Echo VC. Let me give you a minute. Reaper! Oh man. Like they officially give up. That's what I'm dipping you out. You're on fucking phone. I know that, buddy. Buddy, if you're on Isle, that means you're doing something else. Shut the fuck up. You're on your phone. Don't even dare. Don't even dare. I know you're on. I need to stop listening off to this shitty song first off. I don't know.
Van life life families are a problematic subsection of family vloggers who also exploit their children for views, but instead of living in a 12-bedroom McMansion with a closet the size of an average New York apartment,
Welcome to the Royalty Palace!
van life families, they trade their comfortable houses in the suburbs to live in a 16-foot camper van alongside their very many children.
These are my 4 kids.
And you have six kids.
I'm Mel. This is Luke, Cohen, Rory, and Josie.
The typical number of children that van life families tend to have is usually around 3. But in rare cases, such as the one that I'm about to show you, there are 10 living, breathing children living inside a camper van alongside their 2 parents.
How we sleep in the trailer. This is where the little girls sleep. It used to be a table, but it converts into a bed. Here's the couch and Noah's sleeping on it. Here's where Enoch sleeps.
Wait, is that child raw dogging the cold, hard floor? You couldn't have gotten him like a little blow-up mattress or like a yoga mat or even like a blanket to put under him. No, I'm just wondering what poor little Enoch do to deserve such cruel punishment. Surely the rest of Enoch's siblings are also sleeping in horrible conditions, right?
Here's Elijah. He has a top bunk. And down here are Pearl and Naomi.
Could poor little Enoch squeeze between Pearl and Naomi? That's like a pretty big bed for just 2 little girls. Like, he doesn't take up much room, I promise.
Here's where Josiah sleeps.
Oh, we got another one. I really hope there's like a rotation between the kids and the parents of who like gets to sleep on nice comfy mattresses and who gets to sleep on the cold hard floor, because if it's just Josiah and Enoch, well, that's pretty cruel. Also, like, what are these names? Here's where Candle Wax is sleeping tonight. And here's Asbestos sleeping in the kitchen that converts into a bed. And this is where a 1996 Volkswagen Subaru is sleeping tonight. I can't believe we're not even done yet, okay? There's still a few members of the family left. So let's see how the rest of them sleep in this little camper van.
This is where Moses sleeps. This is where Mommy and Daddy sleep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, of course Mommy and Daddy get a big old plush mattress. It also appears that they have their own room, which like makes a lot of sense since they have to keep making more kids to add to their traveling family band. Oh, I didn't mention that. Yes. Put those little money drainers to work. The children, they yearn for the mines. The mom actually revealed that the children performing and busking is actually like their main source of income, and a lot of people on TikTok got very angry.
This is not a childhood. This is so embarrassing. As a mother, she should have these kids taken away from her. I'm so glad my parents didn't make me pay for my hobbies as a kid, and I just got to enjoy being a kid.
I don't know, I grew up doing music. All of my friends used to busk and be in bands. So, I don't know, it's not really that big of a deal for me. And also, like, lessons are extremely expensive, especially for 10 kids. Oh, so the only thing that I personally have a problem with is the fact that Enoch is sleeping on the cold hard floor. And after receiving like an insane amount of backlash,
This is straight abuse. I saw the kid on the couch and was like, damn, that's rough. And then I saw the little child on the floor. Personally, I think Mommy and Daddy should sleep on the floor.
the family miraculously found something for him to sleep on. Oh, so you found a blow-up mattress after you were bullied about it on TikTok. Interesting. So this is arguably the worst case of van lifestyle living. But luckily, this family does not live in the van full time.
God, bro, what are you supposed to
Thank
do?
God. They just use the van for like part-time to full-time travel since the kids are all homeschooled. So what about the families that do live in RVs full time? You know, the ones that sold the nice little cozy houses in the suburbs, you know, quit their stable jobs and stable incomes and uprooted their kids' social social, educational lives, because Gary over here had a midlife crisis. Gary should have really, bought a sports car or had an affair with his secretary, like normal people do. No, Gary chose to buy an RV. Thanks, Gary. Anyway, where do their kids sleep? That's a creepy thing to ask.
Coming back, we've got our bathroom with flushing toilet. Then we have one bunk for each of our kids and a walk-in shower.
For all the people in the comments who are saying that these kids sleep in coffins, coffins are bigger than that. Also, dead people, they don't have to sleep next to the toilet. Well, I'm sure the parents are also struggling for, space and comfort.
This is mine and Kyle's clothes. Coming back, here's our bedroom. We've got plenty of storage for us.
Yeah, that is a lot of storage for just you. The parents actually received so much negative backlash over the fact that they had so much space versus the kids.
You're joking, right? Y'all got a giant queen-size bed while they sleep in a shelf. How lucky, they have a shelf to share.
The parents actually decided to renovate their entire van to give the kids more space. Let's go.
Check out what we did now. Each kid has their own amazing room. They have tons of pet space, and each bunk has its own TV.
Oh, and as a nice treat, they get to pick their own curtains. Yay!
Once we got back to the bus after the remodel, we wanted the kids to feel like it was their space, so we allowed them to pick out their own custom curtains. That way they had all the privacy they wanted and they could feel comfortable all the time.
No, I get it. Instead of giving the kids, a stable life with 4 walls and a door, you gave them shelves with a curtain. No, I get it. Kids are second-class citizens. And I'm sure they won't remember this when, you're old and they have to decide what nursing home to send you to. Welcome to your new home, Mom. Wait, this isn't my own room. There's other people here. No, this is your own room. Look, there's a curtain. What about a window? A window? Why would you need that when you have a TV? It also makes me wonder, would the parents still renovate the van if they didn't receive all of that negative backlash and attention? But for what it's worth, their 3 young kids are still, fairly young and don't require as much, space or privacy as, for example, like a teenager would. And there are a lot of van life families who travel with teenagers full time. So what does their space look like?
There is Addison's loft area. So this actually
So the girl with
different lofts that we knocked down the walls.
That's the girl who was missing.
So she was able to have more space. She turned her bed a little bit, and then on this side over here, she's got her bookshelf and like a bag or a container of blankets, her dry erase board, and it's just some of her like art supplies and some decorations.
Now this might not look that bad to you, so just wait until you see the teenager inside that crawl space they call a room. Oh wow! That is so much space. You really spoiled them, didn't you? They were so spoiled for room that all they wanted was to rent a hotel room for their birthday.
For Addison's 15th birthday, the only thing they wanted was to go to a hotel.
If that doesn't scream, I want 4 walls and a door and some goddamn privacy, I don't know what does. And let me guess, once again, the parents have, their own room with a big ass bed instead of a yoga mat for a mattress.
Here's our master bedroom. We have a washer and a dryer, and my husband has also turned our dresser into a work area for me, so I have a desk.
Now, as much as space and privacy is an issue for van life families, I am willing to look past it, since I shared a room with my sister until I was 11 and my parents slept in the living room on a pull-out bed. So I get it, I understand. But my sister and I had, school, social activities. We had sleepovers and stable friendships. And we did not have a camera shoved in our faces 24/7. And even today, as a full-time content creator, I keep a huge part of my life extremely private. And I get to choose what goes out there. I have full control. But these kids, they don't. Like, there are certain things that you just don't need to share with the public. Like your kid cleaning a toilet.
Then all of the kids do a chore every day. Grace's is to clean the small bathroom.
Like, if there was a video somewhere out there of me cleaning a toilet, do you know how embarrassed I would be?
Hey, what you doing?
Nothing. I'd also not want millions of people to see me get in trouble.
Last night, Molly chose not to do her chores. And if our kids don't do their chores, they have consequences. Molly can't have any of her technology today, and she's got to get them done before going outside and playing.
Again, this is so embarrassing. That kid is gonna grow up absolutely despising you as an adult. Last night, mom pooped her diaper and didn't tell us, and it went all over the sheets that I just washed. So she has to do all of her chores today before she gets to go to bingo. Listen, I'm a true believer that social media is just not a place for kids. And family vloggers, they should just not exist. I mean, that's why we created such hardcore labor laws surrounding children in Hollywood. Look at how some of them turned out. I don't doubt that some of the van life or family vlogger kids are gonna turn out exactly the same way. And if you actually listen to your kids, I think there's no doubt that they don't actually enjoy this lifestyle. And I have proof. I am a teen in a full-time RV living vlogging family, and I can't effing stand it. I'm gonna leave out any identifying information as I am a minor, so bear with me. I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate being homeschooled.
Hello?
I hate not being able to maintain
What up?
a social life.
Oh yeah, just saying, I'm in a car real quick, so I'm playing Fortnite with my friend and play this game. So.
Wait, what are you doing?
I finally found my phone, but I'm okay. Mean box folks.
You're fine for.
Wait. What?
Look at my live stream on Twitch, bro.
Well, I'll call you back after because I'm playing Fortnite with my friends right now.
Bro, just invite me.
Okay.
Bro, I would be down to play Fortnite. No. Wait, is your name Efficient B? I forgot. I'ma kill myself. Low. Go. My PC just turned into a dumpster for you. I don't know.
I have online friends, but it's not exchangeable for a true social life. I hate having so little privacy. I hate having to pretend to be happy with this. I hate living in a sanctuary, not a home. We travel full time. I know, it sounds like a dream. I thought so too, but it's an effing nightmare. It's hard to enjoy anything with a camera over your shoulder at times. Numerous times we've stopped at places just for my mom to get out and take her little videos and family photos, and then right back in we go. On the road to the next stop. 90% of our time is spent in the actual RV, which is living hell in its own right. I just want a private, normal life, but no, they had to ruin it with their crunchy way of parenting, lugging us around. I have siblings. Everywhere they please. I don't think my parents care about my happiness. As long as I look the part and smile for the camera, they couldn't care less of an F how I feel. They guilt trip. Say if I don't help with my siblings or help with the videos, that will go broke and it'll be my fault. It's all fake, by the way. Not what I meant when I said I wanted to take up acting. I'm frustrated all the time. I'm tired all the time. I'm bored all the time. Please stop supporting these channels. Stop buying into it. It's ruined my life and I can't say anything about it. The comments make me effing sick. I know it's inspiring a lot of families to consider the same. The more this blows up, the more lives get crushed like mine. I cannot plead with you enough. Now, I cannot confirm exactly who this was written by, but allegedly it was deduced that it was Addison from Family of Nomads. You know, the ones that made her sleep in an air vent? Addison has actually been through a lot with their family, and they actually ended up being hospitalized over a mental breakdown and an eating disorder during this time. Now, why do I know this very private and sensitive information? Well, their mom shared it twice.
Addison has struggled with their mental health for many years. Addison is currently back in treatment and won't be in our content during this time. We know that many of you have questions, but to protect Addison during this time, we would like to ask for privacy on this matter.
How about you log off social media, don't post private information about your child, and go and take care of them. You do not need to announce that you're taking time off. We need privacy. We need privacy. Are you sure you need privacy? Kind of sounds like you need attention. And listen, I'm all for mental health and eating disorder awareness if it's shared by the person going through it, you know? It was never the mom's story to tell. Now something so private is out there for millions of people to see and judge them for it. On top of that, the parents had the audacity to use their kids' eating disorder for a brand deal. As a parent, keeping social media from our kids is almost impossible. We can have all the conversations with our kids, but we still cannot protect them from what they will see. Dove research actually found that 51% of people ages 14 through 17 have been exposed to content encouraging restrictive eating or disordered eating behaviors. Our family has personally been affected by disordered eating triggered by viewing social media, and it is important to our family to understand more about how to continue to protect our kids and spread awareness for change Dove is raising. You know the best way to protect your kids from social media? Not posting them on there. Don't give strangers a reason to comment on their bodies. They are way too young to have to read hate comments and know how to deal with them. Kids deserve privacy, safety, and a decent place to live, and van life parenting takes all of that away. Honestly, I could spend like another hour talking about how problematic van life families are. So I am gonna do a part 2 because I found the worst van life family. Van life parents have famously forced their kids to live in uncomfortable, cramped spaces with no stability, no friends, and no privacy, but at least none of those van life parents forced their kids to live alongside a, in their words, homeless junkie.
When you randomly meet a homeless junkie on the streets in Portugal, 3 months later, he moves into your camper.
Today we're going to be talking about Nadine, or wild.family.life on TikTok, who has been traveling full-time with her 3 children, homeless boyfriend, and ex-husband in a single caravan for the last 7 years. Yes, you heard that right. Ex-husband. Now, I have covered a multitude of different van life families on this channel before. You should watch part 1 if you haven't seen it yet, but I truly believe that this van life family is one of the worst. So let's just start with the fact that there are 6 different people living inside a van the size of my kitchen.
This is basically my son's room. We can separate that. We do it with a blanket. We should build something as well if he wishes for. And there's privacy, blah, blah, blah. So up here you see all the books, some games here. My daughter, she played earlier and she has here a box with Lego. This box is her messy box. There she just squeezes in everything, and in the evenings before she goes to bed, that's also her bed up here, she cleans that up so she has space.
Now, they've never really done an official van tour, but I do have a pretty good idea of the layout from watching all of their TikToks. So what you just saw was the back of the van, which is where the two kids sleep, and I think there's like a little bathroom back there, and that is separated by a single piece of blanket, privacy, blah blah blah.
Privacy, blah blah blah.
And then the middle has like a double bed and like a little kitchenette right next to it that I think they use as a table sometimes. And at the very front, there is a bed on top of the driver's seat, and that is where the ex-husband sleeps. Yes, the cockpit. And when people brought up the obvious concerns for the lack of space and privacy for 6 different people, Nadine responded with, no space for 6 people in our camper. We have the biggest front yard. Lots of quiet, lonely places around to go separate ways. I don't know if that's how it works. Of course, after she posted that, more people started to get worried about how small the space is for children and how they have literally no privacy whatsoever.
So little privacy, my absolute nightmare. Now, I grew up without intimacy, and I don't want to do that to my kids. They need their own space, not just a curtain. Privacy, your kids having friends, back pain, kids having depression.
But of course, instead of responding to one of these, like, you know, normal comments about her kids, Nadine chose to respond to the weirdest one, which was about her kids experimenting. Which is like, why would you? I don't, what? Somebody wrote, when the kids get older and start to experiment with their bodies, the curtain, or you know, the blanket, won't be enough. And this is what she had to say.
I have the strong feeling that they're
667
with the curtain up. I really believe so. I'm not quite sure. Could be my children are super open when it comes to that because we talk about everything. But could be, of course, they want to do that behind the curtain. But I really think they keep that closed.
Like, this is such a, like, weird response. Like, imagine your parents talking about you like that on the internet. But on the other hand, I get it. Like, it's great that the parents are very, you know, open about sex and sex education with their kids and online. I mean, they've even told us how they get it on the road. Which is, interesting. Like, thank you for sharing. Time for ourselves in our camper with 3 kids. I mean, outside is always enough space. They do it outside. What if somebody walks in? Now, you might have noticed that Nadine and her boyfriend both have locks, which is like, of course they do. What do you mean? Look at them. You know, it's kind of crazy to me that some white folks still choose to do this hairstyle because not only is it cultural appropriation, it's also just not meant for our hair types. Like, I'd understand if Nadine and her boyfriend had like curly or kinky hair, but they literally just straight up have straight ass European hair. So they're just like matting their hair for fun. I mean, whatever, you do you. I don't get it. And clearly some people don't either. Your baby is so cute, but why do you have locks on both of you?
I didn't like my hair. I don't like my loose hair. It's very hard to maintain. And I always loved having locks or loved the hairstyle. Yeah, and why do we have it? Because we like it. I know people don't like people like us saying that, but we also have a right to have hair like this.
I mean, it goes into European culture further than what people think, like Germanic, Vikings, and stuff like that. They had dreadlocks.
Yeah. I love how we're just taking the whole continent of Europe and saying it's European culture. I'm European, Eastern European, and we don't have locks in our culture, okay? And I'm pretty sure you don't either.
And if you look through the piracy, like I'm not gonna like the S word into the old thing there. I don't know. I don't know if I can say it, but. It got increased with dreadlocks between both the African and the white pirates and everything. It kind of got the culture there as well.
Okay, it took me a second to realize what he was saying, but he's saying this very forbidden word. Very scary. So he's basically saying that African pirates and white pirates intermingled, and through that process, somehow lock culture from African pirates was passed on to white pirates. Okay. Got it. Are you a pirate? Did I miss a chapter?
And then you're looking through the Hinduism, which all these babas sitting with dreadlocks as well. So it's different cultures. It's nobody saying it's right or wrong when it comes to dreadlocks.
Always has been there for everyone.
I did my research on it. Sorry, guys.
Me too. So.
Oh, okay. You did your research? Okay. Well, that's interesting because I also did my research and found that white people have no history of locks anywhere, okay, including pirates and Vikings. And if you're interested, you can also do a bit more research and watch this video by Snappy Dragon or this video by Muse and Dionysus, which both go over the history of locks and how it's problematic for white people to have them, if you don't believe me.
I did my research on it. Sorry, guys.
Me too.
Nadine and her boyfriend seem to have done their research about a lot of things, including vaccines. Yeah, and they specifically bring up their anti-vax views when talking about how horribly they were treated in Spain during the birth of their baby girl.
I got pregnant while traveling. We gave birth, or I gave birth to our baby girl.
What up?
What?
Are you tired?
Oh, my ass hurts.
Bro, you wanna know something?
What?
I only have 5 levels to beat until I beat the whole entire main list.
Nice.
Most of them are demons. So I just have Hexagon Force and Electrodynamics.
Fortnite?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, don't get on it now because I can't just my PC and get on Fortnite.
Bro, Dom, I have a question. Bro, why does everybody in my chat say, "Oh, you should go buy viewers" from the stupid Streamville website? It's like they're botting the bots to make me buy bots, you know?
Yeah, they're botting the bots so you can hide them and
yeah basically is what I'm saying. They're botting my streams to make me buy bots. I took a little man. Yo, Dom, you think I'm gonna beat Electrodynamics? You think I'm gonna beat Electrodynamics?
I don't know.
You think I can?
I don't know.
You think you're better than me?
I don't know.
Well, first off, that's a yes.
Fireboy.
Yeah, what?
My AFK percent has went up from 25 to 50. It means
It's
I'll go
my
AFK
headphones
more.
just cut out.
Huh?
Never mind, they're back.
Do you want me to say that again?
Yeah.
I said my AFK percentage went up from 25 to 50.
How do you know that?
Because I was played with Mario and I just kept having to go shit. I don't know why. I have to shit every minute now.
Stop being a big back and stop eating.
I haven't even ate today. I haven't even ate yet.
And how are you shitting?
I don't know.
It's not physically possible. Are you taking fucking laxatives?
What?
You're taking laxatives.
I'm not.
Someone's sneaking laxatives.
What?
Someone's sneaking laxatives.
So McDonald's just put food in my laxatives. What you're saying?
Yeah. It looks like you could make it with the wobbly wiggly, you know, if it were powder.
Wobbly wickety, wobbly wickety, wobbly wickety.
Dom, I'm gonna beat this. Watch this. I break.
But how many main levels do you have?
If I have 5 left to beat, I have 18 done.
Okay. I swear to God, my dog.
If you shit your pants, you shit your pants.
So are you on the? I knew it.
What, bro?
No, I was gonna. The dog wasn't gonna last long. Just like as your Geometry Dash run right now.
Shut the fuck up. I'm way better, bro.
I never said you. I never said you were bad. I'm just saying you were gonna die.
I genuinely hate this level, but I hate Hexagon Force more because of those stupid bitch ass slopes.
Yo.
I am suing Robtop for eye damage.
What?
What?
When you're done with Geometry Dash, when my PC is ready, and you want to play Fortnite.
Sure.
Okay. Oh my God.
Piss in my mouth.
What?
Piss in my mouth.
Zip.
Gawk 9,000.
Gawk 9,000.
This level sucks. This is the worst level.
Then why are you playing it?
Because I can't beat the main levels without doing this. Remember, I still have Deadlocked, Electrodynamics, Barry of Everything 2, Club Stepped after this. You know that, right?
I'm imagining the music.
How the friggity giggity googity do jump?
What?
Those slopes. The fuck are those timings, bro? I think you're supposed to jump at the end of them. Know it. But this is not why I'm saying this level shit. It's because I don't know what the fuck that timing is. You're supposed to jump late. That slow timing and that orb timing is ass. Straight ass. Like baloney ass.
Your ass. Yeah, Geometry Dash.
I beat Hexagon Force right now.
Me?
Yes.
What did I say?
You said I'm ass.
I said your ass just like Geometry Dash. Keep in mind, I didn't say your ass at Geometry Dash. I just said your ass like geometry dash. What's a geometry dash?
When do you jump? Sir Watkins, when do you fucking jump?
Who's walking?
Sir Watkins, when the fuck do you jump?
You jump when you see my ass.
I'm blocking you.
You do the same thing, bro.
Sir Watkins, when do I finally fucking jump?
You see my
So, can you shut up?
boy, you know, right? Like in that way, like you know how to make them work, right?
Make what work?
PCs, like apps and stuff.
Yeah, what do you need?
Is there any way to fix my my Opera and my voice mod from auto opening?
Yeah, I know what to do. I'll do it once I figure out how the fuck do I do this jump. This is an unholy jump. Let me see what the hell this is.
Does that mean you can help me or no?
Yes. Shut up now. I'm trying to figure this out.
Yeah, let you watch that video. And yeah.
What the fuck? What is he doing, bro? I jump, I get fucking jumped. If I jump, I get jumped. What the hell is this? Anyo.
Friend said it too.
What the fuck are you supposed to? Oh, wait a minute. I see. Is this two players? If this is two player, I'm dead ass with you. Dead ass?
After that attempt that you're doing right now, you have to help.
Alright. No, one more attempt after this, because I want to see if if I'm proving a point. I want to see if I can figure out a point. Because I want to see if this shit's two player. Because it most likely fucking is. It's two player. There's no other solution other than it be two player.
What does two player mean?
That means you need two inputs. Dual means you use one input. Dual is harder because of asymmetrical dual. Dual is harder, but can also be easier. If Robotop, if it's fucking two player, I'm gonna be so pissed. Okay. Whatever. We want asshole share screen.
Yeah. Here, let me just share my right monitor. Give me a second.
My right monitor! That doesn't show your goddamn settings.
Oh no, I know that, but like, so this opens by itself, this and this. I want to.
Yeah, do you want me to fix that, loser?
Okay, chill.
Go to settings. It doesn't show.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
No, I'm gonna diddle kids. Alright, now go to. Just search up apps. No, go to apps. That one. And then search up startup. And that's it. Just disable Opera GX. Just disable Opera GX, Waste Mod, and what else do you want me to disable? Spotify. There. It shouldn't load up now.
Okay, so when my PC turns on, these shouldn't turn on.
Yeah.
Wait, Discord should still turn on, right?
You have Discord set to turn on, right?
Yeah, I can't find. I thought that said Discord. I can't find it.
Maybe because isn't a startup app. It can't be physically configured. It won't allow you to configure it. Hi, RMDS. Didn't notice you. My bad.
Did you say armpit hair?
No, I said RMDS, you dumbass.
I might play Chain today, because I haven't played Chain in a while.
And I might not play Chain today. I want to play something else.
Never said I wanted you to play Chain.
You dumbass, are you schizophrenic? No, wait, this is Duel. This is Duel, bro. You know that, right? Because, Wait, what? Six. How do you do this? Whatever. Get on Fortnite.
I just said I can't play Fortnite as soon as I get on.
Oh, whatever.
You can play Fortnite. You can play like.
You wanna play Still Burn?
I'm playing Chain. Wait, you could play like a few matches on Fortnite, and then my PC will probably be ready.
Your PC will probably be ready for the worst fucking graphics game. I guess there's more Geometry Dash to play today. Yo, bro, do you want to play Killing Floor? Oh, yeah. Because you hate games. This is boring as fuck, dude.
Probably dumbest idea. I did not waiting for daytime, but whatever. Schmever.
Whatever, dumbass. Never, never, ever, 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 sever, ever, sever, lever. Alright, whatever. I'm gonna see if I can get any deals for a fucking. I know I could Yo, Dom, do you want me to trade for you? With you?
Not really.
How much is a Tic Tacs a whore? I recommended. Tic Tacs a whores are fucking expensive, bro. Holy shit. Tic Tacs a whores are expensive. What the fuck? Tang tang tala tang. Tang tang tala tang. How much do you think a strawberry elephant would go for?
I don't know.
Wait, did you know? Do you know what Tic Tacs awards are? So they're actually so ugly. Not even lying. Boom, boom, boom. Yo, Dom, do you want me to trade? Do you want to trade? Yo, Dom,
Girls really are pissing me off. What?
you want to trade?
For?
No loss. What secrets do you got again?
They want you to pay $80 for a Lost Primos.
Yeah, because it's fucking 558 million a second.
Oh, I didn't see that. My bad. I thought it was bad.
Buddy. Tic-tac so horror? I don't know. I'm fucking broke as hell. I can't afford shit. To be honest. You know? Imagine if we get tic-tac so horror. That would be crazy. Broke as hell, bro. Can't afford shit. See if I get anything under $6. Wait, if I got... Wait, let me see my fucking points. How much did I spend? Dolls, I have $1 score credit.
Stop. Wait, hold on. Ivan's calling.
Oh, of course. $1.78. So I have $2. I have $1.21. Wait, $3. $3. Cappuccino, assassino, ballerina,
What if all you had left was a potato? Add a quarter stick of butter into the boiled potato, then run it through a mesh strainer so it turns out silky smooth. Then pipe it onto parchment paper like frosting and bake for 30 minutes. When they come out, they're these crispy little potato puffs that taste like a better version of tater tots. What if all you had left was a potato? Add a quarter stick of...
Yes! Chat, I finally beat it, guys.
Good boy. Now get over here.
I'm hanging up on... No, she's actually insane.
Guys, go to Chili's right now. They got that... Guys, go to Chili's right now. They got that... Guys, go to Chili's right now. They got that... Guys, go to Chili's right now. They got that...
Get out!
Dropping my phone on myself to see what face I make.
3, 2, 1.
Dropping my phone.
Catch me whipping foreign cars. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm live playing Fortnite.
This is a day in the life of a homeschooler. Mom said Child Protective Services was at the door to wake up and act normal. They were asking about something called child abuse, which Mom said the Democrats made up. They asked me how old I was. 16? 12. I mean 12. They noticed a staph infection on my arm.
What's that?
It's fine. Mom just makes me drink castor oil and rub dirt on it.
Are you happy here?
I'm not allowed to wear pants. Rachel. I'm sorry. They asked me to show them what Mom was feeding me. Leaves, raw flour, garlic, and dirt.
Did your mother do that?
No, she just made me run through the briars as punishment for my inadequacies. Pain is the greatest teacher. They also gave me a test to see if I was being properly educated. Is this the answer? They wanted to see my daily chores. I filed the taxes, sharpened the knives, heard evidence, licked the floors clean, test the electricity, and insult myself in the mirror to stay humble. You're acting like a Jezebel. And they found Mom's kombucha and confiscated it because it was too alcoholic. And I failed the breathalyzer test. I didn't know my breath could lie. Then they wanted to talk to me all alone.
Rachel?
I mean, please don't take me away from my family. Mom was getting really nervous that they were going to find the undocumented firearms. But then Dad got home and gave the Protective Child Services a lot of green paper and then went away. And that was my day in the life of a homeschooler. This is a day in the life of a homeschooler.
I'll be your girlfriend for exactly 3 months, she said, sliding a handwritten contract across the cafeteria table. And I had no idea she was actually changing my life. I was invisible at my high school. Not bullied, not popular, just there. I sat in middle rows, ate lunch with 2 equally forgettable friends, and my biggest achievement was making JV soccer bench sophomore year. So when Kim Reeves walked up to my lunch table on a Monday in March, every conversation around us stopped. Kim Reeves, junior class president, debate team captain, the girl who made the cafeteria look like a runway. Can I sit? She asked. I looked around, thinking she meant a different table. Here? Yes, here. She pulled a folded paper from her bag. I have a proposition for you. I need a boyfriend for 3 months. Fake boyfriend, but it has to look real. She slid the paper across a contract, handwritten, rules listed below, meeting times, public appearances, approved topics. Why me? I asked. She looked me straight in the eyes. Because you're not complicated. You won't catch feelings, and you need this more than you think. She wasn't wrong. I'd been invisible for so long I'd started to disappear even to myself. The contract was clear. 3 months, specific rules. I'd agreed. But by week 3, I started questioning everything. Kim would text me good morning at exactly 7 a.m. Sweet messages. But in person, she'd barely look at me until we were in public. In hallways, she'd light up, grab my hand, laugh at everything I said. But in empty classrooms when no one was around, she'd go silent, check her phone, act like I wasn't there. Do you actually like spending time with me? I asked once. We have a contract. I'm following it. That wasn't an answer. Month 1 ended. Month 2 began. My life had changed. I was invited to parties. People recognized me, but it all felt hollow because Kim only seemed interested when there were witnesses. Her friend Ashley started sitting with us at lunch asking invasive questions. How'd you guys get together? Think it'll last? Kim would answer smoothly. Practiced, like she'd rehearsed. One day, Ashley pulled out her phone. Say something cute for my story. Later, I saw the post. Hundreds of likes. Comments saying, plot twist of the year. Plot twist? I started paying attention to patterns. Every Monday, Kim insisted we study at the library, but her ex-boyfriend's best friend studied there Mondays. Every Thursday, we had to eat lunch at the courtyard tables her ex ate there Thursdays. Every Friday, she needed me to walk her to her car. Her ex had last period in that building. Are you using me to make someone jealous? I asked. Don't be ridiculous. But she wouldn't meet my eyes. Week 9, I tested it. Suggested we go somewhere different for lunch. Can't. The contract specifies. The contract doesn't specify lunch locations. She hesitated. I just prefer the courtyard. Because your ex will see us there? Her face told me everything. With 2 weeks left, I was exhausted. Then I saw her phone. She'd left it on my car dashboard while grabbing coffee. A text notification. Almost done. Can't believe you made it this far. I opened the messages group chat. Her friends. Messages about the bet. About seeing how long she could make it last. My hands shook. She came back. Saw me holding her phone. What are you doing? What's the bet, Kim? What's the bet, Kim? I don't know what you're talking about. She reached for her phone. I held it away. Don't lie. I already read the messages. Her face went pale. You had no right. You had no right to use me as entertainment. I showed her screenshots. I have all of it. The group chat. Everything. She stared at the screen. Defeated. What do you want? The truth. Or I show these to everyone. She sat on the curb, head in her hands. My friends bet me $500 I couldn't get a guy to agree to a fake dating contract. 2-week social experiment. Each word felt like a knife. You picked me because I was desperate. I picked you because I thought you'd be easy, invisible. Someone who'd say yes because any attention was better than none. So why 3 months instead of 2 weeks? Because by week 2 I realized you weren't desperate. You were just lonely, like me. You're not lonely. I'm surrounded by people who want things from me. You were the first person who just wanted to talk, really talk, while lying to me. I ended the bet after 2 weeks, gave the money back, but I couldn't tell you because I knew you'd leave. So you kept lying. Yes, I kept lying because I was selfish. Because I'd started falling for you and couldn't let go. I wanted to walk away, should have, but something kept me there. Every rule after week 2 was me trying to be near you. Monday library sessions because I loved watching you read. Morning texts because you were the first thing I thought about. How do I believe any of this? You don't have to. She stood up. I started this for the wrong reasons. I was shallow and cruel. But I'm telling you the truth now because I can't keep lying when I'm in love with you. The parking lot went silent. What? I'm in love with you. I know that doesn't fix anything, but I needed you to know that everything after week 2 was real. She pulled something from her pocket, the contract, ripped it in half. You're free. No more rules, no more games, just the truth. 5 days after she ripped up that contract, I showed up at the library on Monday at 3:15, and when she saw me waiting with no rules between us, we both knew we were starting over. I'll be your girlfriend for exactly 3 months, she said, sliding a hand
Let's start with a clean talk trend that destroyed more homes than it cleaned, and it's called Mexican mopping. It's actually a cleaning technique in which you pour an insane amount of water and product all over your floor for that deep clean. You see on Mexican Clean Talk, you'll see women doing this all the time, sweeping, scrubbing, mopping until the floor is a slip and slide. But here's what most people don't realize is that these homes are built different. They're made of concrete, floors, walls, the baseboards. Most importantly, they have drains. But American floors? They're made from laminate, vinyl, wood. And I don't know if you've checked before, but you probably don't have drains in your living rooms. So when American creators started pouring bucket loads of water all over their rooms, sure, they got lots of views because it looked really cool, but they also got mold. Like, yes, actual black mold. Let's start with a clean talk trend.
What Roblox developer do you think has the best avatar? Up first, Jandal. Now his avatar is extremely random but very nice looking. He's for some reason a monkey and his suit is literally called the monkey suit. But the odd thing about his avatar is that he has the bombastic crown of Ozon, which is awarded when your game reaches 1,000 monthly active users. And he's definitely past that. So the developer of 99 Nights' avatar is much more normal and basic for a Roblox avatar. Has some pretty random wings called the Knights of Splintered Skies. But Sammy's avatar is much more creepy as there's a spider chain and a spider on his face for some reason. What Roblox developer do you think has the best avatar? Up first, Jandal. Now his avatar is extremely random but very nice looking. He's for some reason a monkey and his suit is—
Excuse me, I'd like to apply for a small business loan.
And what's your business?
I bake cakes in the shape of different celebrities' faces.
Oh, wow.
So what do you think?
I think yes.
This man gives out small business loans to people to chase their dreams that his bank would normally reject. But watch how his kindness ended up being the best choice he ever made.
Maybe my last loan.
Oh, it's a Ducati. I'm thinking it'll get people off my back about the male nurse thing.
Nice ride.
Kyle, I need you for a second.
However, after accepting every loan he saw, he was called in by his manager.
Guy from corporate's here. Don't look. I think it's about all those loans you've been approving.
Ooh. And after finding out that the bank's vice president wanted to talk to him, he thought he was in a lot of trouble. But when he entered his office, this happened.
Carl, the typical loan officer, approves 40 loans. You have given out 561. A little more than average. I thought you might be raiding our coffers.
I'd never do that.
But then I looked closer. More than 98% are following through with the payments. And because you've given out so many, we're actually making a lot of money.
Excuse me, I'd like to apply for a small business loan.
Subway fired me for telling the truth. I told a customer the bread has enough rapeseed oil to R-word his gut lining. Apparently customers aren't supposed to know what they're eating. The bread came in frozen blocks, stacked like bricks in the back. 15 additives named, but we were trained to smile and say, baked fresh daily. And the chicken? Pale cubes floating in preservative juice. After that shift, I started scanning everything. The scan on a Subway footlong flagged an ultra-processed warning. If you want to see what your food's actually made of, comment exposer, and I'll send you the exact app I used. Subway fired me for telling the truth. I told a customer the bread has enough rapeseed oil to R-word his gut lining. Apparently customers aren't supposed to know what they're eating. The bread
My teacher refused to help a special needs kid in my class, so I showed her exactly how much help he needed. Patrick was a kid in my class who practically had every single symptom of autism. I knew the criteria because of my little brother. Zero eye contact, constantly rocking back and forth, terrible time management. But he was undiagnosed, because when it came to good grades, Patrick was actually a genius. I'm not exaggerating. The kid could solve calculus problems in his head and memorize entire textbooks after reading them once, but everyone thought he was dumb. Because he had this thing where if you told him he couldn't do something during class, he had to prove you wrong. Like his brain wouldn't let him focus on anything else until he did it. And as soon as the class figured this out, they used it against him. Right in the middle of tests, someone would whisper, "Bet you can't hold your breath for 3 minutes." And Patrick would sit there, face turning purple, unable to write a single answer until he proved them wrong. During presentations, they'd heckle, "Bet you can't hop on one foot the whole time." So instead of showcasing his research on molecular biology, he'd be hopping around while everyone laughed. Every single day, they'd sabotage him, and it made it seem like he was incapable of getting any grade above an F. But when I started staying after school to help him study, when it was just us and no one could trigger his compulsion, there would be room to show his intelligence. He'd finish my AP homework in minutes, then explain concepts even I didn't fully understand. The kid wasn't failing because he was struggling. He was failing because his brain literally wouldn't let him show what he knew whenever someone challenged him. He desperately needed to be in a special education program where his compulsion could be managed, and his actual genius could shine through. So I went to Mrs. Zick to get him him academic support. I explained everything, the compulsion, the bullying, how well he did with just a little help. I practically begged her to recommend him for testing, to get him an IEP, anything to help him with his special needs. She looked at me like I was wasting her time. I don't believe that he has special needs. He's just difficult, she continued. Some kids will do anything for attention. He doesn't need special help, he needs discipline. I knew that the only way to help Patrick graduate school and reach his full potential was to prove to Mrs. Zick that he wasn't looking for attention. He needed to be put in a special needs program. The next day, I waited until lunch when Mrs. Zick was monitoring the cafeteria. I sat down next to Patrick with a lemon.
Are you in Echo? Are you in Echo? Yeah, go in Echo VC.
Alright.
I'm waiting for you. Reading. Go in Echo VC. I know you're in the server.
I'm not?
Yes, you are. Yo, Dom, what are you playing, Big Back?
Jane.
Gang bang. Bro playing chain. Gang bang. Chain bang, chain bang. I'm gonna go back to playing Geometry Dash.
Like a good girl.
Actually, I have 850 hours, and it is all I think about, and I still haven't gotten addicted to it, so I'm gonna go play
So
it.
you're a good girl.
I'm muting you.
Mute me then. There's no point for you being in this call besides what the Obama have.
Dude.
Andrew.
Andrew.
What, is that not his name?
Andrew. What do you want to play?
I'm playing GD right now.
You're playing what?
Geometry Dash.
Same! Quinn! Are you on mobile?
No.
Yo, Twin, are you on mobile? No? Share screen.
No. Alright.
I wanna play Geometry Dash with you. Are you gonna share your screen, or I'm gonna have to suck it? Alright, first off, exit the game. Or else you can't. Oh, I see. You already have Geo, don't you? Bro, go back, you dumbass. You already have Geode. I need to tell you something. Get the globed mod. Oh, you already have the globed mod? Alright, bet. I'll create the lobby. You already have globed. And what the fuck is that menu music, first off?
I don't fucking know.
Passcode. Password. Join. What are you... Buddy, I sent you the fucking ID.
Ivan.
What?
What do you want to play?
I don't know.
Oh no, you're doing.
I sent you the password. GD. I literally just said it. No caps. Alright. Get on Electrodynamics. Join me. Yo, Dom, should I be put in a mental hospital?
It should be your mental hospital.
Your mental. Your. You wanna be my moderator or no? Clicked. Andrew, why are you in fucking practice mode, bro?
Not playing practice mode.
Then what are you doing?
I don't know.
I'm just having big ass lag. Really? Why'd you leave? These timings can suck my dangling.
Ivan, if you stop doom scrolling, we can play Forsaken.
This is you. Stop doom scrolling.
I said if you stop doom scrolling, we can play Forsaken.
I'm done doom scrolling. Get on Forsaken.
Wait, we have to play a game first.
Okay, now you just.
It's called Chain.
I didn't even want to play Chain. Okay, so you're gonna listen to him, but you're not gonna listen to me.
Play Chain.
It's a joke. It was a joke.
Chain
Dang.
wanted to play Chain. He did.
Chill.
On a game.
Okay, what are we playing?
Hello.
My dingling.
Do you want to play something evil will happen?
The game's booty, bro.
I wasn't talking to you.
You literally just said, what are we gonna play? That's a general question for everybody in the fucking call. A general question.
Get on Roblox.
And I still wasn't talking to you.
I still wasn't talking to you.
You're quite literally playing Geometry Dash, and I'm playing with Ivan on Roblox.
And I'm playing with Andrew.
Okay then.
Wait, Dom, can you go and steal Brain Rot? I want to show you what I got.
Okay.
I want to show you what I got. Flatboy already knows what I got.
I don't know what you got. I forgot. Oh yeah, I remember. Andrew just Adam. The richer get richer, right? The richer get richer. Why literally diggity.
What'd you get?
He got a better quesadilla, crocodilla.
Holy shit, bro.
Yo, bro, can I have this? Ivan?
What?
Burrito Bandito? Or this?
Yeah.
can have my burrito.
What about this?
No.
Quesadilla crocodila.
I'm a brain rot.
Why is Bo so tall? Dom, you think brain rots are that tall?
You'd smack me instantly if I did that.
When we smack you, I can't.
God damn it.
Tom, I hate when you do that.
Dom, you. Right, your reverse sucks.
Burrito bandito.
Bro, you said I could have it!
Tim, you unlock my base. Give me a second.
Give me a second, Daddy. I need this just in case taco truck comes along. What's your favorite secret in the game, y'all?
I don't know about that.
What?
I said I don't know about that.
You seem like general. Mine, personally, has to be the... Mine, personally, is Chicletera Basculetera.
Alright, Dom, your turn. What's your favorite? Dom, what's your favorite?
I don't know.
Oh, I thought it was AFK.
What, were you gonna plan out to steal from me?
Yes.
I knew it.
That's crazy. That's because he also. That's crazy. He said yes. That's crazy.
That's because he would.
That's crazy. He said yes, bruh. And Binto, Brown whatever it's called. Right.
Imagine a fucking tic-tac-toe horse spawns. That would be crazy.
I don't think they can spawn.
No, it can. It's just... what do you mean? No, because that's from Craft Machine.
Same for...
No, it isn't.
Tic-tac-toe isn't crafting, Ivan.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Actually, no.
I wish I could get tic-tac-toe.
I wish I could tic-tac your Sahur.
What are you planning to do?
To tic-tac your tic-tac-Sahur.
Let me have your your ESOC. Bro, that was my ESOC in the first place.
And we made a deal.
We made a deal. What was the deal again? That you would unban me?
For a crime that you did?
A crime? What fucking crime? How's that a crime? How's this a fucking crime? Yeah. How's that a fucking crime? Last time I checked, I would be in bars right now. Ivan, is saying the N-word a crime? Is saying it a crime? No, it isn't. I will pull up jurisdiction right now.
Seriously, dumbass.
Dumbass.
This kid really is pissing me off right now.
Reallys, yeah, reallys.
Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. W crash out.
Do it another time.
Do it, I dare you. Let's admit he had a W crash at. But he really crashed me out. Wait, did he unfriend me? The losery is fucking can't get for shit. Ha ha. Loser.
I physically, literally cannot.
What's your best? I've been doing.
Let's start with this. Stamp to this beat.
I'm not chasing your ideas perfect.
Now, I want you to clap on the third beat.
What's going on? You know if you're on time? Sorry, I'm late.
I want to give the audience a song that they can perform, right? Let them be part of the band. So what can they do? Imagine thousands of people doing this in unison.
Buddy, you're a boy, make a big noise, playing in the street, gonna be a big man someday. You got mud on your face, you big disgrace, kicking your can all over the place, singing, we will rock you. Sing it! We will rock you. Yeah.
let's start with this.
My doorbell rang, and when I answered, I saw my ex standing there with a CPS worker, holding a report about me mistreating my little brother. The worker walked right past me into my house without asking. My ex followed behind her, smirking. "What's this about?" I asked. The worker looked at her clipboard. "It's about neglect and inappropriate behavior toward your 11-year-old brother," she said with disgust in her voice. Like she'd already decided I was already guilty. She started walking through every room, taking notes. She pointed at dishes in the sink. Inadequate living conditions. She opened my brother's bedroom that had 2 t-shirts on the floor. "Signs of neglect. Those are just normal things," I said. "Everyone has dishes sometimes. Abusers always have excuses," she said coldly. When my brother came downstairs and told her I was the best big brother ever, the worker looked right at me and replied, "You're coaching him, huh?" My ex stood in the hallway watching everything with a satisfied smile. Minutes later, the worker went into my brother's room alone. I stood outside the door listening, trying to stay calm while my ex was literally silently laughing in my face. My promotion review was next week. My brother's birthday party was tomorrow. Even if proven false, a scandal like this would ruin everything. The worker came out with my brother looking confused and scared. "I'm removing him from the home pending investigation," she announced. "You can't just take him," I yelled. "Yes, I can." She walked him toward the front door. My ex followed them. I watched through my window as they put my crying brother in the car. I should have been devastated. I should have been panicking. But you see, I knew something so terrible about my ex, something she didn't even know herself. I began laughing to myself as I grabbed my keys, got in my car, and started following them. You see, I always knew a day like this was coming. Back when my ex and I started dating, I was already my brother's legal guardian. He and I always had that typical older brother relationship. I teased him constantly, made fun of his bowl cut, roasted him about everything, but it was our thing, our way of showing love. I was protective of him like crazy. It was that I'm the only one allowed to be mean to him kind of dynamic. But my ex never understood that she kept trying to join in on the jokes, telling him his drawing was stupid and things like that. "Stop being mean to him," I told her one time after she made him cry by making fun of his haircut in front of his friends. "But you're mean to him all the time," she shot back at me. "Why can't I be? It's just jokes." I looked at her. "It's different when you do it. You're not his brother, I am." She rolled her eyes. "That's ridiculous." And no matter how many times I explained it, she just wouldn't stop making fun of him. She kept crossing that boundary. The final straw came when she told one of my brother's friends a rumor about how my brother still wets the bed. He didn't, but the rumor spread through his entire school. He came home crying one day because kids were bullying him, calling him the sheet soaker. When I found out what she did, I immediately broke up with her. In the aftermath, she went crazy, started screaming at me in front of him. "This is ridiculous. It was just a joke. I hate this little brat." She pointed at my brother and turned to him. "You ruined us." That was when I fully saw her true colors. I kicked her out and never spoke to her again. Honestly, I did her a favor. After what she did, I could have just reported her and gotten her deported. Her visa was expired and she never felt the need to renew it. But I decided to give her a chance. Well, not anymore. I continued following their car. They tried switching lanes, making unexpected turns, but I stuck to them like a stepsister to a washing machine. After 20 minutes of following, I realized they were heading to the temporary housing facility where they'd keep my brother while they investigated. We pulled up to the facility. The worker and my ex got out with my brother. My ex turned around and yelled at me, "You can't stop this. He's ours now." But I ignored her and walked straight into the building, past all of them. I only looked back at my brother and gave him our signal that meant I got this. Inside, I went directly to the CPS desk. A woman looked up at me. "I need to file a report," I said. "Someone just showed up at my house claiming to be CPS, but she didn't give a case number. She just took my brother. I think the report was false." The woman's face went serious. "There's one more thing," I added. "The person who made the false report, her immigration visa expired 6 months ago." The woman looked up sharply. She picked up her phone and made another call. CPS workers and officers went outside immediately. I watched through the window as they approached my ex and the worker at the door. They started asking questions, checking credentials. My ex's face turned terrified instantly, like a chicken knowing it's about to be turned into dinner. Officers put handcuffs on both of them. I walked outside to look. My ex stared at me with a facial expression of a shocked Pikachu, absolutely speechless. My brother was released to me immediately. He ran over and hugged me tight. I told him to go wait in the car. I walked over to my ex one last time. She looked up at me, furious. "This isn't over," I smiled. "You're right. You've still got a 14-hour flight to go. Then it's over." My doorbell rang, and when I answered, I saw my ex standing there with a CPS worker, holding a report about me mistreating my little brother. The worker walked right past me into my house without asking. My ex followed behind her, smirking. "What's this?"
"You're my little soda."
My doorbell rang, and when I answered,
"You're my little soda. Pop." "Oh, Daddy gonna whoop you?" "No, Daddy not gonna care. He got a whole box in there." "I think you have to be a certain age to drink that. Or what's gonna happen? Or your head's gonna fall off." "Where did you hear that?" "Everybody knows that. That's why Daddy takes those red pills so his head don't hang over." "Oh, that sounds terrible." "Yeah, you should probably put that back now." "Well, how old you gotta be to drink this stuff?" "I don't know, probably like 6 or 7. 6, 7. Yeah, okay, you already opened it, so now what are you gonna do?" "Well, we have to hide it somewhere, or we gonna get in big trouble." "Well, we could shoot it with a BB gun, and then blow it up. Of course, we always have to blow it up." "You're my little soda. Pop." "Oh, Daddy gonna whoop."
My sister-in-law stole the names of all my miscarried babies and used them for her kids, then poisoned my prenatal vitamins to cause another miscarriage. She actually thinks I'm not going to ruin her life right now. What's the sweetest revenge you've ever tasted? Raw dogging my enemy's brother. For years I was infertile, but not just any infertile. I was the false hope infertile. You see, I had 3 miscarriages, all in the 2nd trimester. Luckily, everyone was really supportive, except for my sister-in-law, that is, because the first time I cried in her lap, she stroked my hair and told me she would always be there for me. She told me that when my niece, her baby, was born, I would be her godmother. I even started to consider her as one of my closest friends. Fast forward 2 weeks later to her baby shower. That's where she announced her baby's name. As soon as she said it, bile rose in my throat. It was Faye, the exact same name as my unborn daughter. Well, it's not like you were going to use it, was all she said when I confronted her, all while squealing like a pig being lit on fire. Her words felt like daggers. When my husband came over to ask what was going on, I told him, but instead of getting mad, he just laughed. Well, men can be pretty clueless sometimes. So I waited until we were in the car ride home to re-explain the situation. And my husband was the love of my life, but he was also passive due to growing up as the scapegoat of their family, the type to get robbed on the street and apologize for not having more money to give. That's just how she is, honey, he said with a sigh. So I told myself that at least my unborn daughter's name could live on in someone else's baby, and focused on increasing my fertility by being a healthy Pilates princess. But it never worked. A year and a half later, another baby died in my womb. A few weeks later, I was standing in an aisle of Walgreens when I saw it. My sister-in-law had made a post to commemorate her second son. The caption read, "Welcome baby James. Thanks to Emma, my name, for the name inspiration. Her loss is my gain." This was then followed by the pregnant emoji and the skull emoji. By the time she stole my third miscarriage's name, Charlotte, I was numb. She would send me nursery photos with captions like, "Bet you wish this could be for your Charlotte." My husband still defended her, saying I was being too sensitive about just names and photography. After 4 years of, I stopped hoping for a child. Sarah was pregnant with her fourth child, and made jokes at family dinners about which name she should steal next. Everyone laughed. Everyone except me. That night, something in me snapped. If she wanted another name, I'd give her one she'd never forget. I waited until the next family gathering and broke down in tears. I told Sarah privately that I had discovered something incredible in my late mother's diary, a secret middle name she never told anyone, Lexativa. I said it meant sacred child in an ancient dialect. I even created fake diary pages and showed her a Pinterest board about honoring deceased grandparents through baby names. Sarah took the name and ran. She announced everywhere that she was naming her daughter Lexativa Rose to honor our family's hidden history, and this revenge plan was good enough for me. Until 8 months later, when the universe threw me a curveball. I was pregnant, like third trimester pregnant. I almost cried with joy. No more memorials, no more wondering whether there was something deeply wrong with me. Me and my husband had been waiting to announce it, not wanting to get our hopes up, and that same week, we got the text. It was Sarah inviting us to her baby shower. I wore a flowy dress that hid everything. My husband supported my decision, not giving an F anymore. Sarah had gone all out for this shower, bigger than any before. The whole family was there, plus her mommy blog followers who'd been following baby Lexativa's journey for months. Sarah was in the middle of giving her speech about discovering this sacred family name when I stood up. "Actually, Sarah, I have something to share too," I said, smoothing my dress over my now obvious bump. The room went dead silent. Sarah's mouth hung open mid-sentence. My mother-in-law dropped her champagne glass. 29 weeks today, I announced, cradling my belly. We wanted to be sure this time. The room erupted in screams and congratulations. Sarah's face drained of color. That's when my husband, the saint of the family, stood up and raised his hand. "Sarah, you were saying something about Lexativa? About all that research you did?" Sarah's face had gone from white to red. "Yes, it means sacred child in ancient—" "That's so weird," he interrupted, pulling out his phone. "Because when I Google Lexativa, all I get are medical websites about constipation relief." I had to hold my nose just to stop myself from laughing. The rest of the room was silent. I grabbed my husband's hand and walked out. It was a proud moment for all three of us. But I was fast asleep at 4 a.m. when I felt a sharp pain in my stomach, one I had felt 3 times before. Me and my husband rushed to the hospital, but I already knew the truth. It was a miscarriage. Turns out one of my nighttime prenatal gummies had been swapped for something that was fatal to my baby. I instantly knew Sarah was behind it. I couldn't sleep for days after that. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Sarah's smug face at that baby shower. The police said they couldn't prove anything about the vitamins. The bottle had mysteriously disappeared from our bathroom, and the hospital couldn't detect what specific substance had caused the miscarriage. My husband finally stopped defending his sister. He sat on our bed, holding the empty vitamin bottle we'd found hidden in our trash can outside. His hands shook as he turned it over and over. Sarah had been in our house just 2 days before it happened, claiming she wanted to help organize the nursery. I started documenting everything. Every text, every social media post, every cruel comment Sarah had made over the years. My laptop became my constant companion as I pieced together a pattern I'd been too hurt to see before. 3 weeks after losing our baby, I discovered something that made my blood run cold. Sarah's best friend Catherine worked at the pharmacy where I filled all my prescriptions. I remembered seeing them giggling together at family gatherings, Catherine always asking intrusive questions about my fertility treatments. I drove to the pharmacy during Catherine's shift. She saw me coming and tried to duck into the back room, but I cornered her near the vitamin aisle. Her face went white when I mentioned the prenatal vitamins. "I don't know what you're talking about," she stammered, but her hands trembled as she straightened bottles on the shelf. That evening, Sarah posted on her mommy blog about toxic family members who make false accusations. Within hours, her followers were flooding my social media with hateful messages. My phone buzzed non-stop with notifications calling me jealous, delusional, attention-seeking. My husband deleted his social media accounts after his own sister's followers started attacking him too. We sat in our living room, curtains drawn, feeling like we were under siege. He kept apologizing for not believing me sooner, for all the years he'd let Sarah's behavior slide. The next family dinner was at Sarah's house. We almost didn't go, but my mother-in-law called called my husband crying, begging us not to let this silly misunderstanding tear the family apart. Against my better judgment, we went. Sarah had strategically placed baby Lexativa's bassinet right in the center of the dining room. Every time I looked up from my plate, I saw that name embroidered on the blanket. Sarah kept making comments about how some people couldn't handle other people's happiness. During dinner, Sarah excused herself to feed the baby. Her laptop sat open on the kitchen counter, screen still glowing. I don't know what possessed me, but I found myself walking toward it, pretending to get more water. The browser was open to her email. My heart pounded as I saw subject lines about fertility herbs and natural miscarriage remedies. I quickly pulled out my phone, hands shaking as I took photo after photo of the screen. "What are you doing?" Sarah's voice cut through the air like a knife. I spun around, phone still in my hand. She lunged for it, but I pulled back. We struggled in her kitchen, her nails digging into my wrist as she tried to grab my phone. "Give it to me," she hissed, but I held tight. My husband heard the commotion and rushed in. For the first time in his life, he saw his sister's mask completely off. Her face was twisted with rage, nothing like the sweet persona she usually wore. "She's trying to steal my phone." Sarah quickly switched tactics, tears suddenly appearing. "She's gone crazy, just like I told you all." But my husband had already seen the scratches on my wrist, the wild look in his sister's eyes. He stepped between us, and for once, he didn't take her side. "We're leaving," he said quietly, taking my hand. Sarah's tears dried instantly. "Fine, run away like always, but everyone's going to know the truth about her." We drove home in silence, my wrist throbbing where she'd scratched me. I showed my husband the photos I'd managed to take. His face grew paler with each image. The next morning, Sarah's mommy blog featured a long post about dealing with mentally unstable family members. She claimed I'd attacked her in her own home, that I'd been faking my pregnancies for attention all along. She even posted a photo of herself with a small bruise on her arm, though I'd never touched her. Her followers ate it up. Comments poured in about how strong she was, how terrible it must be to have such a toxic sister-in-law. Some even started a hashtag, Justice for Sarah. My mother-in-law called within hours. "You need to apologize," she said, not even asking for my side of the story. "This has gone too far. Sarah's considering filing a restraining order." "She poisoned my baby!" I couldn't help but shout. "Don't be ridiculous," my mother-in-law snapped. "Sarah would never do something like that. You're clearly having some kind of breakdown. Maybe you should get help." My husband took the phone from me. "Mom, you didn't see what happened. Sarah attacked Emma, not the other way around." "Oh, please," his mother scoffed. "You always take her side now. Sarah sent me the security footage from her kitchen. It clearly shows Emma snooping through her personal computer." My heart sank. Of course, Sarah had edited the footage to exclude our struggle, to make me look like the aggressor. My husband argued with his mother for a few more minutes before hanging up in frustration. Over the next few days, the situation escalated beyond anything I could have imagined. Sarah filed a report with Child Protective Services, claiming I was mentally unstable and shouldn't be allowed to adopt children. She'd discovered we'd started the adoption process months ago, before our last pregnancy. The social worker who came to our house was professional, but clearly influenced by the concerns that had been raised. Apparently, Sarah's mommy blog followers had been calling the adoption agency, sending emails about my dangerous behavior. "We've received over 50 complaints," the social worker explained, flipping through her folder. "While we have to investigate all claims, I want you to know that organized campaigns like this usually indicate someone has an agenda. We provided character references, medical records showing my mental health was fine, everything we could think of, but the damage was done. The adoption agency put our application on hold pending the investigation." I sobbed in my husband's arms that night. Sarah hadn't just stolen my baby's names, she was trying to steal any chance I had at motherhood. The next morning brought fresh hell. Sarah had posted screenshots of my snooping on her laptop, conveniently cropping out everything that showed her research into miscarriage-inducing herbs. Her followers were calling me a criminal, demanding I be arrested for invasion of privacy. My husband and I sat at our kitchen table, surrounded by printed emails from the adoption agency. Each one detailed another concerned citizen who'd contacted them about my supposed mental instability. The language was eerily similar across dozens of messages, clearly coordinated. Catherine called me that afternoon. Her voice shook as she whispered into the phone. "Meet me at the park on Elm Street. Come alone. I need to tell you something." My husband wanted to come with me, but I knew Catherine would bolt if she saw him. I found her sitting on a bench near the playground, nervously watching mothers push their children on swings. "I can't do this anymore," she said as soon as I sat down. "Sarah's gone too far. The vitamins, she made me switch them. Said it was just harmless herbs to help with your anxiety." My hands clenched into fists. You knew what they were. Catherine's eyes filled with tears. "She had dirt on me. I've been skimming pills from the pharmacy. Just anxiety meds for myself, nothing serious. But she found out somehow and threatened to report me unless I helped her." I pulled out my phone to record, but Catherine grabbed my wrist. "No recordings. I'll deny everything if you try to use this against me. I wanted you to know I'm sorry, and to warn you. She's not done." "What do you mean she's not done?" Catherine glanced around nervously. "She's been stealing your mail, has copies of all your adoption paperwork. She knows which agency you're using, who your caseworker is, everything." My blood ran cold. We'd been wondering why some of our mail seemed to go missing. Catherine stood to leave, but I grabbed her arm. "You have to tell someone. The police, the adoption agency, anyone." She yanked away from me. "I can't lose my job. I have kids too." She hurried away, leaving me alone on the bench. That evening, my husband installed security cameras around our house. We changed all our locks and had our mail forwarded to a post office box. It felt like we were preparing for war. Sarah's next move came at Thanksgiving dinner. The whole family gathered at my mother-in-law's house, tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Sarah arrived late, making a grand entrance with all 4 of her children dressed in matching outfits. During dinner, she kept making making pointed comments about people who can't let go of the past and the importance of mental health treatment. My husband's jaw clenched tighter with each jab, but he stayed silent. Then, as we were clearing dessert plates, Sarah stood up and clinked her wine glass. I have an announcement. The room fell silent. Sarah's hand moved to her stomach in that familiar gesture I'd made so many times before. We're expecting again, and I've already chosen the perfect name. My mother-in-law gasped with delight. Oh, Sarah, how wonderful. Yes, Sarah continued, her eyes locked on mine. If it's a girl, we're naming her Margaret, after Emma's dear departed mother. The room spun. My mother had died just 6 months ago, her name the last sacred thing I had left. I stood so quickly my chair toppled backward. You wouldn't dare, I whispered. Sarah's smile was pure venom. Why not? It's such a beautiful name, and someone should use it since you clearly can't. My husband was on his feet now too. That's enough, Sarah. You've crossed every line. Have I? Sarah's voice rose to a shriek. She's the one who broke into my computer. She's the one spreading lies about me. I'm just trying to honor family traditions. By stealing the names of dead babies? My husband's voice was deadly quiet. The room erupted. My father-in-law started shouting about keeping the peace. Sarah's husband looked confused, asking what was really going on. The children started crying. In the chaos, Sarah grabbed her phone and started live streaming to her mommy blog followers. You can see how I'm being attacked in my own family, she said to the camera. All because I want to honor my sister-in-law's mother. My husband grabbed my hand. We're leaving. As we headed for the door, Sarah called out, "Oh, Emma, you might want to check with the adoption agency. I heard they received some very interesting information about your mental health history." We drove home in silence, both of us too angry to speak. When we got home, there was a message on our answering machine from our adoption caseworker, asking us to call urgently. My hands shook as I dialed the number. The caseworker's voice was carefully neutral as she explained that they'd received documentation, suggesting I'd been hospitalized for psychiatric issues multiple times. That's not true, I said, my voice breaking. I've never been hospitalized for anything except my miscarriages. I understand, she said, but we need to investigate these claims. Can you provide your complete medical history? After I hung up, my husband found me sobbing on our bedroom floor. He held me as I cried, whispering promises that we'd fight this, that Sarah wouldn't win. The next day, we went to the hospital to request my medical records. The administrator pulled up my file, then frowned. This is strange. There are entries here I don't recognize. My heart sank as she showed us the screen. Someone had added fake psychiatric admissions to my electronic records, complete with diagnoses of delusional disorder and pathological lying. This is fraud, the administrator said. We'll need to investigate how someone accessed our system. It took 2 weeks to get the fake entries removed and documented as fraudulent. During that time, Sarah escalated her campaign. She created fake social media accounts in my name, posting unhinged rants about wanting to steal other people's babies. She sent anonymous tips to my employer about my mental instability. My husband started recording everything. He bought a small camera he wore on his shirt, documenting every interaction with his family. His mother called him paranoid, but he didn't care anymore. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Sarah's eldest daughter, Faye, now 8 years old, called our house one evening when her parents were out. Aunt Emma, her small voice said, "I need to tell you something.
Birdie, you alright?
About you." My husband quickly started recording
Birdie,
as Faye explained how
good?
her mother made her and her siblings tell people I was mean to them, that I scared them, that I said bad things about their family. She practices with us, Faye said. Makes us repeat the lies until we say them right. I don't want to anymore. You've never been mean to us. We saved the recording, adding it to our growing pile of evidence. But Sarah must have found out about Faye's call, because the next day she posted about how I was manipulating innocent children and turning them against their mother. Her followers were rabid, sending death threats to my social media accounts. Someone posted my work address, and protesters showed up at my office with signs calling me a baby killer and child predator. My boss called me into his office. "I know this is personal," he said, "but it's affecting the company. Maybe you should take some time off until this blows over." I was effectively suspended from my job. Sarah had managed to destroy my reputation, my career prospects, and my chance at adoption, but she wasn't satisfied yet. 2 weeks later, my husband's grandmother celebrated her 90th birthday. We debated not going, but his grandmother had always been kind to me, and I didn't want to disappoint her. The party was at a restaurant, neutral ground we thought would be safe. Sarah arrived late, as usual, making sure all eyes were on her. She air-kissed relatives and gushed about her pregnancy, now showing prominently. During the cake cutting, I excused myself to use the restroom. Sarah followed me in, checking the stalls to make sure we were alone before turning to face me. "You should just give up," she said conversationally, applying lipstick in the mirror. "You're never going to be a mother. The adoption agency has already rejected your application. Oh, didn't you know? I have a friend who works there." I stayed silent, remembering my husband's camera was recording everything. Sarah continued, mistaking my silence for defeat. "It was so easy, really. Catherine at the pharmacy, my friend at the hospital who helped with your medical records, the social worker who owed me a favor. You never stood a chance." "Why?" I finally asked. "What did I ever do to you?" Sarah's reflection smiled at me. "You married him. You took my brother away from me. He was supposed to always put me first, and then you came along with your fertility sob story, and suddenly he cared more about you than me. So you unalived my babies?" Sarah laughed. "I didn't unalive anything. You did that all on your own. I just helped nature along with the last one. Consider it a favor. You're clearly not meant to be a mother." I left the bathroom without another word, my heart pounding. We finally had her confession on tape, but when my husband checked the camera that night, the battery had mysteriously died just before Sarah followed me into the bathroom. We had nothing. The next blow came from Sarah's husband, who called my husband asking to meet privately. We assumed he was going to threaten us, but instead, he looked exhausted and defeated. "I found her journal," he said, sliding a leather notebook across the table. I wasn't snooping. snooping. It fell out of her purse, I think. I think you need to see this. The journal was Sarah's, and it was damning. Page after page detailed her plans to destroy me, her glee at each miscarriage, her coordination with Catherine and others to sabotage my life. But most disturbing were the entries about other family members she'd targeted over the years. She'd poisoned her mother-in-law's cat because the woman had suggested she wait to have children. She'd sabotaged her cousin's wedding by sleeping with the groom. She'd gotten her college roommate expelled by planting substances in her dorm room. I don't know who I married, Sarah's husband said, his voice broken. The kids. I'm filing for divorce. I'll testify about what I found if you need me to. We photocopied every page of the journal before returning it. Finally, we had real evidence. But Sarah struck first. The next morning, police showed up at our door with a warrant. Someone had reported that we were dealing substances, and they needed to search our house. My husband and I stood in our living room, watching officers tear apart our carefully rebuilt life. They found nothing, of course, but the damage was done. Our neighbors watched from their windows as police cars lined our street. After the police left, we found a note tucked under our doormat. Sarah's handwriting, "Stop now, or next time they'll find something." That night, my husband and I made a decision. We would take everything we had to the family, force them to see the truth about Sarah once and for all. We called a family meeting at my mother-in-law's house, saying we had important news to share. Sarah arrived looking smug, probably thinking we were going to announce our surrender. Instead, my husband connected his laptop to the TV and began presenting our evidence. The journal entries, the photos from Sarah's computer, the testimony from her husband, even Faye's recorded confession about being forced to lie. The room was silent as the evidence mounted. Sarah's face went from smug to panicked to furious. When we showed the journal entry about her poisoning the cat, my mother-in-law gasped. "Whiskers didn't just die?" she whispered. Sarah jumped to her feet. "This is all fake. They're trying to frame me because they're jealous of my perfect family." But her husband stood up too. "It's true, all of it. I've seen the original journal. Sarah, you need help. The dam broke." Other family members started sharing their own stories about Sarah's cruelty over the years. Her pattern of behavior became undeniable. Sarah's mask finally shattered completely. She screamed at everyone, calling them liars and traitors. She grabbed a vase and threw it at the wall, sending shattered glass across the room. "You want to destroy me?" she shrieked at me. "You barren witch. You'll never have what I have. Never." Her eldest son, James, started crying. "Mom, stop. You're scaring us." But Sarah was beyond reason. She lunged at me, and this time I didn't back down. My husband and hers had to pull us apart as she clawed at my face, screaming obscenities. "I should have used something stronger in those vitamins," she screamed. "I should have made sure you could never even try again." The room went completely still. Even Sarah seemed to realize what she'd just admitted. My father-in-law's voice was cold. "Get out of my house. Don't come back." Sarah looked around the room at her family, her children, her husband. All of them were looking at her with horror and disgust. "Fine," she spat, "but I'm taking my children." "No," her husband said firmly. "You're not. Kids, come here." All 4 children ran to their father, even baby Lexativa in Faye's arms. Sarah stood alone in the center of the room, finally seeing the consequences of her actions. She left without another word, slamming the door behind her. The family sat in stunned silence for a moment before my mother-in-law started crying. "I'm so sorry," she sobbed, reaching for my hand. "I should have believed you. All those babies. I'm so sorry." The aftermath was swift. Catherine, terrified of losing her pharmacy license, came forward with a full confession about switching my vitamins. She provided receipts, text messages from Sarah, everything needed to prove what had happened. Sarah's husband filed for emergency custody and a restraining order. The divorce papers cited her journal as evidence of her being an unfit mother. He also shared that he'd found searches on her computer for how to induce miscarriage dating back years. Sarah's mommy blog imploded when someone leaked excerpts from her journal to her followers. The woman who'd built her brand on being the perfect mother was exposed as a calculating sociopath who'd poisoned family members and sabotaged pregnancies. Within days, she lost everything: her husband, her children, her family, her online following. The adoption agency called to apologize and reactivate our application, noting that the fraudulent complaints would actually strengthen our case by showing we could handle adversity. 3 months later, my husband and I stood in a courthouse, finalizing the adoption of newborn twins. We named them Charlotte and James, reclaiming the names Sarah had stolen. As we signed the papers, I thought about the long journey that had brought us here. Sarah was facing criminal charges for the vitamin tampering, though her lawyer was pushing for a plea deal involving mental health treatment instead of jail time. Her children were thriving with their father, finally free from their mother's toxic influence. Faye had started calling me Aunt Emma again, and she'd asked if she could help babysit the twins when they were older. "I want to be a good big cousin," she'd said, "not like my mom was a sister." As we drove home with our babies, my husband reached over and squeezed my hand. We'd survived Sarah's campaign of terror, and somehow we'd come out stronger. The twins gurgled in their car seats, and I smiled through my tears. Sarah had tried to steal everything from me, but in the end, she'd only stolen from herself. I had my family, my babies, my life back. And Sarah? She had exactly what she'd always given others: nothing but the consequences of her own cruelty. The courthouse adoption ceremony ended at noon. By 12:30, Sarah was already causing problems. My husband spotted her first, standing across the street from the courthouse steps where we were taking photos with Charlotte and James. She wore oversized sunglasses and a baseball cap, but her rigid posture gave her away. "Don't look," he whispered, shifting to block her view of the twins. The photographer noticed our tension and suggested we move to the courthouse garden. As we walked away, I heard rapid footsteps behind us. Sarah had crossed the street. "Those should have been my names to give," she called out. Security intercepted her before she got close. We watched them escort her away while she shouted about her rights as an aunt. The twins slept through it all, unaware of the drama surrounding their first official day as ours. That afternoon, we discovered Sarah had been busier than we thought. Our adoption announcement on social media, posted by my mother-in-law with our permission, had been screenshot and reposted on Sarah's new blog with commentary about baby thieves and name stealers. Catherine texted me a warning. Sarah had been at the pharmacy that morning, asking strange questions about infant medications and allergies. Catherine had refused to give her any information and alerted her manager, but the encounter left everyone uneasy. We installed a doorbell camera that evening. My husband also changed our pediatrician to one across town, just to be safe. The twins needed their first checkup next week, and we weren't taking chances. Sarah's husband called the next day with disturbing news. She'd broken into his house while the kids were at school, taking photo albums and baby clothes. She'd also left a note demanding visitation with her children. The restraining order covers the kids too, he assured us. But she's getting desperate. She's been staying with different friends, telling them you've all turned against her for no reason. 3 days later, Sarah showed up at my husband's workplace. She'd waited in the parking garage, approaching him as he walked to his car. My husband immediately started recording on his phone. "You poisoned everyone against me," she said, blocking his path. "Even my own children won't talk to me." My husband tried to step around her, but she moved with him. "Sarah, you need to leave. You're violating the restraining order. That piece of paper means nothing. You're my brother. You're supposed to protect me, not destroy me. You destroyed yourself," he said quietly. Sarah's face contorted. She grabbed his phone and threw it against the concrete wall. It shattered on impact. Then she ran to her car and sped away before security arrived. The broken phone meant we lost that recording, but the parking garage cameras caught everything. My husband filed a police report, and a warrant was issued for Sarah's arrest. She evaded police for a week. During that time, she created dozens of fake social media profiles, flooding our accounts and our employers' pages with accusations. She claimed we'd stolen her children, ruined her marriage, and planted evidence against her. One profile particularly stood out. It used photos of Charlotte and James from the courthouse, edited to include Sarah holding them. The captions claimed they were her twins that we'd kidnapped. Several of her old blog followers, still loyal despite everything, shared the posts. My boss called me back into his office. "I know this isn't your fault," he said, sliding a printed screenshot across his desk. "But HR is concerned. These accusations of kidnapping, even though they're false, they're affecting our workplace." I stared at the fabricated photo of Sarah with our twins. "What are you saying? Take extended leave. Paid. Let this situation resolve, then we'll reassess." I cleaned out my desk that afternoon, trying not to cry. Sarah had now cost me my active employment along with everything else. That night, Faye called again. Her voice was barely a whisper. "Aunt Emma, Mom's here. She's outside Dad's house. She keeps texting me to let her in." My husband immediately called his brother-in-law while I stayed on with Faye. We could hear Sarah pounding on the door, shouting for her children. "She says she has new vitamins for the baby," Faye whispered. "Special ones to make her smart like her." My blood ran cold. "Faye, don't open that door. Stay away from the windows." Police arrived within minutes. We listened over the phone as they arrested Sarah. She screamed the entire time about her rights as a mother, how we'd all conspired against her, how she just wanted to give her baby vitamins. They found a bottle of unmarked pills in her purse. Sarah spent 2 nights in jail before making bail. Her lawyer argued she was having a mental health crisis and needed treatment, not incarceration. The judge agreed to bail with conditions. She had to wear an ankle monitor and stay away from all family members. The pills tested positive for a mild sedative, nothing immediately dangerous but completely inappropriate for an infant. It was enough to add attempted child endangerment to her charges. Sarah's former friends began distancing themselves as more truth emerged. One of them, a woman named Patricia who'd been housing Sarah, called me directly. "I'm sorry," Patricia said. "I believed her stories about you, but then I caught her in my medicine cabinet at 3 a.m. going through my prescriptions. When I confronted her, she said she was just looking for aspirin, but you don't believe her," I finished. "No, and there's more. She's been using my computer to create those fake profiles. I have screenshots of everything." Patricia emailed us dozens of screenshots showing Sarah's activity, creating fake accounts, editing photos, coordinating harassment campaigns. It was all there, time-stamped and undeniable. We added it to our evidence file, which had grown thick enough to fill a banker's box. My husband organized everything chronologically, preparing for the criminal trial. Meanwhile, we focused on our new life with the twins. They were thriving, gaining weight, and starting to smile. Charlotte had my husband's eyes, while James had my stubborn chin. Every milestone felt like a victory Sarah couldn't steal. The adoption agency called with a follow-up visit. The social worker who came was the same one who'd investigated Sarah's false claims. She smiled when she saw how well the twins were doing. "I want to apologize again for the investigation," she said, watching Charlotte grip my finger. "It's clear now that those complaints were malicious. We understand you had to follow protocol," my husband said. "Yes, but I want you to know we've flagged Sarah's name in our system. If she ever tries to adopt or interfere with another adoption, we'll know immediately." It was a small comfort, but we'd take any protection we could get. Sarah's next move came through her lawyer. She was suing for grandparent rights, claiming we were alienating her from her rightful relationship with the twins. The lawsuit was baseless. She wasn't their biological grandmother and had no standing, but we still had to respond. Our lawyer laughed when he read the filing. "She's grasping at straws. No judge will even hear this case." He was right. The lawsuit was dismissed within a week, but Sarah didn't stop there. She started showing up at places she knew we'd be. The grocery store, the park, the pediatrician's office, always staying just far enough away to not violate the restraining order's distance requirement, but close enough to make her presence known. One afternoon at the park, she sat on a bench 50 feet away, staring at us the entire time. Other parents noticed and moved moved their children away from her. When a concerned mother asked if we knew her, I simply said she was someone we had a restraining order against. Word spread quickly through the playground. Sarah must have realized her tactics weren't working because she changed approach. She started sending letters to our house through her lawyer, claiming she wanted to reconcile. Each letter contained subtle threats wrapped in language of forgiveness and family healing. I forgive you for turning my family against me, one letter read. I'm willing to move past the lies you've spread if you'll just let me be part of the twins' lives. They need their aunt. Don't make me prove how much. We gave every letter to our lawyer and the police. The detective handling her case told us they were building a strong harassment case on top of the existing charges. Catherine reached out again, this time with more information. Sarah's been texting me from different numbers, she said, offering me money to get information about your prescriptions. I've blocked every number, but they keep coming. She forwarded us the screenshots. Sarah was offering increasingly large amounts, money we knew she didn't have since her husband had frozen their joint accounts during the divorce. The divorce proceedings were moving quickly. Sarah's husband had been granted full custody, and Sarah was only allowed supervised visitation at a court-appointed facility. According to him, she'd shown up to exactly one visit, spent the entire time telling the children how everyone was lying about her, and hadn't returned since. The kids are in therapy, he told us during a coffee meeting. Faye especially. She feels guilty for telling you about the lies. I keep explaining she did the right thing. We assured him we'd be happy to talk to Faye anytime she needed reassurance. The poor girl had been carrying the weight of her mother's manipulation for years. 2 months after the adoption, Sarah made her biggest mistake yet. She managed to get hired at a daycare center in the next town over, using her maiden name and somehow passing the background check before her charges were fully processed. We only found out because another mother recognized her from the mommy blog drama and alerted the daycare management. They fired her immediately and reported the incident to Child Protective Services. This violation of working with children while under investigation for child endangerment added another charge to her growing list. Her lawyer dropped her as a client, citing irreconcilable differences in legal strategy. Sarah represented herself at the next hearing. She showed up in an ill-fitting suit, her hair unwashed, dark circles under her eyes. She rambled for 20 minutes about conspiracy theories and family betrayal before the judge cut her off. Ms. Sarah, the judge said sternly, you need proper legal representation. I'm appointing you a public defender. I don't need help, Sarah insisted. I just need people to listen to the truth. The truth according to whom? The judge asked. According to me, I'm the victim here. The judge scheduled another hearing and ordered Sarah to undergo a psychiatric evaluation. She stormed out of the courtroom, shouting about injustice. In the parking lot, she confronted us again. This time, my husband and I were ready. We both had our phones recording as she approached. Enjoy them while you can, she hissed, gesturing toward the twins in their car seats. You think you've won, but I know things. I know which formula you buy, which diapers you use, where you take them for walks. Sarah, you're being recorded, my husband said calmly, and you're violating the restraining order. She laughed, a sound devoid of sanity. Restraining order? You mean that joke of a paper? I've violated it a dozen times. Following you is easy when you're so predictable. Thank you for the confession, I said, ending the recording. Her face went white as she realized what she'd done. She turned and ran to her car, but court security was already approaching. They detained her until police arrived. This time, bail was revoked. Sarah would await trial from jail. The judge cited her confession of multiple restraining order violations and the escalating pattern of behavior as reasons for holding her. Her husband brought the kids to visit us the week after Sarah's incarceration. It was the first time they'd seen the twins in person. Faye was gentle and sweet with them, while James and the other children were curious but careful. Mom's in jail? Little James asked his father. Yes, buddy. She made some bad choices. Is it our fault? Charlotte asked, her 7-year-old face creased with worry. No, sweetheart. Nothing Mom did is your fault. She's sick in her mind and needs help. The kids seemed to accept this explanation. They played with the twins' toys and helped feed them bottles. It was a glimpse of what family gatherings could have been like if Sarah hadn't poisoned everything with her jealousy. My mother-in-law came by later that week. She'd aged years in the past months, the stress of Sarah's actions weighing heavily on her. I failed her somehow, she said, watching the twins sleep. I must have. Normal people don't do what she did. Mental illness doesn't mean you failed as a parent, my husband told her gently. Sarah made choices. Bad ones. That's on her, not you. We spent the afternoon looking through old photo albums, pictures of Sarah as a child, smiling and seemingly normal. My mother-in-law pointed out moments she now recognized as warning signs. Sarah's rage when she didn't win a game, her manipulation of younger cousins, the mysterious illness of a classmate who'd struck her for class president. I always made excuses, my mother-in-law admitted, said she was competitive, driven. I never wanted to see what was really there. The criminal trial was set for 6 months out. Sarah's public defender was trying to build an insanity defense, but the prosecutor felt confident. The evidence was overwhelming, from Catherine's testimony to the journal entries to Sarah's own recorded confessions. We settled into a new routine: park visits without looking over our shoulders, doctor appointments without fear of tampering, family dinners where Sarah's name rarely came up. The twins grew bigger every day, their personalities emerging. Charlotte was the serious one, studying everything with intense focus. James was all smiles and giggles, charming everyone he met. They were perfect, and they were ours, and Sarah couldn't touch them from behind bars. The daycare center where Sarah had briefly worked sent us a letter. They were implementing new background check procedures because of what happened. They also offered us free childcare if we ever needed it, their way of apologizing for the security lapse. We declined politely. The twins would stay with family or trusted friends when needed. Trust was earned slowly these days. Catherine sent a final text. I'm moving. New job, new state. I need to start over where no one knows what I did. I'm sorry again. Take care of those babies. I didn't respond. Some bridges, once burned, couldn't be rebuilt. 5 months into Sarah's incarceration, we got unexpected news. She was pregnant. Apparently, she'd been seeing someone before her arrest, and now faced giving birth in prison. Her husband was devastated. "Those kids don't deserve another sibling born into this mess," he said. And who knows what she took while pregnant. She wasn't stable. The pregnancy added another layer of complexity to the trial. Her lawyer pushed harder for the insanity defense, arguing no sane woman would commit crimes while pregnant. The prosecutor countered that Sarah's calculated actions showed clear premeditation, not insanity. We attended every pre-trial hearing, sitting quietly in the back, bearing witness. Sarah grew larger and more disheveled with each appearance. She'd stare at us with naked hatred, her hands cuffed over her expanding belly. During one hearing, she exploded. "They stole my life," she screamed, pointing at us. "My babies, my family, everything. And now they sit there judging me." The judge ordered her removed from the courtroom. As guards escorted her out, she turned back one more time. "Charlotte and James were supposed to be mine." The courtroom was silent after her outburst. Even her lawyer looked defeated. A month before trial, Sarah went into labor. The baby, a girl, was born healthy despite everyone's fears. Sarah named her Emma. My hands shook when I heard. Even now, even after everything, she was trying to hurt me, using my name for her child conceived in chaos and born in custody. Child Services took baby Emma immediately. Sarah had no rights to her, given her current situation and charges. The baby went to foster care while the state decided on permanent placement. Sarah's husband considered taking her but ultimately decided against it. "My kids have been through enough," he explained. "I can't bring home their half-sister as a constant reminder of their mother's breakdown." The trial began on a cold February morning. Charlotte and James were 11 months old, walking and babbling their first words. We left them with my father-in-law and took our seats in the courtroom. Sarah entered in shackles, her postpartum body shrouded in an orange jumpsuit. She'd lost weight since giving birth, her face gaunt and hollow. She found us immediately in the gallery, her stare unwavering. Catherine testified first, detailing how Sarah had blackmailed her into switching my vitamins. She broke down crying during cross-examination, but stuck to her story. The pharmacy had already revoked her license. This testimony was part of her plea deal. Sarah's husband went next, presenting the journal and describing years of manipulative behavior he'd been blind to. He shared stories of Sarah's escalating cruelty toward family members, her obsession with control, her inability to accept any perceived slight. When it was my turn to testify, I spoke clearly and calmly about the stolen names, the poisoned vitamins, the systematic destruction of my life. I showed photos of the twins, healthy and thriving despite Sarah's attempts to prevent their existence. She wanted me to suffer, I said, meeting Sarah's gaze, because I had something she couldn't control, her brother's love and loyalty. Sarah's lawyer tried to paint me as vindictive, suggesting I'd orchestrated everything to steal Sarah's life. But the evidence spoke louder than his theories. The prosecution presented everything: the emails, the fake social media accounts, the doctored medical records, the harassment campaign. They played recordings of Sarah's threats and confessions. They showed the jury the unmarked pills she'd brought to her children's house. Sarah testified on her own behalf against her lawyer's advice. She rambled about conspiracies and betrayal, claiming I'd been planning to destroy her from the day I met her brother. She insisted the vitamins were meant to help me, that the names were coincidences, that everyone was lying. "I'm a good mother," she insisted, tears streaming down her face. "They took my babies away because they're jealous of what I had." The prosecutor's cross-examination was brutal. He walked her through each piece of evidence, forcing her to confront her own words and actions. Sarah's story changed with each question, contradictions piling up. Finally, he asked, "Did you or did you not tamper with Emma's prenatal vitamins?" Sarah was silent for a long moment. Then quietly, "She didn't deserve to be a mother." The courtroom erupted. The judge called for order while Sarah's lawyer put his head in his hands. She'd just confessed on the stand. Closing arguments were brief. The evidence was overwhelming, the confession damning. The jury deliberated for less than 2 hours, guilty on all counts. Sarah showed no emotion as the verdict was read. She stared straight ahead, her face blank. The judge scheduled sentencing for the following month. Outside the courthouse, reporters waited. We pushed past them without comment. There was nothing to say. Justice had been served, but it brought no joy. A family was shattered, children motherless, a baby girl named Emma growing up in foster care. The sentencing hearing was quieter. Sarah appeared medicated, her movements slow and deliberate. Character witnesses spoke on both sides. Her children didn't attend. The judge sentenced her to 15 years with possibility of parole in 7. She'd serve her time in a facility with a mental health program. It was more lenient than the prosecutor wanted, but harsher than her lawyer hoped. As guards led her away, Sarah turned one last time. "Take care of my Emma," she said softly. I didn't know if she meant me or the baby, maybe both, maybe neither. We drove home to our twins, who greeted us with smiles and outstretched arms. Charlotte had learned to say mama while we were gone. James demonstrated his new ability to stack blocks. That night, after the twins were asleep, my husband and I sat on our porch. The stars were bright, the air crisp. We didn't talk about the trial or Sarah or the years of pain. We just sat together, breathing in peace. 2 weeks later, we got a call from Child Services. Sarah's baby Emma needed a permanent placement. Would we consider adopting her? My husband and I looked at each other, then at our twins playing on the floor. Charlotte was trying to feed James a toy car while he giggled. They were so happy, so innocent. "We'll think about it," I told the social worker. That night, we talked for hours. Could we raise Sarah's child? Could we look at her every day and not see her mother? Could we deny an innocent baby a loving home because of who gave birth to her? In the end, love won. Baby Emma joined our family 3 months later. We kept her first name but gave her a new middle name, Hope. Sarah's children visited often. They adored all 3 babies, especially especially Faye, who took her role as eldest cousin seriously. Their father started dating a kind woman who treated the kids well. Healing was slow but happening. My mother-in-law found peace in being a grandmother. She doted on all the children equally, making up for lost time. She never mentioned Sarah unless asked, and even then only briefly. She's getting help, was all she'd say. That's what matters now. I returned to work when the twins turned 2. My boss welcomed me back with a promotion, acknowledging how professionally I'd handled an impossible situation. My coworkers threw a small party, complete with baby photos on my desk. Life settled into a new normal. 3 children under 3 was chaos, but beautiful chaos. Emma grew to look nothing like her biological mother, all bright smiles and gentle nature. The twins accepted her as their sister without question. We told them the truth in age-appropriate ways as they grew, about families being complicated, about mental illness, about choosing love over hate, about how sometimes people who should love you can't, but that doesn't mean you're unlovable. Catherine wrote once, a long letter of apology and updates on her new life. She was in therapy, working at a hospital, trying to make amends for her choices. I wrote back once, wishing her well. Some forgiveness takes time. Sarah's husband remarried when his youngest turned 10. The wedding was small but joyful. All 4 kids were in the wedding party, beaming with happiness. They'd found stability again. We received occasional updates about Sarah from her lawyer. She was taking her medication, attending therapy, working in the prison library. She'd found religion, then lost it, then found it again. She wrote letters to her children that her ex-husband saved unopened, waiting for them to decide if they wanted to read them someday. She never wrote to us. We were grateful for that. On the twins' 5th birthday, we threw a big party. All the cousins came, along with school friends and neighbors. Faye, now a teenager, helped organize games. Sarah's other children sang happy birthday with genuine joy. Baby Emma, now 3, tried to blow out her siblings' candles. Charlotte stopped her gently while James laughed. They were so patient with their little sister, protective and loving. My husband's grandmother, now 95, sat in her wheelchair beaming. She'd lived to see her family heal from the fractures Sarah had caused. She held baby Emma on her lap, whispering stories about the family's history, the good parts. That night, after cake and presents and too much excitement, we tucked 3 exhausted children into bed. Charlotte insisted on one more story. James wanted extra cuddles, and Emma needed her special blanket arranged just right. As I closed Emma's door, I thought about Sarah in her cell. Did she think about the children she'd lost through her own actions? Did she regret the path she'd chosen? Did she ever accept responsibility? I'd never know, and that was okay. Her journey was hers alone now. My husband found me in the hallway, pulling me into a hug. We'd survived the impossible and built something beautiful from the ashes. Our children were happy, healthy, loved. That was what mattered. The next morning brought the usual chaos. Spilled cereal, lost shoes, arguments over toys, normal family life. Charlotte helped Emma find her favorite dress while James fed the dog breakfast. They were good kids, kind kids, despite or perhaps because of their origin story. My phone buzzed with a text from Faye. Can I babysit this weekend? I want to practice for when I have kids someday. I smiled, typing back yes. The cycle of family continued, healthier now, built on truth and choice rather than manipulation and pain. Sarah had tried to destroy us with her jealousy and cruelty. Instead, she'd created a larger, stronger family united by love and resilience. Her biological children thrived without her poison. Her baby grew surrounded by the love she'd tried to deny others. And us? We had everything she'd wanted, not because we'd stolen it, but because we'd earned it through patience, perseverance, and the choice to love even when it hurt. The twins started kindergarten that fall. Charlotte organized her supplies with military precision, while James charmed his teacher within minutes. Emma watched them leave with tears, counting the days until she could join them. We stood at the bus stop, 3 parents waving goodbye. My husband squeezed my hand as the bus pulled away. We'd made it. Despite everything, we'd made it. That afternoon, while Emma napped, I finally opened the box I'd kept in our closet. Inside were the ultrasound photos of our lost babies, the ones whose names Sarah had stolen. I looked at each one, remembering the hope and heartbreak they represented. Then I added new photos. Charlotte, James, and Emma playing together. Life from loss, joy from sorrow, family from the ashes of another's destruction. I closed the box and put it away. The past was honored but not dwelt upon. The present demanded too much attention, too much love, too much life to waste time on what might have been. Downstairs, Emma was awake, calling for snacks. I headed down to meet her, ready for whatever came next. We'd survived Sarah's worst. Everything else was just life. Messy, beautiful, ordinary life. And that was more than enough.
Play this level. Let me see what level you're talking about. Hi, Peter Pan. I'm gonna play Fortnite. Galileo, 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 Galileo,
My adopted sister threw my science trophy at my head, screaming, "You don't deserve this," and poisoned my food for getting into college. When I begged my mom to help, she said, "Don't display achievements where Chloe can see them," and later snapped, "If you want what's best for your sister, you'd help her heal." I didn't say a word. That was 8 years ago. This Thanksgiving, she stood on my lawn, screaming that I'd traumatized Chloe all over again. In my family, we were taught that love meant watching my adopted sister Chloe destroy my achievements while screaming, "You don't deserve this," and then forgiving her without an apology. You see, my sister Chloe is now 24, and we adopted her when she was 15 from foster care. When I was 16 and Chloe had just joined our family, I won the regional science fair. I wanted her to be my best friend, so she was the first person I told. Her immediate response was to grab my medal trophy and throw it directly at my skull. "You don't deserve this," echoed through the house before she crumpled to the floor. As my mom stared at me, curled into a ball and crying, she reminded me that it was all my fault. Don't display achievements where Chloe can see them. This set the tone for the next 8 years of my life. It wasn't until one perfect afternoon last spring that the tone was broken, because that's when I got the John Hopkins acceptance letter. A lifetime of academic pressure, imposter syndrome, crying into textbooks, all led up to that one moment. I called friends, posted the acceptance, and looked at Baltimore apartments. I was just Mia, not Chloe's trigger, not the family sacrifice, just a future doctor planning her escape, until my mom came home and found me celebrating. "This is wonderful. We need to plan how to make this work." She smiled like she was saying something nice, but her eyes said otherwise. And after an hour of fake niceness, the truth leaked out. "Of course, Chloe will need to come with you. Baltimore has excellent trauma programs, and she can't handle you leaving. I'll help with rent if you get a 2-bedroom. Chloe, in my apartment, with access to my medical equipment, my study materials, my future. Mom, you know what happens when she sees me doing well. She hasn't had an episode in months," she lied, as if Chloe hadn't destroyed my MCAT prep books last week. "If you want what's best for your sister, you'd help her heal." The thing about Chloe's past is that Mom told me the story constantly. Chloe was the scapegoat in her foster family. Nothing violent, just 1,000 small cruelties. No birthday presents while the bio daughter got parties. Hand-me-downs while the other girl got new clothes. Report cards ignored while bees got celebrated. "You don't deserve nice things," became their catchphrase. Now Chloe was making it mine. She was stronger, colder, and tougher than me, but even she had an Achilles heel, and that was her predictability. 10 minutes of staring meant destruction was coming. 15 minutes meant total annihilation. Hide anything that matters. Never celebrate where she can see. But medical school can't hide 4 years of achievement. I remember being 18 when Chloe found my college acceptance letters. I didn't find out until I was sitting at the kitchen table, because that's when I noticed a faint white powder in my food. I knew from the smell that it was rat poison. "What the F, you crazy bitch?" I exclaimed, pointing my fork at Chloe. Chloe just cackled like a maniac, while my mom lectured me about how I shouldn't brag and the importance of being humble. That was the moment I realized my mother wasn't denying the pattern, she was protecting it. I told Mom no, that Chloe wasn't allowed to be anywhere near my dorm, but she could visit Baltimore, FaceTime me all the time, and I'd come home for holidays. I even offered to research trauma programs near home. "Then I'm not helping with any school expenses," Mom snapped. "Fine, I'll take out more loans," I responded with a sigh. The next 2 months were a living hell. Mom called relatives saying I was abandoning my traumatized sister. She brought Chloe to my pharmacy job to practice separation. Chloe stared at my white pharmacy coat for 10 minutes before knocking over an entire display of medications. "You don't deserve this," my manager asked them not to return. Fast forward to the week before my white coat ceremony. My aunt called me. "Your mother bought plane tickets. She says you can't exclude Chloe from family milestones. She's been staring at your white coat photo online for days." I knew what that meant. Mom had spent 8 years making sure I understood that Chloe's trauma mattered more than my future. Every destroyed achievement had a matching excuse about foster care, but I wasn't a scared, people-pleasing 16-year-old girl anymore. I was a woman who knew my worth, and I was ready to bite back. So I started planning. First thing I did was change the ceremony location on all my social media, posted about how they moved it to a different building on campus. Then I called the school and explained my situation. The security guard, Douglas, was super understanding. He said he'd keep an eye out for anyone matching their description. I also asked my roommate Patricia to be my lookout. She knew the whole Chloe situation already. The morning of the ceremony, I woke up at 5 a.m., couldn't sleep anyway from nerves. I grabbed my white coat from its hiding spot in Patricia's closet. Yeah, I've been hiding it there for weeks.
I like this level.
Stuff in my own room. I got dressed in the bathroom with the door locked.
Yeah, this level's called Fortnite, bro. No, the level's called Fortnite if you didn't know.
Mine was too recognizable. I kept
Yeah, the level's called
Mom had
Fortnite,
texted me all
bruh.
variations of
My
I
bad.
love you, and Chloe is so excited to support you.
Yeah, this level's really good though. This is a good level, you know.
I walked into the building through the
Good
back entrance.
level.
Douglas was there like he promised. He gave me a thumbs up. No sign of them yet. I went to the prep room where all
This
the
is a
other
good
students were getting
level.
ready. Everyone was taking selfies and fixing their hair. Normal stuff. I just sat in the corner watching the door. My friend Eric came over and asked if I was okay. I told him I was just nervous. Didn't
I know,
mention
right?
his sister might show up and destroy everything. He wouldn't understand anyway. His biggest family drama was his dad missing his soccer games. Must be
Wait,
nice.
let me
About
check
30
this
minutes
out.
before the ceremony.
Yeah, this is the greatest level, bro. This is way better than Bloodbath, Frost. Frost, dude, way better than Bloodbath. You know? Way better. Way better. Yeah. Way better.
Ceremony, my phone started blowing up. Mom again. This time
Must be hard, yeah, really hard
the one I
level.
posted about online. They were standing outside.
You
looking
know,
confused. Chloe was wearing this weird
really
formal dress,
hard
like she was going to
level.
prom or something. Mom's texts got angrier. Where are you? This isn't funny. Answer your phone now.
There's also, it's kind of like Buganda, you know? There's a puzzle right here that we have to do. We have to remember the code. The code right here. It's left up square. Remember that if I ask
I
you.
scanned the crowd as we walked in. Didn't see them. Maybe my plan actually worked. We took our seats on stage. The dean started his speech about dedication and service. I was barely listening. Just kept watching the
Yeah,
door.
really
I saw
hard
her, not
level.
Chloe. Mom. She was at the back entrance
Impossible,
arguing with security.
basically.
Her face was red. She was pointing
All
at the door, but Douglas wasn't
the
letting her in. She didn't have
people in
tickets. See, I
Globe
conveniently forgot to
messing
mention
me
that the
up,
ceremony
you
was ticket
know?
only. Oops, the dean called my name. I stood
You
up
know
and
when
walked
people
across the
mess
stage,
you up in
accepted my white
Globe?
coat, smiled for the official photo. And for the first time in 8 years, I celebrated an achievement without fear. No flying trophies, no destroyed papers, no poison in my food. Just me, in my white coat, starting my future. After the ceremony, I met Patricia outside. She was grinning like crazy. Told me Mom and Chloe had shown up right after I got my coat. Chloe had apparently tried to rush the stage, but security stopped her at the door. The same security that had kept Mom out. Mom made a scene about discrimination and trauma. Other parents started staring. They left before campus police showed up. I checked my phone on the drive home. 47 missed calls, 100+ texts. The last one from Mom was simple. Come home immediately. We need to talk about your behavior. My behavior. Not Chloe trying to ruin my ceremony. Not her attempting to poison me. My behavior. I didn't go home. Went to Eric's apartment instead. His roommates were having a party. I wore my white coat the whole time. Took a million photos. Posted them all over social media. Every single one. Because for once, I wasn't going to hide my success. I wasn't going to dim my light so Chloe wouldn't feel triggered. The party lasted
Turns
until 2
into
a.m. I crashed on Eric's couch.
XX
Woke up to more angry texts.
Cuddle Cream
Stayed out of Mom and
Jr.
Chloe's drama.
My
Apparently, Mom had worked
love.
his message was all
Oh
about
my
family loyalty and understanding trauma.
This
Same
is
script,
a love
different
of my
message.
life.
I knew I had to go home eventually. My stuff was there, my car, my whole life really. But I also knew things had changed. I'd stood up to them, hidden from them, outsmarted them, and the world hadn't ended. Chloe hadn't spontaneously combusted from not destroying my achievement. Mom hadn't
That was
decided yet.
easy.
Patricia picked me up around noon. We drove past my house first, just to scope it out. Mom's car was in the driveway, so was
I
Chloe's.
don't
The curtains were
know.
drawn. Looked normal from the outside, but I knew better. Inside was probably a war zone of Mom's guilt trips and Chloe's rage. We parked down the street. I texted Dad that I was coming home. Figured he was the safer option. He responded immediately. Said Mom was at her book club. Chloe was in her room. Coast was clear. Still, I
Turns
made
into
Patricia come with me. Safety
more
numbers and all that. The house was
sensitive.
quiet when we walked in. Too quiet. Dad was in the kitchen looking tired. He started to lecture me about family responsibility. I cut him off. Told him I was just there to pack some things. His face fell. Asked if I was serious.
Five gone. Let's go.
Clothes in a suitcase. Grabbed my laptop, chargers, important documents, the stuff that mattered, the stuff Chloe couldn't replace.
Five
Patricia helped me
gone.
carry boxes.
Cartoon
Dad just
Chainsaw.
watched from the doorway. Didn't help. Didn't stop us either.
Let's go.
I heard it. The front door slamming. Mom's voice sharp and angry. Then footsteps on the stairs. Fast. Purposeful. I knew that sound. Grabbed the last box and headed for the door. But Chloe was already there, standing in my doorway, staring at my empty room. Her face was blank. That was worse than anger.
Let's
Then I put the box in
go.
my hands. Then back
I'm
at
at work.
staring at the
You're
door.
at work?
Started counting. 1 minute. 2. Patricia shifted nervously. She
I'll
heard the stories,
follow
but
up
never
with
seen it
my
happen. 3
crew.
minutes. 4. Chloe's hands started shaking.
Yeah, I'll add
Then
you.
something weird happened.
Got
Instead
it.
of screaming, instead of throwing things, Chloe just turned around and walked away. Down the hall to her room. Slammed the door. Patricia and I exchanged looks. That wasn't normal. Chloe always exploded. Always.
You got
She was at the top of the
chainsaw.
stairs. Her book club outfit was pristine.
If you're at work,
She lifted the boxes in her hands. At my
he
empty
is
room.
not a bot, bro.
Found a
Trust.
place closer to school.
If this username is real, he's not a bot, right?
Said I wasn't going anywhere. That
I do.
that Chloe needed me. I pushed
And if he, yo, bro, it's you should work. How do you know? How do you know it's a bot,
I
bro?
yanked my arm free, kept walking. Dad was still in the kitchen, staring at his coffee. Didn't even look up
You
at his
know
house.
that
Mom
might be a
followed us
bot.
outside, listing every sacrifice she'd made, every time she'd chosen us over herself, every penny spent on therapy for Chloe.
How do
We
you
loaded
know
the
it's a
last box
bot?
into Patricia's car. Mom stood on the lawn, arms crossed. If you leave now, don't
Yo.
bother coming back for Thanksgiving. I got in the car. Patricia started the engine.
Did
As
they
we
ever
pulled away, I
ask
saw
you
Chloe watching from her bedroom window,
Why?
just standing there, staring. It gave me chills. Patricia let me crash at her place for a few days. Her roommate Sandra was cool about it. They had a pull-out couch in the living room. Not ideal, but better than home. I spent those days looking for apartments, checking my bank account, doing math,
Alright.
loans. The text
Got
didn't
it.
stop. It got
I
worse.
see.
She moved from anger to manipulation. Messages about Chloe not eating, Chloe crying all night, Chloe asking why I hated her. Classic
I
mom.
know,
Stopped
right?
reading
The last
books,
bot tried to ask me for
I just knew. He usually
For
said neutral. His
advice, I
worried that Chloe
declined.
was acting strange, not her usual strange, different strange, quiet.
What?
Said she'd been in her room for 3 days straight. I almost caved, almost drove back to check on her. Patricia talked me out of it,
Okay.
reminded me this was probably another manipulation, that Chloe was 23.
Yeah,
not
sure.
that she had
Okay.
parents to take care of her. She was right. I knew she was right. Still felt guilty though. Found an apartment on day 4. Studio near campus. Tiny, but mine. The landlord, Roy, didn't care about my family drama. Just wanted first month, last month, and security deposit. I signed the lease.
Yeah, this is a hard level. Really hard level.
Patricia helped me get the basics.
Yeah, see, this is a hard level, you know.
Nothing
Really
fancy.
hard
Nothing that
level
would hurt
to
too much
see.
if Chloe somehow found me and destroyed it all. Old habits die hard. I'd been in my apartment exactly 1 week when Dad showed up. Didn't know how he found me. Probably Patricia's social media. She tagged me in a housewarming selfie. Should have known better. Dad looked terrible. Bags under his eyes.
Wait, is that winning game Vega?
He said we needed to
Winning
talk
game
about Chloe,
Vega.
about Mom, about everything. I let him in because, well, he was still my dad. He sat on my secondhand couch and just started talking. Told me things I'd never heard before. About the adoption. About Chloe's first few months with us. Apparently, it was worse than I knew. Chloe had
Get
almost
him,
run away
boys.
6 times. Had threatened to hurt herself. Had begged to go back to
Ow,
Mom had been all of it for me. Wanted me to bond with my new sister without baggage. So much for that plan. Dad said the therapist had warned them. Said Chloe might fixate on me. Might see my achievements as threats. Might act out. Mom had promised to handle it, to protect both of us. Instead, she'd chosen Chloe. Every time.
Reason I don't know they talks to me on YouTube, but everybody talks to me on
Should have
Twitch.
protected me too. But Mom was so convinced she could fix Chloe. So sure that enough love and understanding would heal her. And he'd wanted to believe it. That he'd
You
dropped
go
her.
player.
Chloe had found my apartment. Had been sitting outside in her car for hours, watching, waiting. He'd followed her here. Was trying to talk her into leaving, but she wouldn't budge. Said she needed to see me, to talk to me, to explain something. I looked out my window. Sure enough, there was Chloe's hit-up Honda, parked right across the street. I could see her silhouette in the driver's seat, just sitting there, staring at my building. My skin crawled. How long had she been there? How many times had I walked past without noticing? Dad wanted me to talk to her. Said maybe it would help. Maybe she needed closure. Maybe she wanted to apologize. I laughed. Actually laughed in his face. Chloe apologized? In 8 years, she'd never once said sorry. Not for the trophy, not for the poison, not for anything. But Dad kept pushing. Said something was different this time. That Chloe had been acting strange since I left. Not destructive strange. Sad strange. Said she'd been going through old photos, writing in a journal, going to therapy without Mom forcing her. I told him no. I was done being Chloe's emotional punching bag. Done hiding my securities. Done living in fear. He could tell her that. He could tell Mom that. I was done with all of it. Dad nodded, looked defeated, said he understood, then he left. I watched from my window as he walked to Chloe's car. Saw him lean in her window, saw her shake her head, saw him try again, more head shaking. Then he walked to his own car and drove away. But Chloe stayed, still watching, still waiting. I tried to ignore her. Made dinner,
Oh
watched her
my
videos, did some
God.
studying, but I kept checking the window. She was always there.
Right where I wanna go.
Same car, same stare. It was creeping me out. I thought about calling the cops, but what would I say? My sister
Or
sitting in her
people
car, not illegal.
fucking-
Around midnight, I gave up trying to sleep. Kept imagining her breaking in, finding me asleep, doing who knows what. So I sat by my window, watching her watch me, like some weird stakeout standoff. Neither of us moving, neither of us.
There's
Then
gonna be
I
a
saw her get out of the
chest
car. My heart
right
started racing.
here.
She was coming up, coming for me. I grabbed my phone, ready to call 911, but she didn't head for my building. She walked to the corner store instead, came back with a bag,
Shotgun.
resumed watching. This went on for 3 days.
Jesus.
3 days of Chloe in her car. 3 days of me
Pop
checking windows
black
and locking
gun.
doors. 3 days of jumping at every noise. Patricia said I was being paranoid, that Chloe was probably just processing, that I should call the cops if I was really scared. But I wasn't scared exactly. I was tired. Tired of running, tired of hiding, tired of letting Chloe control my life even when she wasn't in it. So on day 4, I did something stupid. I went outside, walked right up to her car, knocked on her window. She rolled it down slowly, looked at me with red-rimmed eyes. She'd been crying. Chloe never cried. Not in front of people. Not ever. We stared at each other for a long moment. Then she said something that shocked me. I know what I did to you. Not sorry. Not an apology. Just acknowledgement. I didn't know what to say. So I said nothing. Just stood there in the street, staring at my sister who'd made my life hell for 8 years. Waiting for the other shoe to drop. For the screaming to start. For something to fly at my head. Instead, she reached into her bag. I flinched. Like, she just pulled out a notebook. Handed it to me through the window. I've been writing it all down. Everything I remember. Everything I did. Dr.
Level
Martinez said
3
I took the note. Didn't open it. Didn't want to know the list
Junior!
of destructions. She kept talking. Said she'd been in therapy twice a week since I left. Real therapy. Not the family sessions Mom usually dragged her to. Said she was on new meds. Said she was trying. I wanted to laugh or scream or throw the notebook back at her. 8 years of torture and now she was trying. Now that I finally escaped, but I just stood there, holding her notebook, feeling numb. She wasn't done talking though. Never was when she got started. She told me about the foster family, not Mom's version, her version. How they'd adopted her first. How they'd loved her for 3 years. How they'd had a biological daughter and everything changed. How you don't deserve this became the soundtrack to her life. How she'd believed them. Then she said something that hit me hard. When I saw you with that trophy, happy and proud and deserving.
I just eliminated a whole goddamn
Maybe they were right
team.
about me. I found myself sitting on the curb, still holding her notebook.
That's absolutely
She got out of
crazy.
the car and sat
Now you
down
have
and
max
a careful
food.
distance, like she was afraid I'd run, or maybe afraid she'd hurt me again. We sat there in silence for a while. Then she told me about the past week, how Mom had been calling her constantly, telling her I'd abandoned them, telling her to go get me, to make me come home, to make me understand family. But for the first time, Chloe had said no, had hung up on her, had blocked her number. That's why she was here, not to drag me home,
Ooh,
to my apartment.
bunker.
Mom was planning something, had been talking to relatives, gathering allies, planning an intervention. The whole family was supposed to come for
Bunker.
Thanksgiving. Make me see sense?
Boom, bugger.
Showed me the family group chat I'd been removed from. Message after message about ungrateful children, about family obligations, about how I was calling Mom with worry, about how Chloe needed her sister, Aunt Linda calling me selfish, Cousin Eric saying I'd regret this, Grandma disappointed in my choices, but Chloe had defended me in the chat in front of everyone, said I deserved to live my own life, said she'd been wrong to hurt me, said Mom needed to let me go. The responses were brutal. Now they were turning on her too, calling her ungrateful, saying I'd brainwashed her. I finally opened the notebook, page after page of memories, the trophy incident in detail, the torn acceptance letters, the poisoned food, but also things I'd forgotten or never knew. Times she'd watched me succeed and felt rage. Times she'd planned to hurt me but stopped. Times she'd hated herself for hating me. The last entry was from yesterday. Mia deserves everything good. I know that now. I've always known that. I just couldn't feel it before. The meds help. The therapy helps. But mostly, watching her leave helped.
She's
Free
in
from
her
mom,
own
free from mom.
concept.
I did one thing right.
Me and her relationship.
Needed to process 8 years of pain. She nodded. Said she understood.
Oh,
Said she'd
yeah.
leave me alone. But first, she had one more thing to say. About Mom. About what was coming. About how to protect myself. Mom had been calling the school, claiming family emergency. trying to get my schedule, trying to find out where I lived. The administration hadn't told her anything, but Mom was persistent. She'd also been calling my work, telling them I was having a breakdown,
Up
that I needed help,
square
that family was
left.
worried. Chloe had screenshots, messages where Mom discussed
Up
topics,
square
how to
left.
force me home, how to make me see I was being selfish, how to use Chloe's trauma to guilt me, how to turn the family against me, how to make my life difficult enough that I'd come crawling back. But here's the kicker. Chloe had been sabotaging her, deleting messages before Mom
My bad,
giving her
Homer.
wrong information, telling relatives I'd moved to a different city, running interference. My destroyer had become my protector. The world felt upside down. She stood up to leave, said she'd keep warning me if Mom escalated, said she'd try to keep her distracted, said she understood if I never wanted to see her.
My bad,
She got
Homer.
her
I
in
didn't
line
mean
drove
to
away.
do
I was
that.
sitting on the curb with 8 years of trauma and 1 notebook of regrets. I went back inside and called Patricia, told her everything. She came over with wine and tissues. We read through Chloe's notebook together, page by page of pain and recognition, of a girl who'd been taught she deserved nothing, turning that lesson on everyone else, of my parents enabling it, of me suffering for it. Patricia asked what I was going to do, about Chloe, about Mom, about Thanksgiving. I didn't know. Part of me wanted to forgive Chloe. She was trying. She was changing. She was protecting me now. But 8 years is a long time, and trauma doesn't just disappear with medication and therapy. The next few weeks were quiet. No mom attacks, no family ambushes, just me, school, and my tiny apartment. I threw myself into studying. First anatomy exam was coming up. I'd always been good at memorization, at focusing, at shutting everything else out. It's how I survived living with Chloe. But I kept thinking about her notebook, about her sitting outside for 3 days, about her
Well, if
walking
you're
away
still
from
on my
the
stream,
didn't heal the scars,
thank you
and
for
maybe
watching.
not forgiveness, maybe not
Thank
friendship,
you.
but something. Then Thanksgiving week arrived. The family group chat
That's
exploded
all
again.
I
Patricia
need
showed me
to say.
screenshots, everyone confirming they'd be at Mom's house, everyone ready to talk
Legendary!
crisis. Chloe had tried to turn them off. They'd turned on her completely. Mom texted me directly for the first time in weeks.
I'm
Sweet as pie.
dumb.
Just wanted her baby girl home for turkey. Just wanted family together. Just wanted to talk. No pressure, no guilt, just love. I knew better. This was her final play. Get me in that house with 20 relatives. Break me down. Bring me home. I texted back that I had to work. Lie, but whatever. She responded immediately. Said she'd checked with my manager. Knew I had the day off. Said lying to family was beneath me. Said Dad was disappointed. Said Chloe was devastated. Said I was breaking hearts. Then came the threats. If I didn't show up, she'd come to me with the whole family. They'd do the intervention at my apartment in front of my neighbors, in front of everyone. I'd be embarrassed into submission. Classic mom. Public shame was her favorite weapon. I panicked. Called Chloe without thinking. She answered on the first ring. She's serious, Chloe said. I heard her making plans. Aunt Linda's bringing her van. They're going to show up at your place around noon. Make a scene. Force you to listen. I asked why she was helping me. Really asked, not accusingly, just curious. She was quiet for a moment, then said something I'll never forget. Because I spent 8 years taking things from you. Maybe it's time I gave something back. We made a plan, not together exactly, but parallel. She'd go to Thanksgiving, play the dutiful daughter, keep them busy, keep them distracted, buy me time to disappear for the day. Maybe they'd give up if they couldn't find me. Maybe they'd realize I was serious. Maybe. Thanksgiving morning, I packed a bag and left my apartment at dawn. Went to Patricia's place. Her family was cool with me joining. Her mom Sandra had heard the stories, said I was welcome anytime, said family was about choice, not blood. Made me cry a little, in a good way. I turned off my phone. Didn't want to see the messages. Didn't want to know when they showed up. Didn't want to feel guilty.
Just hoping for Cartoon
One normal
Chainsaw.
dinner, one day without drama. Patricia's family gave me that turkey and stuffing and pie. No screaming, no destruction, no guilt. But I turned my phone on that night. Had to know what happened. 53 missed calls, 100 plus texts, voicemails I'd never listened to. The last text was from Chloe. They saw you weren't there. They left. Mom's planning something else.
They told me Tom. They told me
Waiting for
Tom.
Mom's next move. Jumping every time someone knocked. Checking windows obsessively. Patricia said I was getting paranoid again, but I knew Mom. She didn't give up. She just regrouped, planned better, hit harder. Then I got a call from my academic advisor. Someone had called claiming to be me. Said I was dropping out due to family emergency. Needed to withdraw immediately. The advisor was confused. I just aced my anatomy exam. Why would I quit now? I told her it wasn't me. She said she'd figured. Just wanted to warn me. Next was my landlord Roy. Got a call saying I'd violated my lease. That I'd moved my whole family in. That neighbors were complaining. He'd driven by to check. Saw nothing. But wanted me to know someone was trying to get me evicted. I explained about my mom. He said he'd ignore any more calls. Then my job. Someone called in sick for me 3 shifts in a row. Manager almost fired me. I had to show him the family group chat. Explain the whole situation. Gave me another chance but said one more issue and I was gone. I started recording everything. Saving screenshots. Building evidence. Chloe kept feeding me information. Mom had recruited Aunt Linda as her main ally. They were researching legal options. Talking about wellness checks.
I didn't have to.
interventions, about
I
getting
didn't
me
need to
declared
do
mentally
it.
incompetent. It was insane. I was a straight A medical student.
That was
Mom was
dumb.
desperate. I thought about getting a restraining order. Patricia's mom suggested it, but that meant court, meant facing
I'm
them, meant
dumb.
making it all public and legal. I just wanted to be left alone, to study, to work, to live. Why was that so hard for them to understand? Then came the letters, not emails. Actual letters. Every family member saying the same things. How I was hurting Mom, how I was abandoning Chloe, how I was selfish and cruel and
No, I
regretful. Some were
just
handwritten,
can't
some
use
typed, all designed to
something.
break me down. But Chloe's letter was different, hidden inside Aunt Linda's envelope. A
Jenny!
it just said, stay strong. You're doing the right thing. I'm proud of you. It was the first time in 8 years she'd expressed pride in me, in anything I'd done. It hit harder than all the guilt combined. I decided enough was enough. Changed my phone number without telling anyone except Patricia and my job. Got a P.O. box for mail so they couldn't send more letters to my apartment. Even started parking my car in a different lot every day. Yeah, it was exhausting. But it was better than dealing with Mom's escalating crazy. 2 weeks passed without incident. I started to relax a little. Maybe they'd given up. Maybe Mom had found a new project. Maybe Chloe had convinced them to back off. I should have known better. Mom was just planning her nuclear option. It was a Tuesday when everything went sideways. I was walking to class when I saw them. Mom, Dad, Aunt Linda, and 3 cousins. Standing outside the medical building, holding signs, actual printed signs. Family abandonment is abuse. And Chloe needs her sister. And my personal favorite, shame on MIA. Other students were staring, taking pictures, whispering. I ducked into a side building and called security. Told them about the harassment. They said they'd handle it. But I could still hear Mom through the window, telling anyone who'd listen about her ungrateful daughter, about poor traumatized Chloe, about family values. I texted Patricia to bring me a hoodie and sunglasses. Snuck out the back way like some kind of criminal. Missed my anatomy lecture. Had to email my professor with some excuse about being sick. He probably thought I was
Do
lying.
I
Great. Now
have
Mom's
maths?
messing with my academics
I
too.
still have maths.
3 hours. Security finally made them leave when they started blocking doors. But the damage was done. Everyone in my program had seen it, had heard the stories. I went from anonymous student to that girl with the crazy family. Some classmates were sympathetic, others just wanted gossip. That night, Chloe called from a number I didn't recognize. Said Mom was planning to come back tomorrow, with more people, making it a daily thing until I cracked. Said she tried to stop her, but Mom had completely lost it. Was convinced public shame would bring me home. I couldn't do another day of that. Couldn't have my entire medical career start with being known as protest girl. So I did something I'd sworn I'd never do. I called Mom directly. From from Patricia's phone so she'd actually answer. The conversation was short. I told her to meet me at a coffee shop near campus. Alone. One chance to talk. She showed up with Dad and Aunt Linda. Of course. I almost left right then. But Chloe walked in behind them, saw me, shook her head, mouthed, I tried, and sat at a different table. Close enough to hear, far enough to give space, still protecting me in her weird way. Mom started immediately. How could I abandon family? How could I hurt Chloe? How could I be so selfish? I let her rant for 5 minutes, let her get it all out. Dad occasionally nodded. Aunt Linda made disapproving sounds. I just sipped my coffee and waited. When she finally stopped, I pulled out my phone, showed her the screenshots Chloe had sent, messages about forcing me home, the call my school, the strategies to make my life miserable. Her face went red. She turned to glare at Chloe, but I wasn't done. I told her about the years of terror, how she'd enabled it all, how she'd chosen trauma over my safety every single time. Dad looked shocked. Apparently, Mom had been my tried to interrupt. I kept talking. Then I said the thing that finally shut her up, that I'd gotten into medical school despite her, not because of her, that every achievement she'd forced me to hide had gotten me here, that I was going to be a doctor with or without her, that I was Chloe's emotional punching bag. Mom started crying. Real tears, not manipulation tears. Said she'd only wanted to help Chloe heal, that she'd thought keeping us together would fix everything, that she'd failed both of us. It was the first honest thing she'd said in years. Dad reached for her hand. She pulled away. Chloe stood up then, walked over to our table, looked Mom straight in the eye, told her to stop, that she'd tortured me enough, that it was time to let me go, that she was getting help on her own, that she didn't need me to suffer for her anymore. Mom's face crumbled. Aunt Linda tried one more guilt trip, started talking about family loyalty, about forgiveness, about moving forward together. Chloe laughed, actually laughed. Asked Linda if she'd forgive someone who poisoned her food, who destroyed her achievements, who made her life hell for 8 years. Linda shut up. I made my terms clear. No more protesters, no more calls to my school or job, no more letters or interventions. I'd consider coming to Christmas if they respected boundaries. If not, I'd get a restraining order. Had already talked to a lawyer, was ready to make it legal. Mom nodded, looked defeated. Dad finally spoke up, said he was proud of me, that I'd shown more strength than he ever had, that he should have protected me years ago, that he'd make sure Mom kept her promise. It was nice to hear, 8 years late, but nice. He asked if we could text sometimes, just updates. I said maybe. Chloe asked to walk me out, away from Mom and the others. Outside, she handed me an envelope, said it was from her therapy fund, money she'd saved from her part-time job, enough to cover what I'd lost from missing work during Mom's harassment. I tried to refuse. She insisted, said it was the least she could do. She also said she was moving out, had found a group home for adults with trauma, somewhere she could get intensive therapy, somewhere she couldn't hurt anyone, somewhere Mom couldn't use her. She'd already put down a deposit, was moving next week. I didn't know what to say. We stood there awkwardly for a minute. 8 years of pain between us, but also something new, understanding maybe, or just exhaustion. She said she hoped I became an amazing doctor, that she'd watch from afar, that she was proud of me. Then she walked back inside. I haven't seen her in person since. The next few months were quiet. Mom kept her promise. No more harassment, no more guilt trips, just silence. Dad texted occasionally, updates about the weather, the dog, safe topics. I responded sometimes, short messages, baby steps. Maybe we'd have a relationship someday, maybe not. I heard about Chloe through Dad. She was doing well at the group home, intensive therapy 3 times a week, new medication routine. Art therapy helped her express feelings without destruction. She'd even gotten a job at a plant nursery. Said growing things helped her understand nurturing instead of destroying. Christmas came and went. I didn't go home. Spent it with Patricia's family again. They'd basically adopted me at that point. Her mom Sandra kept saying I needed meat on my bones. Her dad Juan taught me to play dominoes. It was nice, normal. No one screamed about what I didn't deserve. Got a card from Mom. Simple, just thinking of you. Love, Mom. No guilt, no manipulation, just a card. I didn't respond. Wasn't ready. Maybe wouldn't ever be. But I kept it. Stuck it in a drawer with other complicated memories. Evidence that maybe people could change? Maybe. Spring semester started. I threw myself into studies. Anatomy, physiology, biochemistry, the works. Earned top marks in everything. Put my white coat photo on Instagram. Public, proud, no more hiding achievements. Some relatives
I love
cartoon
Chainsaw.
Progress. Got a text from an unknown number on my birthday.
I'm more
things. See, I knew it was Chloe. Didn't respond. But I
Why
didn't
does
delete it
he
either.
just
Saved it
say
actually.
things?
Proof that the girl who'd screamed, "You don't deserve this," had finally changed her mind. Only
think
took 8
it's
years.
just
Ran into my cousin Eric at the grocery store. He apologized for the group chat messages. Said he'd been wrong. That family pressure made people do stupid things. That he was proud of me for standing up for myself. We grabbed coffee, caught up. He said Mom was in therapy now too. Finally dealing with her savior complex. The 1-year anniversary of leaving home passed quietly. I'd survived. Thrived even. Top of my class. Great friends. Tiny apartment that was entirely mine. No broken trophies. No poisoned food. No one screaming about what I deserved. Just me. Building the life I'd always wanted. The life I'd hidden for so long. Trisha threw me a party. Small thing. Just close friends. But she made a toast that hit me hard. Said I was the strongest person she knew. That watching me break free had inspired her. That I'd shown her what real courage looked like. Not fighting back. Just refusing to play the game anymore. Walking away. Dad called that night. Said Mom wanted to apologize. Had written a letter. Asked if he could send it. I said yes. The letter came a week later. 3 pages of Mom recognizing her mistakes. How she'd failed me. How she'd enabled Chloe. How she'd prioritized fixing Chloe over protecting me. How sorry she was. I didn't respond to that either. Wasn't ready for forgiveness. Maybe never would be. But I read it multiple times. Kept it with the Christmas card. Evidence of change. Of growth. Of a family that had finally stopped expecting me to light myself on fire to keep others warm. It was enough for now. Second year of medical school started. Harder classes. Longer hours. But I loved it. Every minute. Even the brutal exams. Even the endless studying. Because it was mine. My achievement. My future. No one could throw this trophy at my head. No one could poison this success. No one could tell me I didn't deserve it.
Bro. She said, dude, we're all fake. No. W. What? All of you. This is on page 7, y'all. What the fuck? Time is it? Oh, okay. So well. Cause it's over. I got black, I got white, what you want? Papa said it doesn't mean no. Now, please, you're right. I swear.
My mom destroyed my relationships because they reminded her of her past, so I reminded her therapist why age is just a number. My mother has been using the same excuse since she turned 45. My dad traumatized her, so now she's entitled to prove she's still got it with any male that enters our home. And I don't mean she flirts a little at PTA meetings. I mean she systematically seduces every single boy I've ever cared about. The trauma in question? My dad traded her in for Ashley, a 25-year-old, from accounting. But there's always a piece of the story she leaves out. He left after she was physically attacking him almost every single day. Bruised ribs, a black eye, everything. The police didn't care because he had to be a man. And because she convinced my dad that I encouraged her hitting him, he went no contact with us both. Luckily, she never hit me. But she did do something almost equally as bad, kissing my boyfriends. It started small. Freshman year, my friend Jake came over for a group project. Mom appeared in yoga pants and a push-up bra, bent over to look for her reading glasses, right in front of him for 5 minutes. A week later, I found them making out in our kitchen. He was 15. She said I was being dramatic, that he reminded her of her youth. Then came Connor, my sophomore homecoming date. She decided to volunteer at the last minute and spent the entire night pulling him aside to check if we needed anything. 2 weeks later, my best friend saw his car at our house while I was at practice. I came home to find his Letterman jacket in her bedroom. She'd convinced him that experienced women understood men better. We'd been dating for 3 months. Each time I tried going to the local, extremely rural police station, showed them her messages to my underage ex-boyfriends, pictures he'd sent her. I expected the officers to arrest her, or at least tell her not to do it again. But no, the officers just smirked and said, damn, if I was that age, I'd want her too. Not really a crime when they're willing. They did nothing. By junior year, I'd learned to lie. Mom, I'm not dating anyone. Meanwhile, I'd been with Marcus for 6 months. Different schools, no social media overlap. Told him my mom was going through something, and we needed to keep distance. I made one mistake though. She saw the corsage receipt in my car. A prom date? How exciting. I'll do your makeup. The night of prom, she insisted on pictures. Just a few with mom. 45 minutes of poses later, she was adjusting Marcus's bow tie, touching his chest, telling him he must work out. When we tried to leave, she started crying about missing her own prom, how dad never appreciated her youth. Marcus hugged her to be polite. She held on too long. I dragged Marcus out early, apologizing the whole way. He was genuinely disturbed. That was intense. I see why you kept me away. He promised to block her on everything, said he'd never let her get to him like she did with the others. I'm not just some high school kid. I can handle a desperate housewife. 2 days later, his best friend sent me a snap. It was a blurry photo of my mom in the McDonald's drive-thru with Marcus in the passenger seat. I called Marcus immediately. No answer. I sped home and used my key quietly. Found them in the living room, her head on his shoulder, his arm around her, both half-dressed on the couch. She was wearing my perfume. She looked up with those practiced tears. Honey, I'm so sorry. He just reminds me of my old self, of feeling wanted again. Marcus couldn't
We're up
just
left.
his shirt and left. Later, he texted that she'd been sending him pictures for days, that he'd tried to resist but she knew exactly what to say, that he was sorry but couldn't help himself, but I was done crying. Now, it was her turn, but I was too young to do any real damage yet, so I played the long game. Fast forward 3 years when I finally turned 19. My mom was still going to the same sleazy therapist who validated everything she did. Doctor, Peterson says you need to give me grace while I heal, was practically her mantra. But there was one thing I did like about him. Whenever my mom brought him to our house for a cleansing with white sage, I'd feel his greedy eyes run along my body, and now I could legally make her understand how I felt. I booked the appointment using a fake name, paying cash at the reception desk while mom was at her weekly hair appointment. The receptionist barely glanced up as she handed me the intake forms. My hands trembled slightly as I filled them out, creating a fictional history of mother issues that would mirror everything mom had been telling Peterson for years. The waiting room smelled like lavender and desperation. I watched other clients leave his office, their faces puffy from crying, clutching tissues. When my turn came, Peterson opened the door himself, his eyes scanning me with practiced concern before settling into something else entirely. His office was exactly what I'd expected. Leather furniture, diplomas on the walls, a box of tissues strategically placed on every surface. I settled into the patient chair, making sure my phone was positioned just right in my pocket. So, what brings you here today? His voice was smooth, therapeutic. I let my voice crack slightly. My mother, she's destroying my life. The words came out exactly as I'd rehearsed them in the car. She's a narcissist who can't stand to see me happy. Peterson leaned forward, notepad ready. I fed him the same phrases mom used. Emotional terrorism, weaponized vulnerability, toxic enmeshment. His pen moved faster with each familiar term. My phone buzzed. Mom, texting about dinner plans. I pulled it out to respond, maintaining eye contact with Peterson as I typed. The wallpaper, a photo of mom and me at her birthday dinner last month, filled the screen. Peterson's eyes caught the image. His pen stopped moving. Is that your mother? He gestured toward the phone. I quickly locked the screen, letting vulnerability flood my features. We have such a complicated relationship. She insists on these photos, these perfect family moments, but behind closed doors. I let the sentence trail off, watching him process this information. Sometimes the most damaging relationships are with those who should protect us most. His hand reached across to pat mine briefly. Given what you've shared, I'd like to suggest we meet twice weekly. The trauma you're describing requires intensive work. The session ended with him walking me to the door, his hand lingering on my shoulder just a moment too long. You're very brave for seeking help. Not everyone has that strength. Mom called the second I reached my car. Where are you? The library closes at 5 on Wednesdays. Just leaving now. Got caught up in research. The lie came easily. Well, hurry home. Dr. Peterson had to cancel our evening session. Some emergency with a new client. Her voice carried that edge of suspicion that had been growing lately. At home, I found her in my room, going through my dresser drawers. She didn't even try to hide it. What are you doing? I'm worried about you, honey. You've been so secretive lately. She held up a receipt from the coffee shop near Peterson's office. This isn't near the library. I met a study group there after. Don't lie to me. She moved closer, and I caught the scent of her perfume, the same one she'd worn the night with Marcus. I know when you're hiding something. That's when she dropped the bomb. I installed a tracking app on your phone, for your safety, of course. Imagine my surprise when it showed you nowhere near the library today. My mind raced. I'd need a burner phone, and fast. The next morning, she insisted on driving me. I'll drop you at the library myself. Can't have you getting distracted again. I had no choice but to play along. She watched me walk through the library doors, even waited until I was inside. I pretended to browse for 5 minutes before slipping out the back exit. The bus to Peterson's Peterson's office took 20 minutes. I arrived flustered and late. "I'm so sorry," I gasped as his receptionist let me in. "No worries at all." Peterson appeared with a glass of water, guiding me to his office with a hand on my lower back. Controlling parents often create these kinds of scheduling difficulties. He sat closer this time, our knees almost touching. "Have you considered that your mother's behavior might be escalating because she senses you pulling away?" Meanwhile, Mom had discovered my deception. She stormed into the library, demanding to see security footage. The elderly librarian called me later to warn me. Mom had seen me leave on the bus, and she knew exactly which route it took. After my session, Peterson walked me out through the back door. "I don't usually do this," he said, leading me to where his car was parked. "But given your situation, perhaps we should meet somewhere more discreet. Coffee, maybe? To continue our conversation without the formal constraints of the office." His wedding ring was conspicuously absent. "That would be helpful," I agreed, knowing Mom was probably canvassing the area. She'd already started calling my friends. Alicia texted me a warning. "Your mom just called. Told her you mentioned getting help but didn't say where. She sounded crazy." Peterson handed me his business card, but he'd written his personal cell on the back. "For emergencies, or if you just need someone to talk to." I made it home before Mom, but she was waiting in the dark living room. Mascara streaked down her cheeks. In her hands was my journal, the one I'd hidden under my mattress. "How could you write these things about me?" She quoted passages about her behavior with my boyfriends, her manipulation tactics. "After everything I've done for you? You mean like sleeping with every guy I've ever dated? Your father abandoned us both. Do you know what that does to a woman's self-worth?" She stood, moving closer. "And now you're keeping secrets, sneaking around, just like he did." I noticed she was wearing my perfume again, the one she'd stolen for her night with Marcus. "I need to see Dr. Peterson more often," she announced. "He's the only one who understands what you're putting me through." 2 days later, she had her emergency session. That evening, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "Peterson, your mother is very concerned about you. Perhaps we should coordinate our approaches to ensure you're getting consistent support. Would you be free for coffee Thursday?" I screenshotted everything. He was moving faster than I'd anticipated. Mom found the burner phone receipt in my trash the next morning. I'd been careless, too focused on Peterson's texts to properly dispose of it. "What is this?" She cornered me in the kitchen, waving the receipt. "It's nothing." She grabbed my wrist, her nails digging in. "You don't get to have secrets from me. Not after everything." I yanked away, but her grip tightened. Something in her eyes had shifted from manipulation to genuine rage. "You're just like your father," she hissed. "Sneaking around, lying, making me look crazy." The bruise was already forming by the time she let go. I stared at the purple marks forming on my wrist, documenting them with my phone camera from multiple angles. The urgent care clinic was only 15 minutes away, but I needed to move carefully. Mom had retreated to her bedroom, probably calling Peterson to validate her actions. The doctor at urgent care examined my wrist with professional detachment, asking routine questions about how the injury occurred. I stuck to my rehearsed story about falling while reaching for something on a high shelf, my hand catching awkwardly on the edge. She nodded, but her eyes lingered on the distinct finger-shaped bruising pattern. "These injuries are consistent with someone grabbing you," she said quietly, meeting my gaze. "There are resources available if you need help." I shook my head, maintaining my story. She documented everything carefully, gave me care instructions, and let me leave without pushing further. The medical record would exist if I needed it later. The next morning, Mom had transformed into the perfect mother. Pancakes waited on the table, my favorite, with fresh strawberries arranged in a heart shape. She wore a soft cardigan instead of her usual low-cut tops, her makeup subtle and maternal. "I made your favorite breakfast," she said, her voice honeyed with false remorse. "We need to talk about yesterday. Dr. Peterson suggested we try a family session. He thinks it would help us work through our communication issues." I sat down carefully, keeping my bruised wrist hidden under the table. The pancakes tasted like manipulation, but I forced myself to eat while she outlined Peterson's new treatment plan for our dysfunctional dynamic. The family session was scheduled for that afternoon. Mom drove us there together, filling the silence with observations about my recent behavior, how concerned she was about my secretive nature, how Peterson was the only one who truly understood our situation. Peterson's office felt different with Mom there. She positioned herself perfectly, close enough to seem engaged, but angled to display her figure in the tight dress she'd changed into after breakfast. I recognized it immediately. It was mine, taken from my closet that morning. "Thank you both for coming," Peterson began, his professional mask firmly in place. "Family dynamics can be complex, especially when there are trust issues involved." Mom launched into her performance immediately. She spoke about my increasing detachment, my concerning secrecy, the way I'd been pulling away from healthy family bonds. Her hand occasionally touched her chest as she spoke, drawing Peterson's attention exactly where she wanted it. "She's been lying about her whereabouts," Mom continued, tears threatening at the corners of her eyes. "And I'm worried she might be developing inappropriate attachments to older men. It's a pattern I've noticed recently." Peterson's pen paused mid-word, his eyes flicked between us, processing this unexpected accusation. Mom's hand moved to rest on the arm of her chair, her fingers tracing small circles on the leather. "That's quite a serious concern," he managed, clearly struggling with the dual knowledge of our separate sessions. "What makes you think this might be happening?" Mom leaned forward slightly, her voice dropping to a confidential whisper. "She's been secretive about relationships, hiding things from me, and the way she looks at certain men." She trailed off, letting the implication hang in the air while touching Peterson's desk briefly, as if seeking support. I watched Peterson's discomfort grow. His usual therapeutic composure cracked slightly as Mom continued her performance, each gesture calculated to draw him in while painting me as the problem. When she mentioned my fixation on unavailable men, her hand briefly touched his arm. The session ended with Peterson suggesting individual work before attempting more family sessions. Mom's eyes narrowed slightly at this deflection, but she smiled and thanked him for his wisdom. As we prepared to leave, she made her move. "Dr. Peterson, I know this is unusual, but would you consider a home visit? Sometimes seeing our environment helps therapists understand the full picture." Her fingers fingers played with her necklace as she spoke. I could make dinner. We could discuss treatment options in a more relaxed setting. Peterson hesitated, his training warring with whatever Mom had awakened in him. That's not typically something I— Please, Mom interrupted, her hand briefly touching his. For my daughter's sake. I'm at my wit's end. He agreed to consider it, and we left. In the parking lot, I intercepted him before he reached his car. We need to talk, I said quietly. Not here. That coffee shop near your apartment? His face flushed slightly. I don't think that's appropriate, given what? That my mother is trying to seduce you? I kept my voice low but firm. We both know what's happening here. He glanced toward where Mom waited in her car, watching us through the windshield. Thursday, 3 p.m., Brevity Coffee. He walked away quickly, not looking back. Mom followed me home in her car. I could see her in my rearview mirror the entire drive. At home, she cornered me in the kitchen. What were you discussing with Dr. Peterson? Just clarifying something about insurance? I lied smoothly. Her eyes searched mine for deception. He's a good man, the only one who sees through your manipulations. The irony of her statement would have been laughable if it weren't so twisted. Thursday arrived with Mom mysteriously deciding to run errands. I knew she was following me. I'd seen her car 3 vehicles behind mine on Main Street. At Brevity Coffee, I chose a table by the window where she could watch from across the street. Peterson arrived 5 minutes late, looking haggard. He sat across from me, his coffee trembling slightly in his hands. Your mother called me 6 times yesterday, he began. She's persistent. She's a predator, I corrected. Just like you. His face darkened. I'm trying to help both of you. By texting me privately? By suggesting we meet outside your office? I kept my voice calm, controlled. How long before you cross that line with me like you're about to with her? He reached across the table, his hand covering mine in what he probably thought was a comforting gesture. I let it stay there, knowing Mom was watching, documenting. His thumb traced small circles on my skin. You're in pain, he said softly. I can help you heal. My phone buzzed.
Yo, the car's in water. If you didn't know.
Therapist. What is happening? I pulled my hand back, showing him the text. His face paled. She's already spinning the narrative, he said. You should know she's watching us right now. Silver sedan across the street. We turned to look, and Mom's car pulled away quickly. Too quickly. She'd been caught. I returned home to find an intervention in progress. Mom had assembled her book club friends, 2 neighbors, and my Aunt Karen. They sat in our living room like a tribunal. Mom at the center in my favorite dress, playing the concerned mother to perfection. There she is, Mom announced as I entered. Sweetheart, your loved ones are here because they care about you. Aunt Karen spoke first. Your mother told us about your concerning behavior. This fixation on older men, the secretive meetings. We think you might benefit from inpatient treatment. For what? I asked, remaining standing. SX addiction, Mom said softly, tears already forming. It's not your fault. These things can be genetic. But seducing my therapist? That crosses a line. The room fell silent. I looked at each face, some concerned, some skeptical, all uncomfortable. Interesting, I said finally. Should we discuss Jake? He was 15 when you seduced him. Or Connor. His car was here while I was at practice. Or Marcus. You wore my perfume when you slept with him. The silence deepened. Mom's mask slipped for just a moment, raw fury flashing in her eyes before the tears returned. These delusions are exactly why you need help, she began. But Connor's mother stood up. Wait, Mrs. Patterson's voice was sharp. Connor told me something happened with an older woman. He wouldn't give details, but she stared at Mom with growing recognition. It was you. Mom stood abruptly. I won't sit here and be attacked by conspiracy theories. My daughter is sick, and you're enabling her delusions. She stormed out, but the damage was done. The gathering dispersed in awkward murmurs and exchanged glances. That evening, my phone lit up with a text from Peterson. Your mother canceled all appointments. We need to talk. My apartment tomorrow? 1247 Oak Street, apartment 3B. Her distinctive laugh floated down from an open window on the 3rd floor. I climbed the stairs quietly, finding apartment 3B's door slightly ajar. Through the crack, I could hear Mom's voice, low and seductive. She's always been jealous of me, Mom was saying. Even as a child, she competed for male attention. Her fathers, her teachers, any man who entered our lives. That must be difficult, Peterson's voice responded, but it lacked his usual therapeutic distance. You understand me, Mom continued. I heard movement, probably her moving closer. No one else sees how hard I try, how much I sacrifice. I positioned my phone to record through the door crack. Mom had removed her jacket, revealing a low-cut blouse I recognized from my own closet. She sat unnecessarily on his couch, her hand resting on his knee. Your daughter seems to think there's something inappropriate about our connection, Peterson said, but his protest—
Please don't grab my guns.
Everything I have.
Please don't grab my guns.
My clothes, my perfume, even my therapist. But you see through her, don't you? Peterson's resistance crumbled as Mom deployed the same tactics she'd used on Marcus. Her hand moved to his chest, her voice dropping to a whisper.
Hey, good job, good job.
Hers. Maybe we should explore this connection, he said, his professional boundaries evaporating. To better understand your family dynamics. Mom's clothes were already sliding off when I backed away from the door. My foot caught a potted plant in the hallway, sending it crashing to the floor. Footsteps approached the door rapidly. I bolted down the stairwell, taking the steps 3 at a time. Behind me, I heard Peterson's door open fully, his voice calling out. I didn't stop until I reached my car, my hands shaking as I started the engine. For 3 years, I'd researched Dad's whereabouts online. His LinkedIn showed he worked at Morrison Industries across town. I'd never had the courage to reach out, but desperation drove me there now. The security desk wouldn't let me past without an appointment. I scribbled a note on visitor center stationery. She's doing it again. Check Dr. Peterson's license. It's already suspended. Your daughter needs help. I was walking back to my car when a voice called out behind me. Excuse me? I turned to find a polished woman in her early 30s, her face familiar from careful social media stalking. Ashley, Dad's wife. I recognize you, she said carefully. From your mother's Facebook. She tags you sometimes. My throat tightened. I just needed to. He's been wanting to contact you, Ashley interrupted. But the lawyers said to wait until you were 18. Then we lost track of you when your mom made her profiles private. She led me back inside, past security with a quick explanation. The elevator ride to the 5th floor floor felt eternal. Ashley knocked on an office door labeled David Morrison, Senior Analyst. Dad looked older. Gray streaked his temples where there had been only brown. Lines creased his face. But his eyes, the same green as mine, filled with tears the moment he saw me. "Oh God," he whispered. "Is it true? The note?" I nodded, unable to speak. He crossed the room in 3 strides, pulling me into a hug that felt like coming home. "I hired a private investigator," he said into my hair. "I know about Jake, Connor, Marcus. I know what she did to them. I've been building a case, but you were already 18 by the time I had enough evidence." Ashley quietly closed the office door, giving us privacy while standing guard. "The PI found something else," Dad continued, pulling back to look at me. "Peterson lost his license 2 years ago for inappropriate conduct with a client. Your mother's been seeing an unlicensed therapist, paying cash to keep it quiet." The pieces clicked into place. "That's why he was so eager to cross boundaries. He's got nothing left to lose, except his freedom," Dad said grimly. "Practicing without a license is a crime, and if he's done this before..." He showed me a file the PI had compiled. 3 other women, all single mothers, all referred by mom to Peterson. All had similar stories of boundary violations, though none had pressed charges. "We need more evidence," Dad explained. "Something concrete that proves the connection between your mother and Peterson's illegal practice." My phone buzzed. A photo message from Mom, her and Peterson in bed, her smile triumphant. The accompanying text read, "Now you know how it feels to have something stolen." I showed Dad the photo. His jaw tightened. She has no idea what she's just confessed to. We spent the next 2 hours with Dad's lawyer, building a strategy. Connor's mother had already reached out to Dad's PI, offering her son's text messages as evidence. Jake's parents were considering the same. I moved in with Dad and Ashley that night, packing my essentials while Mom was still at Peterson's apartment. Their guest room had been waiting for me, Ashley explained, since the day I turned 18. Mom discovered my absence the next morning. She called 17 times before I blocked her number. Then she started on social media, posting about her healing journey with a wonderful man who understands true trauma. She tagged Peterson's defunct practice page. The comment section exploded. Peterson's ex-wife wrote simply, "That's why I divorced him. Check court records." Within hours, 3 more women had commented with similar stories. Dad's PI reached out to each one, building a network of victims. I met Sarah at a small diner downtown. She clutched a manila folder with shaking hands, her story spilling out between sips of coffee. Peterson had been her therapist during her divorce. The relationship turned inappropriate within weeks. When she tried to report him, he threatened to use her session recordings against her in custody court. "But I kept everything," she said, sliding the folder across to me. "Bank records showing your mom referred me, text messages where they discussed payment, even recordings of him admitting he wasn't licensed anymore." The final piece of evidence came from Mom herself. In her car, abandoned in Dad's driveway during one of her drunken attempts to confront me, police found a box of session recordings. She'd been secretly taping Peterson's sessions with his victims, apparently planning to blackmail him if needed. On the recordings, Mom and Peterson could be heard laughing about their pathetic clients, including detailed discussions of how to manipulate each woman. In one recording, Mom coached Peterson on exactly what to say to make clients fall for him. The prosecutor played one recording for me. Mom's voice, clear and cruel. "My daughter? She's even easier than her boyfriends were. So desperate for approval, she'll believe anything, just like all of them." The trial was swift. Mom tried to play victim one final time, claiming Peterson had manipulated her into everything, but the recordings destroyed any credibility she had left. When I testified about Jake, Connor, and Marcus, the jury's faces hardened with each detail. Peterson got 5 years and lifetime registration as a SX offender. Mom got 18 months for conspiracy, fraud, and contributing to the delinquency of minors. At sentencing, she looked directly at me. "You're just like me now," she said, her voice carrying across the courtroom. "You destroyed someone for revenge. How does it feel?" The words stung because they held a grain of truth. I had orchestrated her downfall as carefully as she'd orchestrated my pain. But as I looked at Sarah and the other women in the gallery, women who finally had justice, I knew the difference. My revenge had freed others. Hers had only ever served herself. Dad and Ashley took me in permanently. I started real therapy with a licensed psychologist who specialized in family trauma. Mom's letters from prison went straight into a box, unopened. I wasn't ready to read her words, to see what new manipulations she might attempt from behind bars. 3 years later, I was working as a victim advocate when the call came in. A teenage girl, voice trembling, describing how her mother had started acting weird around her boyfriends, how she'd found inappropriate messages, how no one believed her because her mother was beautiful and charming and would never do something like that. I took down her information carefully, remembering my own voice at that age, my own desperation to be believed. The cycle was threatening to continue, but this time, there was someone who understood, someone who would listen, someone who knew that mothers could be predators too, and that beautiful women were the most dangerous of all. "I believe you," I told her, the words I'd needed to hear for so long, "and I'm going to help you." I stared at the teenage girl's intake form, her handwriting shaky and uncertain. 16 years old, same age I'd been when Connor happened. Her mother sounded exactly like mine, beautiful, charming, everyone's favorite PTA volunteer. The girl's voice cracked as she described finding texts between her mother and her ex-boyfriend. "She says I'm making it up for attention," the girl whispered, "that I'm jealous of her looks." I scheduled an emergency meeting with her school counselor, then called Dad's lawyer. We'd set up a protocol for these cases, document everything, involve mandatory reporters, create paper trails that couldn't be ignored like mine had been. That evening, Mom's first parole hearing notification arrived. 18 months had passed faster than I'd expected. The victim impact statement form sat on my desk for 3 days before I could bring myself to fill it out. Peterson had been transferred to a different facility after an incident with another inmate. His ex-wife sent me updates occasionally. He'd lost his appeal, been denied early release. The other victims had formed a support group that met monthly at a community center downtown. I attended one meeting sitting in the back row as Sarah led the discussion. 7 women total, all referred by Mom to Peterson over the years. They shared stories about rebuilding trust, trust, setting boundaries, recognizing manipulation tactics. When they asked me to speak, I couldn't find the words. The teenage girl's case escalated quickly. Her school counselor mandated a CPS investigation after reviewing the evidence. Unlike my situation, these officers took it seriously. Times had changed, training had improved. The girl's mother was ordered to cease contact with any of her daughter's peers pending investigation. At 2 weeks before Mom's hearing, she sent a letter through her lawyer. I recognized her handwriting on the envelope, the same loopy script that had signed permission slips and forged Dad's name on divorce papers. Ashley found me staring at it in the kitchen. You don't have to read it, she said gently. Or you can read it with support. Your choice. I opened it alone in my room that night. Mom's words were carefully crafted, probably edited by her prison therapist. She wrote about understanding her actions, taking accountability, wanting to rebuild our relationship. But between the lines, I could still see her patterns. Subtle blame shifting, minimizing, painting herself as a victim of circumstances. The parole hearing was scheduled for a Tuesday morning. Dad took the day off work to drive me there. In the parking lot, I spotted Connor's mother heading inside. She'd submitted her own statement about the lasting impact on her son. Inside the hearing room, Mom wore prison blues instead of her usual carefully chosen outfits. Her hair had gray roots, her face bare of makeup. She looked smaller somehow, older. When she saw me, her eyes filled with tears that might have been genuine. The parole board asked her about her rehabilitation progress. She spoke about therapy groups, accountability exercises, understanding the harm she'd caused. Her voice broke when she mentioned missing my college graduation, as if that was the real tragedy here. When my turn came to speak, I stood on shaking legs. I'd prepared a speech about second chances and rehabilitation. Instead, I found myself talking about the teenage girl who'd called our office, about the 7 women in Sarah's support group, about cycles that threatened to continue. She's not ready, I said finally. She's learned to say the right words, but she hasn't changed. She'll find new victims, new ways to manipulate. The pattern is too deep. Mom's mask slipped for just a moment, that familiar flash of rage before the tears returned. The board members took notes, their faces unreadable. Connor's mother spoke next, her voice steady as she described her son's struggles with trust, his therapy bills, the relationships he'd sabotaged because he couldn't believe anyone actually wanted him for himself. Jake's mother had sent a written statement about her son's anxiety, his fear of older women, how he'd dropped out of college after a professor reminded him of Mom. The board denied parole. Mom would serve her full sentence, eligible for review again in 6 months. As guards let her out, she looked back at me once. No words, just a look that promised this wasn't over.
Finally, I'm on page 7.
You did the right thing, she said. My son wanted to be here, but his therapist advised against it. He's doing better though. Started dating someone his own age. The teenage girl's case resolved 2 months later. Her mother accepted a plea deal. Probation, mandatory therapy, no contact with minors outside her family. Not perfect, but better than the nothing I'd gotten. The girl started attending our support group, the youngest member, but not the only teen. Peterson was attacked again in prison, this time seriously enough to require protective custody. His ex-wife stopped sending updates after that. Sarah's group grew to 12 members, then 15. We moved to a larger room at the community center. Dad and Ashley announced they were expecting a baby. The news hit me harder than expected, jealousy mixing with genuine happiness for them. In therapy, I worked through feelings about the family Dad would have that didn't include Mom's poison. Ashley asked me to help decorate the nursery, a gesture that meant more than she probably knew. The teenage girl graduated from our program 6 months later. Her mother had violated probation by showing up at her daughter's school dance, claiming she just wanted to see her in her dress. Back to court, extended probation, stricter terms. The girl moved in with her father, started therapy, began to heal. Mom's second parole hearing approached. This time, I didn't attend. Connor spoke via video link, his voice stronger than his mother had described. Jake sent a statement through his lawyer. Marcus remained silent, but his absence spoke volumes. Parole denied again. Mom had been caught with contraband, a cell phone she'd been using to contact Peterson through a smuggled number. They'd been planning something, though the details remained sealed in her disciplinary file. I started dating Nathan, a social worker from the community center. He knew my history, had read about the case in training materials. Our first dates were cautious, both of us carrying our own damage. He'd grown up with an alcoholic father, understood family dysfunction in his bones. The night before Mom's release date finally arrived, I couldn't sleep. 3 years had passed since her conviction. Peterson still had 2 more to serve, but Mom would be free in 12 hours. Dad installed security cameras, changed the locks, updated the restraining order. She didn't come. Instead, a process server delivered papers 2 weeks later. Mom was suing for defamation, emotional distress, and destruction of property. Apparently the recordings I'd turned over to police. Her new lawyer was young, hungry, probably working for a percentage of whatever Mom thought she could extract. Dad's lawyer laughed when he read the filing. She has no case. This is harassment through litigation. We'll countersue. The legal battles dragged on for months. Mom found work at a salon 40 miles away, telling coworkers she'd been wrongly imprisoned by a vindictive daughter. Someone always believed her story, at least at first. She cycled through 3 jobs in 6 months as the truth inevitably surfaced. Nathan proposed on a quiet Sunday morning, no fanfare, just the 2 of us in the kitchen I'd shared with Dad and Ashley. I said yes, understanding that building a healthy relationship would be daily work, constant vigilance against patterns I'd inherited. Mom showed up at our engagement party. Security removed her before she could make a scene, but not before she'd pressed a letter into my hand. I threw it away unread. Some cycles had to end with silence. The teenage girl from that first call became a peer counselor, helping other teens recognize predatory behavior from trusted adults. She spoke at high schools, community centers, anywhere that would listen. Her mother had found new victims, but now people knew to watch for the signs. Peterson died in prison 8 months before his release date. Heart attack, the official report said. His ex-wife called to tell me, her voice neutral. Mom posted about it on Facebook, grieving the loss of a great healer who understood true pain. The comment section told its own story of women who'd learned to recognize predators. At my wedding, Dad walked me down the aisle while Ashley held their toddler daughter. Mom's absence felt like presence, the space where she should have been filled with people who'd actually protected me. Connor sent a card. Jake's mother attended. Marcus remained a ghost, but his mother hugged me at the reception. I kept working at the advocacy center. Each new case a reminder that Mom wasn't unique. The patterns repeated. Charming mothers, trusting teams, systems that still sometimes failed. But more often now, we caught them. More often, someone listened. Mom started a blog about her wrongful conviction, gathering a small following of other alienated mothers. Dad's PI monitored it, documenting any threats or escalation. She posted old photos of us, edited narratives where she was always the victim. I stopped checking after she posted my prom photo with Marcus cropped out. 3 years after her release, Mom was arrested again. A 19-year-old boy, his mother's friend's son. The same pattern, the same tactics, but this time the boy recorded everything. She'd learned nothing, changed nothing. The cycle she'd accused me of perpetuating had always been hers alone. This time, I felt nothing. No satisfaction, no vindication. Just tired recognition that some people choose their patterns over everything else, even freedom. I was pregnant when the verdict came down. 5 years, no parole. Nathan held my hand as we watched the news coverage. Brief, local, just another predator facing consequences. Mom's beauty had faded, her charm worn thin. The reporter didn't mention me, focused instead on the brave young man who'd come forward. My daughter arrived 2 weeks early, perfect and screaming. As I held her, I thought about cycles and choices, about the patterns we inherit and the ones we break. Mom would never meet her, never have the chance to poison another generation. The advocacy center expanded, adding satellite offices in 3 counties. I trained new counselors, teaching them to recognize the signs everyone had missed with me. The teenage girl who'd started it all graduated college, became a lawyer specializing in family law. She sent updates occasionally, photos of her thriving despite everything. Some nights I still dreamed about Mom. Not nightmares exactly, just memories tinged with the sadness of what could have been. In the dreams, she was still beautiful, still charming, still choosing her hunger over her daughter's heart. But mornings came with Nathan's coffee, my daughter's laughter, work that mattered. The life I'd built from the ashes of what Mom had burned. It wasn't perfect. Trust remained difficult. Intimacy required constant work, and I checked locks twice before bed. The last time I saw Mom was on security footage from a grocery store near her halfway house. She looked old, ordinary, just another woman buying milk. No one turned to watch her anymore. Her power had always required an audience, and now she had none. I deleted the footage, closed that chapter. My daughter was learning to walk, stumbling between furniture with determination that reminded me of myself. She'd grow up knowing boundaries, understanding consent, recognizing manipulation before it could take root. The cycle hadn't broken, it had ended. Not with revenge or vindication, but with the simple act of choosing differently. Every day, every small moment, choosing to build instead of destroy, choosing to protect instead of consume. Mom would I pretended not to understand Thai, while 2 women massaged me and ripped my body apart. Then one said, her husband asked for a happy ending. He told me she hasn't done anything for him in months. When I confronted him, he narrowed his eyes and said, if I wanted to cheat, I wouldn't leave evidence like that. I didn't respond. That was last spring. Today, he cried, watching me sign the custody papers. After 5 years teaching English in Thailand, I developed chronic back pain from those tiny plastic kindergarten chairs. So when my husband surprised me with a couple's massage at the fancy spa downtown, where both therapists were Thai, I got excited to practice again. But when they started setting up, barely acknowledging us beyond tight professional smiles, I decided to just relax and stay quiet like any other customer. 20 minutes in, they started chatting to each other. It was pretty loud, but I just let their familiar accent wash over me while they worked on our backs. Then one asked the other how much longer their shift was. 3 more hours. At least this couple tips well. Her hands pressed into my shoulder blade as she added, her husband is so hot I want to offer myself to him. A Thai phrase for someone being really handsome. That's when the tone shifted. The wife though. She clicked her tongue. Look at all this cellulite, like cottage cheese. My body tensed involuntarily, but I forced myself to relax, breathing steadily like I was just adjusting to the pressure. These stretch marks too. You can tell she let herself go. Probably had kids and gave up. They both laughed softly. The husband could do so much better. Any Thai woman would keep themselves beautiful for a man like that. My husband, blissfully unaware, let out a contented sigh next to me. You know what's sad? The one working on me dug her elbow in harder. She probably thinks this massage will help, like we can massage away 10 years of McDonald's. They kept going, discussing what they imagined I ate, how I probably trapped my husband with pregnancy, how American women age like milk, not wine. Well, I'd heard worse from the women in Thailand. Everyone there is obsessed with dieting and male validation. It's just the way it is, but it was never said directly to my face. The second therapist glanced at me, saw my eyes closed, and got bolder. Look at her pretending to sleep. Probably embarrassed her husband has to see her naked. I would be too with that stomach. That was the moment I stopped feeling bad for them and decided to let them play themselves. Should we recommend the slimming treatment? One asked. Commission is good. She needs surgery, not treatments. The other laughed. But yes, let's try. Americans are stupid with money. Perfect. I made a small pleased sound like I was enjoying the massage. I felt her hands pause, probably smirking. 10 more minutes. 5 more minutes. They described in vivid detail how they'd steal my husband if they could, what they'd do to keep him happy, how Thai women understand real beauty. Finally, as we neared the end, one therapist moved to my head for the final neck massage. I was just about to reveal that I knew the language, until suddenly my husband's massage therapist said, "Wait, can I tell you something?" Talking to my therapist. She giggled like it was a secret, and I was nosy AFLL. "What?" the other one asked quietly. This isn't the first time I'm seeing her husband. My heart started pounding. I kept my breathing steady, eyes closed. She continued. I massaged him, and he asked for a happy ending. My whole world tilted. He said his wife doesn't take care of herself. They haven't had anything for months. I opened my eyes under the face cradle, staring at the floor. I lay there frozen, my mind racing. The words echoed in my head. Happy ending. Doesn't take care of herself. Months without anything. My stomach churned as the therapist's hands moved to my temples, pressing in circular motions. Is pressure okay? She asked in English, her voice sweet and professional. Fine, I managed to say, my voice steady despite the tremor in my chest. David groaned contentedly on the table next to me. The sound made my skin crawl. How many times had he been here? How many times had he complained about me to strangers while asking for? I couldn't even think the words. The therapist continued their work in silence now, probably satisfied they'd shared enough gossip for one session. My mind spun through possibilities. Maybe she was lying, trying to impress her coworker. Maybe she had him confused with someone else. Maybe. But the details were too specific. She recognized him. She knew things. 20 minutes felt like hours. When they finally announced we were done and left us to get dressed, I moved mechanically, pulling on my clothes while David stretched and sighed happily. That was amazing, he said, pulling his shirt over his head. We should do this more often. I nodded, not trusting my voice. My hands
You did good. You did really good.
I watched David
Nice job.
our usual 20%.
Nice
The
job.
therapist smiled and thanked us. No hint of their earlier conversation on their faces. I forced myself to tip the same amount, not wanting to seem suspicious or bitter. My therapist's eyes met mine briefly, and I saw a flicker of something. Pity? Amusement? I looked away. The walk to the car felt endless. David chatted about how relaxed he felt, how his back hadn't felt this good in months. I made appropriate sounds, my mind elsewhere. As we reached the car, it hit me with crushing clarity. I had absolutely no proof of anything, just overheard gossip in a language my husband didn't even know I spoke. You're quiet, David said as he started the engine. Everything okay? Just relaxed, I said, staring out the window. Good, you needed this. He reached over and squeezed my knee. You've been so tense lately. The drive home took 15 minutes. 15 minutes of David humming along to the radio while I replayed every word, every detail. When did he come here without me? How often? What exactly had happened? Hey, I said, trying to sound casual. Do you ever get massages without me? You know, when your back acts up? He glanced at me briefly before turning back to the road. Sometimes, when you're busy with the kids or at work. Why? No hesitation. No telltale signs of lying. Just an easy, casual response. Just wondering, maybe I should go more often too. For my back. You should. It really helps. At home, I made excuses about needing to catch up on emails while David headed for the shower. I opened my laptop at the kitchen table, my fingers hovering over the keyboard before typing in our bank login. The statements loaded slowly, each second stretching endlessly. I scrolled through the last 6 months. There were spa charges. Some I recognized from our joint visits. Others on days I knew I hadn't gone. But nothing monthly. Nothing suspicious. $70 here, $80 there. Standard massage prices. Of course, I realized with a sinking feeling, he could easily pay cash for anything. Extra point. The shower turned off upstairs. I quickly closed the browser and opened my work email, pretending to read a message about quarterly reports when David came down in fresh clothes. I'm thinking Thai food for dinner, he said, opening the fridge. That massage made me
It's like
crazy.
nobody's
The irony wasn't lost on me.
chat.
Sure, I said. While he called in
Yes.
our usual order, I grabbed my phone and
Shit.
opened a text to Lisa. She'd lived in Bangkok for 3 years, spoke fluent Thai. We'd bonded over our shared experiences teaching abroad. Random question, I typed, then deleted it. Started again. Hey, weird question, but what does happy ending mean in Thai massage context? Writing a story and want to get details right. I stared at the message, then added a laughing emoji to make it seem lighter. Sent. David collected his keys. I'll go pick up the food. 20 minutes? Sounds good. As soon as his car pulled out, I was Googling. Signs husband cheating massage parlor yielded millions of results. I scrolled through forums, Reddit threads, advice columns. The stories blurred together. Suspicious charges, changed behavior, working late. Nothing definitive. Nothing like what I'd overheard. My phone buzzed. Lisa. Lol, what kind of story are you writing? But yeah, it means exactly what you think. Asexual services. Why are you really asking? I stared at her message, then typed back, just saw it in a movie. Wasn't sure if it was accurate. Thanks. David returned with dinner. We ate at the kitchen table, the kids at their grandmother's for the night. He talked about the Peterson case he was working on, how the client was being difficult about deadlines. I nodded, smiled, asked the right questions, all while those words played on repeat in my head. That night, when David reached for me in bed, I didn't pull away. I couldn't. To reject him now would seem suspicious, would change our pattern. So I went through the motions, all while wondering if his complaint about months without anything was truth or lies. Had it really been months? I tried to remember the last time before tonight, but the days blurred together. Work, kids, exhaustion. When had we stopped being intimate regularly? He fell asleep quickly after, his breathing deep and even. I lay awake staring at the ceiling. The red numbers on the clock load. 11:47 p.m., then 12:23 a.m., then 1:15 a.m. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand, careful not to disturb him. In the bathroom, I sat on the closed toilet lid and opened a new message to David. We need to talk about what I heard at the spa today. Delete. I know about the happy endings. Delete. How long has this been going on? Delete. 20 different versions. All deleted. What would I even say? I speak Thai and overheard your massage therapist saying you asked for asexual services. He'd deny it. Say she was mistaken. Lying. Confused him with someone else. And I'd have revealed my only advantage, that I understood what they were saying when they thought I couldn't. 2:30 3:34 a.m., then 3:18 a.m. At 3:47 a.m., I gave up and took a melatonin, forcing myself back to bed. The next morning came too soon. David kissed me goodbye like always, mentioned he'd be working late on the Peterson case, the same excuse he'd been using for months, I realized. How had I not noticed the pattern? Don't wait up, he said, grabbing his coffee. This brief is culling me. Okay, good luck with it. After he left, I called Element Spa. Good morning, Element Spa. How can I help you? Hi, I was in yesterday with my husband for a couples massage. I wanted to book another appointment and I was hoping to request the same therapist. They were wonderful. Of course. Let me check who was working with you yesterday. What time was your appointment? 2 o'clock, the Davidsons. Ah, yes, I see it here. You had Maylee and Siraporn. When would you like to come in? Maylee and Siraporn. I wrote the names down. Actually, let me check my schedule and call back, but thank you so much. I hung up and immediately Googled Maylee Element Spa. A few results came up. The spa's team page with professional headshots of all their therapists. Maylee smiled at the camera, her bio listing her certifications and specialties. Nothing else. No social media, no reviews mentioning her specifically. Like a digital ghost. I tried variations, Molly Massage Therapist, Molly Thai Spa, but without a last name, it was hopeless. There were thousands of Maylees. The doorbell interrupted my search. Emma and Jake were back from their grandmother's, bursting through the door with stories about the movies they'd watched and the cookies they'd baked. Mom, can you help with my history project? Emma asked, dumping her backpack on the counter. It's due Monday and I haven't started. Of course, honey. What's it on? The Civil War. I have to make a timeline. Jake needed help with math homework. Then there was lunch to make, laundry to fold, groceries to buy. Normal life swept in like a tide, washing away the morning's obsession. But even as I helped Emma glue dates onto poster board, even as I explained fractions to Jake, the words echoed underneath it all. By evening, I'd almost convinced myself I was overreacting. Maybe the therapist had been bragging, making up stories. Maybe David had just been friendly and she'd misinterpreted. Maybe, but I knew what I'd heard, the certainty in her voice, the specific details. 3 days passed in a strange fog. I went to work, made dinners, helped with homework, smiled at David across the breakfast table, all while watching him for signs, for clues. But he was exactly the same. Affectionate, but not overly so. Busy with work, but not suspiciously so. The same David he'd always been. On Thursday, I told him I was booking another massage for my back. That's great, honey, he said, barely looking up from his phone. It really seemed to help last time. No reaction, no concern, nothing. I booked a solo appointment at Elements.
No, thank you for the review, my boy.
I needed information, but I couldn't be too obvious about it. The new therapist was younger, chattier. As she worked on my shoulders, I mentioned casually, my husband David comes here sometimes. He loves this place. Oh yes, we have many regular clients, she said, her voice professionally neutral. It's nice when people find relief for their pain. A practiced non-response. They were trained well. He especially liked, I think her name was Maylee. She's one of our senior therapists. Very experienced. Nothing. No recognition, no gossip, no hint of impropriety, just professional distance. I left the spa feeling more frustrated than relaxed. The therapist had given me nothing, and I'd wasted another $70 we couldn't really spare. Emma's college fund needed every penny, and here I was playing detective. Over the next week, I became someone I didn't recognize. I checked David's pockets while doing laundry, finding only receipts for coffee and client lunches. I scrolled through his social media, looking for signs of, what, a secret massage parlor review page? I even drove past Elements on a Wednesday afternoon, Maylee's scheduled day according to their online booking system, watching men enter and exit. But without going inside, without confronting her directly, what could I learn? Lisa texted me again about the story I was writing. I deflected with vague responses about plot development. She seemed to buy it, or maybe she was just being polite. Either way, I couldn't bring myself to tell her the truth. Saying it out loud would make it real. The following Tuesday, David mentioned he'd tweaked his back at the gym. My pulse quickened as he stretched, wincing. Maybe you should get a massage, I suggested, keeping my voice neutral. Good idea. I'll try to squeeze one in this week. I watched his face carefully. Nothing. No guilt, no tells. Just a man with a sore back. That evening, while David helped Jake with his science project about the solar system, I excused myself to fold laundry. In our bedroom, I opened his dresser drawer, moving aside his socks and underwear. Nothing hidden. I checked under the mattress, feeling ridiculous. What was I expecting to find? A receipt that said, happy ending, $200? Emma appeared in the doorway. Mom, what are you doing? My heart hammered. Just checking if the mattress needs flipping. It's been a while. She gave me a strange look, but shrugged. Dad says dinner's ready. At dinner, I pushed food around my plate while David and the kids discussed Jake's upcoming basketball tryouts. Everything felt surreal, like I was watching my family through glass. How could they not sense that everything had changed? How could David sit there cutting his chicken, laughing at Jake's impression of his coach, when he'd possibly betrayed our marriage? You okay? David asked, noticing my full plate. You've barely touched your food. Just not very hungry. Think I might be coming down with something. He reached across the table, feeling my forehead. You don't feel warm. Maybe you should go to bed early. His touch made me want to recoil, but I forced myself to stay still. Yeah, maybe. After the kids went to bed, I found myself in the bathroom again, staring at my reflection. The therapist's words echoed. Cellulite like cottage cheese, stretch marks, let herself go. I lifted my shirt, examining my stomach. 2 pregnancies had left their mark. Sure, I wasn't 25 anymore. But did that justify what David had possibly done? I returned to bed to find David already asleep, snoring softly. His phone lay on the nightstand, charging. I stared at it, knowing his passcode had changed. When had that happened? We used to know each other's passwords for everything. The next morning, I called in sick to work. After David left and the kids caught the bus, I drove to Elements. Not for a massage, but to sit in the parking lot like some kind of stalker. I recognized Maylee's car from my previous reconnaissance, a white Honda with a dancing hula girl on the dashboard. An hour passed, then 2. I was about to leave when I saw David's silver Lexus pull into the lot. My blood froze. He'd said he had client meetings all day. I slumped down in my seat, watching as he walked inside. My phone showed 11:47 a.m. I waited, barely barely breathing. Cars came and went. A woman walked her dog past my car twice, giving me suspicious looks the second time. At 1:18 p.m., David emerged, alone, looking relaxed. He got in his car and drove away. I sat there for another 10 minutes, shaking. Then I walked inside. Hi, I don't have an appointment, but is Maylee available? I asked the receptionist. I'm sorry, she's booked solid today. I can check her availability for next week? That's okay, thanks. I turned to leave and almost collided with Maylee herself, carrying a bottle of water. Oh, excuse me, she said in accented English, not recognizing me. No problem, I managed, my heart pounding. Back in my car, I called David's office. Peterson, Carlisle, and Associates, the receptionist answered. Hi, could I speak with David Morrison, please? I'm sorry, Mr. Morrison is in client meetings all afternoon. Can I take a message? No, that's fine. Thank you. So he'd lied about his whereabouts, but not about having meetings. The massage had been squeezed into his lunch break. Innocent enough, except for the deception. That evening, I watched him across the dinner table. He mentioned the client meetings, how exhausting they'd been, how he'd grabbed a sandwich at his desk between sessions. The lies flowed so easily. You're back feeling better? I asked. What? Oh yeah, much better. That stretch you showed me really helped. Another lie. I'd shown him no stretch. After dinner, while David watched TV with the kids, I retreated to our bedroom with my laptop. I found myself on a forum for women who discovered their husbands had cheated. The stories were eerily similar. Massage parlors, happy endings, lies about working late, but they all had proof. Credit card statements showing large charges, texts they'd discovered, lipstick on collars. I had nothing but overheard gossip in a language my husband didn't know I spoke. My sister Rachel called while I was deep in a thread about signs of cheating. Hey, you missed Mom's birthday dinner planning. Everything okay? I'd completely forgotten. Sorry, just busy with work. You sound weird. What's going on? I wanted to tell her everything, but the words wouldn't come. David might be cheating, I finally said. Silence. Then, what? Why do you think that? I explained about the massage, what I'd overheard. It sounded insane, even to my own ears. So, you think he's cheating because a massage therapist said he asked for a happy ending? Maybe she was lying. Maybe she had him confused with someone else. Men say stupid things to SX workers sometimes, trying to be macho. Doesn't mean anything actually happened. But he lied about going there today. Did he? Maybe he didn't think it was worth mentioning. You know how men are about self-care. They act like getting a massage is some shameful secret. Her rational explanations made sense, but they didn't ease the knot in my stomach. After we hung up, I felt more alone than ever. Even my sister doubted me. Friday arrived with David announcing he'd be working late again on the Peterson case. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. After he left, after the kids were asleep, I did something I'd sworn I wouldn't do. I drove to his office. The building was mostly dark, but I could see lights on the third floor where David's office was. His car sat in its usual spot in the parking garage. I waited an hour, then 2. At 10:47 p.m., he emerged, briefcase in hand, looking exhausted. He got in his car and drove home. I followed at a distance, feeling pathetic. He was actually working late, this time. Saturday morning, David suggested we take the kids to the farmer's market. As we walked between stalls of fresh produce and homemade jam, he held my hand, bought me flowers from a vendor, joked with the kids about the weird-looking gourds. To anyone watching, we were the perfect family. I've been thinking, he said as we loaded vegetables into our reusable bags. We should plan a vacation. Maybe Hawaii? We haven't been anywhere just the 4 of us in years. That sounds nice, I said, wondering if this was guilt talking or genuine desire to reconnect. Emma and Jake immediately started debating beaches versus volcanoes, while David pulled up resort websites on his phone. I watched them, feeling like an outsider in my own family. How could I go to Hawaii, share a bed with him in some romantic resort when I didn't even know if I could trust him? Sunday brought Emma's soccer game. David cheered enthusiastically from the sidelines, high-fiving other parents, completely normal. I sat on the bleachers, pretending to watch while my mind churned. Maybe Rachel was right. Maybe I was creating problems where none existed. But then I remembered the therapist's certainty. This isn't the first time I'm seeing her husband. Not, I think I've seen him before. She knew him. After the game, as we drove to get ice cream to celebrate Emma's goal, David's phone rang. He glanced at it, then declined the call. Who was that? I asked. Nobody. Probably spam. But I'd seen the caller ID. Elements Spa. My blood ran cold. Why would they be calling him on a Sunday? I pulled out my own phone, pretending to check messages while actually Googling their hours. Closed Sundays. At the ice cream shop, I excused myself to the bathroom and called the spa's number. It went straight to their after-hours voicemail. So why had someone called David from that number? I returned to find David helping Jake choose between cookie dough and mint chip, laughing at our son's serious deliberation. He looked up at me, smiled, and for a moment I saw the man I'd fallen in love with 15 years ago. The man who'd stayed up all night with me when Emma had croup, who'd surprised me with anniversary trips, who'd held my hand through my father's funeral. Was I really going to destroy our marriage over something I might have misheard? That night, I suggested couples counseling. David looked surprised. Is everything okay? I mean, I know we've both been stressed with work and the kids, but I just think it might help with communication. We barely have time to talk anymore. He set down his book, giving me his full attention. If you think it would help, absolutely. Whatever you need. His easy agreement threw me off balance. Would a guilty man be so willing? I found a therapist who could see us Thursday afternoon. In the meantime, I tried to act normal. I cooked David's favorite meals, helped with homework, attended Jake's basketball tryout. But underneath, I was constantly watching, analyzing, doubting. Wednesday came. David didn't mention any back pain, didn't go for a massage. I checked
We're
our
up
credit card
left.
statement online. No spa charges. Of course, he could be paying cash now, knowing I'd overheard something. At our first counseling session, Dr. Patricia Winters sat across from us in a beige office that smelled like vanilla candles. She asked about our history, our concerns, our goals. I feel like we're disconnecting, I said carefully. Trust has become an issue. David looked genuinely confused. Trust? What do you mean? I couldn't say it. Couldn't voice my suspicions in front of this stranger. Just feeling like we're not as open with each other anymore. Dr. Winters nodded, making notes. David, how do you feel about trust in your relationship? I trust Susan completely, he said without hesitation. I'm worried that she doesn't trust me though. She seemed anxious lately, checking up on me more than usual. Heat flooded my face. He'd noticed. Can you give an example? Dr. Winters asked. Just questions about my schedule, where I'm going, looking through my things. I found her going through my dresser the other day. Emma had told him. Of course she had. I was looking for something, I said weakly. Susan, what would help you feel more secure in the relationship? Dr. Winters asked. The word burst out before I could stop it. Honesty. David's face changed. Are you saying I'm dishonest? I'm saying sometimes I feel like there are things you don't tell me. Like what? I couldn't say it. Not here. Not like this. Just things. The session continued with Dr. Winters guiding us through communication exercises, but I could feel David's confusion and hurt radiating from his side of the couch. We scheduled another appointment for the following week. In the car afterward, David was quiet. Finally, he said, if you think I'm lying about something, just ask me. This dancing around it is driving me crazy. Are you having an affair? The words tumbled out. He pulled over, turning to face me. What? No. Jesus, Susan, where is this coming from? You've been working late, getting massages you don't mention, changing your phone password. I changed my password because Jake kept downloading games on my phone. The massages are for my back. You know this. And yes, I've been working late because the Peterson case is huge for the firm. If I make partner, he ran his hands through his hair. I can't believe you think I'm cheating. His indignation seemed real, but then he'd seemed real at dinner when lying about his day. I'm sorry, I said, not meaning it. I heard something that made me worried. Heard what? From who? I couldn't tell him. Once I revealed I spoke Thai, I'd lose any chance of finding out the truth. Just gossip. It's stupid. He took my hand. Susan, I love you. Only you. I would never cheat, ever. You have to believe me. I wanted to. God, how I wanted to. We drove home in silence. That night, he showed me his phone, gave me his new password, opened his email. Look through whatever you want, he said. I have nothing to hide. I found nothing incriminating. His texts were all work-related or family logistics. His emails were boring legal documents and Amazon receipts. His photos were of the kids, our vacation last summer, screenshots of fantasy football stats. Satisfied? He asked, and I heard hurt in his voice. I'm sorry, I said again. He pulled me into a hug. We'll get through this. Whatever's making you doubt us, we'll work through it. Friday morning, I called Elements and booked an appointment with Maylee for the following Wednesday. 3 weeks since I'd first tried to see her. If I was going to get answers, I needed to be strategic. The weekend passed in a blur of family activities. David seemed to be making an extra effort, bringing me coffee in bed, suggesting we watch my favorite movie after the kids went to sleep, holding my hand whenever we were together. Either he was genuinely trying to reconnect, or he was overcompensating for guilt. Monday arrived with Emma announcing she needed supplies for a school project due Wednesday. After dropping the kids at school, I headed to Target, list in hand. In the parking lot, I saw a familiar white Honda with a dancing hula girl on the dashboard. My heart stopped. Maylee was here. I abandoned my cart and followed her into the store, keeping my distance. She moved through the aisles efficiently, picking up shampoo, vitamins, a birthday card, normal things, human things. It was strange seeing her outside the spa context. She got in line at checkout. I positioned myself 2 lines over, pretending to browse magazines while watching. That's when I saw him. David's client, Robert Peterson, appeared beside Maylee, carrying a basket of groceries. He kissed her cheek, casual and familiar. They chatted as they waited, clearly together. My mind reeled. Maylee was dating David's biggest client, the one whose case was keeping him at the office late. They left together, and I abandoned my shopping to follow them to the parking lot. They got into Peterson's BMW, Maylee leaving her Honda behind. Back home, I Googled frantically. Robert Peterson lawyer, brought up his firm bio. Divorced, 2 kids. Robert Peterson girlfriend, yielded nothing. But on his Facebook page, which was mostly public, I found photos from a charity gala 2 months ago. There was Maylee, stunning in a red dress, tagged as guest of Robert Peterson 2 months ago, right around when David started working late more often on the Peterson case. My phone rang. David, hey, just wanted to let you know I'll be late again tonight. Peterson wants to go over the depositions one more time. With Peterson? I asked carefully. Yeah, we're grabbing dinner to discuss strategy. Probably be home by 10. Another lie? Or was he actually meeting with Peterson? And if so, did he know about Maylee? Okay, see you tonight. I spent the afternoon constructing scenarios. Maybe Peterson had recommended Elements to David. Maybe that's how David had met Maylee. Maybe Peterson knew about the happy endings and had encouraged David to partake. Maybe they had some kind of arrangement. Or maybe I was creating connections where none existed, seeing patterns and coincidences. Emma and Jake came home needing help with homework. Dinner needed cooking. Permission slips needed signing. I went through the motions, all while my mind churned with possibilities. David came home at 9:45, looking exhausted, but pleased. Good meeting? I asked. Great, I think we've got a solid strategy. Peterson's confident we'll win. That's wonderful. Hey, do you know if he's dating anyone? David looked puzzled by the non-sequitur. Peterson? Yeah, he's been seeing someone for a few months. Nice woman, met her at some charity thing. Why? Just curious. You mention him so much, I feel like I know him. You should meet him sometime. Maybe we could do a double date when this case is over. A double date with Maylee, who'd possibly given my husband a happy ending. That sounds nice, I managed. Tuesday crawled by. I accomplished nothing at work. My mind fixated on the next day's appointment with Maylee. I'd rehearsed what to say 100 times, but nothing sounded right. That evening, our second counseling session with Dr. Winters focused on rebuilding trust. David participated earnestly, suggesting we share our phone locations, have regular check-ins, plan more date nights. He seemed genuinely committed to fixing whatever was broken. I still sense hesitation from you, Susan, Dr. Winters observed. What would it take for you to fully trust David again? I don't know, I admitted. I guess time and consistency, she agreed. Trust is rebuilt through repeated positive interactions. David reached for my hand. I'll do whatever it takes. Looking at his earnest face, I almost canceled the appointment with Maylee. Almost. Wednesday morning, I dropped the kids at school and drove to Elements. My hands shook as I checked in. You're seeing Maylee today, the receptionist confirmed. She'll be right with you. I was fled to the same room where everything had started. The smell of lavender oil made my stomach turn. When Maylee entered, I forced myself to breathe normally. "Hello," she said with a professional smile. "Any areas of concern today?" "Just general tension," I said, lying face down on the table. Her hands were skilled, working out knots I didn't know I had. We were 15 minutes in before I worked up the courage to speak. "My friend recommended you," I said casually. "Robert Peterson?" Her hands paused for just a moment. "Oh, you know Robert? Through my husband, David Morrison. He's working on Robert's case." Another pause, longer this time. "I see. Robert speaks very highly of you," I continued, fishing. "That's kind of him." Her voice was carefully neutral. I tried another angle. "My husband comes here too." "David? He mentioned you're excellent. We have many clients," she said. I don't always remember names, but her hands had tensed. She knew exactly who David was. "He's been having back problems," I pressed on. "I keep telling him he needs to come more regularly." "Regular massage can be very beneficial," she agreed, her tone giving nothing away. I switched tactics, speaking in Thai. "How long have you been in America?" She jerked back, startled. "You speak Thai?" "I taught English in Bangkok for 5 years," I continued in Thai. "I miss it sometimes." Her professional mask slipped slightly. "I've been here 8 years. It's different. Do you ever go back to visit?" "Not often. Too expensive." We chatted about Thailand, about the food we missed, the culture shock of America. She relaxed incrementally, though her hands remained professional on my back. "Can I ask you something?" I said eventually, still in Thai. "Woman to woman?" She hesitated. "Okay. My husband, David Morrison. I know he comes here." Silence. "I heard some things from other clients about extra services." Her hands stilled completely. "I don't know what you mean. Please, I just need to know the truth. Did he ask you for anything inappropriate?" She resumed the massage, but I could feel her trembling slightly. "I can't discuss other clients." "I know. I'm not asking you to betray client confidentiality. I'm asking as a wife who needs to know if her marriage is real." For a long moment, she worked in silence. Then very quietly, she said in Thai, "I cannot lose this job. I have a work visa through the spa. If I'm fired, I won't say anything. I promise. I just need to know." Another long silence. Then, "Your husband is a professional client. Nothing inappropriate has ever happened." But the way she said it, the careful phrasing, told me everything. He'd asked, she'd refused. Nothing had happened, but not for lack of trying on his part. "Thank you," I whispered. She finished the massage in silence. As I got dressed, she knocked and opened the door slightly. "Your husband loves you," she said in English. "Whatever you heard, men say foolish things sometimes. It doesn't mean they act on them." Then she was gone, leaving me with more questions than answers. I sat in my car afterward, processing. David had asked for a happy ending. Maylee had refused. But what about other therapists? Other spas? How many times had he asked before someone said yes? My phone buzzed.
I'm out of bricks. I need iron blocks. I'm out of bricks. I need iron blocks. I'm out of bricks. I need iron blocks. I'm out of bricks.
You walk around my butt body under this phone. That boy crawling up out of there. Legendary. Grab that legendary weapon from me.
Yo, your mic kind of sounds kind of weird. It's like glitching.
Not bad. Two legendary. Two legendary. We should grab them both. Alright, y'all, let me double raise and let's go time, let's go time. What are we doing on my landing,
Yo, can I have this? What that?
What?
From the gun, the
Get
buffet?
out of here. Get out of here.
Yo, bro, do you think we can do this?
For what?
You think we can beat this?
Yeah, let's do it.
We can watch. I would hope we go. Give him like a med kit and 2 mini shields and 1 big shield. And he should be good.
Right.
Give him a med kit. That's all really. Yeah, the rest he doesn't really need that much. Unless he's uploaded.
Alright, we're gonna have to go. We got stormed.
Alright.
There's only 10 people left.
I don't know, but I'm pretty sure by 10 it means how many groups or something.
No, they just got it.
Oh, that's 8. There's 8 groups. I see.
We might be able to get them in the right.
Yo, where's we need to find a near reboot van.
Oh, we got targets. He's on the roof over here.
Yeah, I need a heal. Do you got any heals?
I got some off here.
Yeah, I'm low anyway. I'm in the storm! Oops. Yeah, I'll just grab my reboot card. You don't need to go back and heal me. It's too much. If you get this video right out, you're actually good. Alright. If you get him, you're golden. Alright, he's going for the headshot. He's doing that headshot. Wait, drive to my reboot card. It'll automatically pick me up. It's gonna pick it up. You can grab it in the car. You won't take damage. Thanks.
Oh, it's all squad me.
Yo, just get a bomb from the back. Yo, just get a bomb. I'm sure that will help us. I heal. Yeah, I heal, bro. You're like 13.
They're coming out of the house I was in.
No, we got that. Oh, well, nice job. Seriously, nice. Stay in the team.
Let's do it. Run it back.
Wait, you wanna add me?
Whoa, slow down.
You wanna add me, bro? I would got this.
apple pan.
I have a pineapple. I have a pineapple. Pineapple can. I have an apple. I have a pen. Pineapple pen. I have an apple. I have a pen. Pineapple pen. Okay. Pineapple pen.
David, texting about dinner plans, acting normal, being a good husband. I drove home in a daze. The truth I'd sought was somehow worse than not knowing. He'd tried to cheat. The intent was there, even if the action wasn't. Or at least, not with Maylee. That night, I watched him help Jake with math homework, his patience endless as he explained the same concept 3 different ways. He caught me staring and smiled. That same crooked smile that had made me fall for him 17 years ago. Everything okay? He asked. Yeah, I lied. Everything's fine. But nothing would ever be fine again. The doubt had taken root, spreading like poison through every interaction. When he worked late, I wondered. When he got a massage for his legitimate back pain, I wondered. When he smiled at a waitress or chatted with a female colleague, I wondered. Dr. Winters noticed the change at our next session. Susan, you seem more distant than last week. Has something happened? I couldn't tell her. Couldn't admit I'd manipulated Maylee into a half confession. Just processing everything. David, how do you feel the week has gone? I thought it was better, he said, glancing at me uncertainly. I've been completely transparent, coming home earlier, checking in more, but I feel like Susan's pulling away. Susan? Dr. Winters prompted. I need time, I said. It was becoming my refrain. We left with homework, trust-building exercises, daily affirmations of appreciation. David threw himself into them enthusiastically. Every morning, he left me notes listing things he loved about me. Every evening, he shared his complete schedule for the next day. He was trying so hard it broke my heart, because I knew now that he was capable of betrayal, not the accomplished fact of it perhaps, but the desire, the willingness. And that was almost worse than if he'd actually done it. At least then I'd have something concrete to forgive or not forgive. Instead, I was trapped in a gray area of attempted transgression. 2 weeks passed. I went through the motions of rebuilding trust while dying inside. David noticed my mechanical responses to his affection, but seemed to attribute it to the healing process Dr. Winters kept mentioning. Then came the firm's holiday party. Spouses were invited, and David was eager for me to attend. Peterson will be there, he said. You can finally meet him, and his girlfriend. I think you'd really like her. The thought of making small talk with Maylee made me nauseous. I don't know. Emma has that science fair project. Please? David took my hands. I want to show off my beautiful wife. Let everyone know we're solid. So I went. I put on my best dress, fixed my hair, painted on a smile. The hotel ballroom was elegant, full of lawyers and their significant others drinking champagne and networking. There's Peterson, David said, waving across the room. Come on, I'll introduce you. My feet felt leaden as we approached. Maylee stood beside Peterson in an elegant black cocktail dress, looking stunning. Her eyes widened slightly when she saw me, but she recovered quickly. Robert, this is my wife Susan, David said. Susan, Robert Peterson, and his girlfriend. Maylee, she supplied, extending her hand. Lovely to meet you. I shook her hand, both of us maintaining the charade. Nice to meet you too. David tells me you're a teacher, Peterson said, launching into small talk. I responded appropriately while hyper-aware of Maylee beside me. David had his hand on my lower back, proprietary and affectionate. Did she notice? Did she think about how he'd propositioned her while married to me? If you'll excuse me, Maylee said after a few minutes. I need to find the ladies' room. I'll come with you, I said quickly. David, why don't you and Robert talk shop? Maylee and I walked in silence to the bathroom. Inside, she checked that we were alone before turning to me. Why did you come? She asked in Thai. He wanted me to. I couldn't think of an excuse. This is very uncomfortable. I'm sorry. I didn't know you'd be here. Well, I suspected, but she touched up her lipstick in the mirror. Your husband doesn't know you came to see me? Number good. It should stay that way. For everyone's sake. Does Robert know about what David asked you? She shook her head. Robert is a good man. He doesn't need to know his lawyer is inappropriate. We stood there awkwardly. 2 women bound by an ugly secret. I should tell you, she said finally. I'm leaving Elements. Robert has asked me to move in with him, and his house is too far from downtown. I'm transferring to a spa near his place. Relief flooded through me. When? Next month. One less reminder. One less source of anxiety. Can I ask you something? I said. Do you think he's actually done it with someone else? She met my eyes in the mirror. I don't know, but I can tell you this. He's not the only one who asks. Many men do. Most are turned down, but some therapists, they need the money, or they're afraid to say no. It's not right, but it happens. So he might have. I don't know, she repeated. I hope not, for your sake. We returned to the party separately. I plastered on my smile, chatted with David's colleagues, played the supportive wife, but inside, I was calculating probabilities. How many spas were in our city? How many therapists? How many times had David asked? What were the odds that he'd always been refused? The next morning, Saturday, David suggested we take the kids to the Science Museum. As we wandered through exhibits about space and dinosaurs, I watched him with Emma and Jake. He was a good father. Engaged, patient, loving. Did that balance out being a potentially unfaithful husband? Mom, look, Jake called, pointing at a replica Mars rover. Can we build one of these? That might be a bit ambitious, buddy, David laughed, ruffling his hair. But we could try a model rocket? They fell into an animated discussion about propulsion and trajectories. Emma rolled her eyes at me, and for a moment we were just a normal family enjoying a weekend outing. But normal was an illusion now. Every moment was tainted by what I knew, what I suspected, what I might never be able to prove. That night, after the kids were asleep, David found me in the kitchen staring at a cold cup of tea. Talk to me, he said, sitting across from me. Please. I feel like I'm losing you, and I don't understand why. I looked at him, really looked at him. The concern in his eyes seemed genuine. The wedding ring he'd worn for 15 years caught the light. His hands, familiar and steady, reached for mine across the table. Do you still love me? I asked. Of course I do. More than anything. You and the kids are my whole world. Have you ever been tempted to be with someone else? He squeezed my hands. Susan, I told you. I would never cheat on you. But that wasn't what I'd asked. I'd asked if he'd been tempted. The evasion told me everything. I think I need some space, I heard myself say. His face crumpled. What? No, Susan, please. Whatever's wrong, we can fix it. Don't give up on us. I'm not giving up. I need to think. Maybe I should visit Rachel for a few days. Is this about the trust issues? I've done everything you've asked. I've been completely transparent. What more can I do? You could build a time machine, I thought. Go back and not ask for a happy ending. Not betray our marriage in your heart, even if not in deed. It's not about what you can do, I said aloud. It's about what I need to process. He was crying now. This man who'd only cried twice in our entire marriage, when his mother died and when Emma was born. Please don't leave, he whispered. Even for a few days. We can work through this together. Looking at him broken like this, I almost caved. Almost convinced myself I was overreacting to something that might never have progressed beyond words. But then I remembered Maylee's careful phrasing, her trembling hands, the way she'd said, men say foolish things sometimes, like it was a burden she carried. I'll be back Sunday night, I said. The kids have school Monday. I just need this weekend to clear my head. He nodded miserably. What do I tell them? Tell them I'm helping Aunt Rachel with something. They don't need to know. That their mother thinks their father is a cheater? The bitterness in his voice was new. That their parents are having problems. I finished. I packed a bag while he sat on our bed, watching. Neither of us spoke. The silence felt final, like something breaking that couldn't be repaired. I love you, he said as I headed for the door. I know, I replied, but I didn't say it back. The drive to Rachel's took 3 hours. 3 hours of second guessing, of nearly turning around a dozen times. But I kept going, arriving at her apartment complex as the sun set. Oh, honey, she said when she opened the door and saw my face. Come here. I collapsed into my sister's arms and finally let myself cry. For my marriage, for my children, for the simple trust I'd never get back, for the woman I'd been before I understood Ty, before I'd heard those words that changed everything. Tell me everything, Rachel said, leading me to her couch. So I did. Every detail, every doubt, every piece of evidence and lack thereof. She listened without interrupting, occasionally refilling my wine glass. So you don't actually know if he's physically cheated, she summarized when I finished. Number just that he tried to, at least once. And this therapist, Maylee, she turned him down. Yes, but you think there might be others who didn't. The odds seem likely. Rachel sighed. Oh, Susan, I'm so sorry. This is awful. What would you do? I asked. If it were you? She considered carefully. I don't know. The not knowing would cull me. But maybe that's part of marriage? Choosing to trust even when you can't be certain? I don't think I can do that. Not anymore. Then what's your plan? I didn't have one. Divorce seemed extreme for something I couldn't prove. Staying seemed impossible with this doubt eating me alive. I was trapped between 2 unbearable options. Maybe, Rachel said gently, you need to decide what you can live with. Can you live with possibly being married to a cheater? Or would you rather live with possibly having divorced a faithful man who had one moment of weakness that went nowhere? Both options sounded horrible when she put it like that. I spent the weekend at Rachel's trying to gain perspective. She took me hiking, to brunch, to a movie, anything to distract me, but my mind kept returning to David and the kids, to the life I'd built that now felt like a house of cards. David texted regularly. Photos of him and the kids at the park, updates on homework completed and meals eaten. We miss you, and please come home, and I love you so much. Each message was a small knife. Sunday afternoon, I knew I had to go back. Not because I'd found clarity, but because I was a mother first, and my children needed stability. Whatever you decide, Rachel said as I prepared to leave, I'm here, always. The drive home felt like heading to an execution. My execution or my marriages, I wasn't sure which. David was waiting on the front porch when I pulled up. He looked haggard, like he hadn't slept. The kids burst out of the house, wrapping themselves around me. Mom, Dad said you were helping Aunt Rachel, but she posted on Instagram that she was at the movies. Were you at the movies? Why didn't you take us? I met David's eyes over their heads. He looked away. Let's go inside, I said. I'll make dinner. The evening passed in forced normalcy. Homework, baths, bedtime stories. David and I moved around each other carefully, like dancers who'd forgotten the steps. After the kids were asleep, we sat at the kitchen table, the same table where this had all started with me checking bank statements. So, he said, what happens now? I stared at him across our kitchen table, the question hanging between us like smoke. What happens now? The honest answer was that I had no idea. I think we need to separate, I heard myself say. Just for a while, to figure things out. David's face went pale. Susan, no, we can work through this. The kids need parents who aren't destroying each other with doubt and suspicion. I kept my voice steady, though my hands shook under the table. This isn't working. Because you won't let it work. You won't believe me. I can't, I admitted. Not anymore. The next 3 weeks blurred together in a haze of apartment hunting, difficult conversations with Emma and Jake, and sleepless nights. David alternated alternated between desperate attempts to change my mind and cold acceptance. The kids didn't understand why mommy needed her own space for a while, but we maintained the fiction that it was temporary. I found a one-bedroom apartment 20 minutes away, close enough for school runs, but far enough to avoid daily reminders. David helped me move boxes on a Saturday while the kids were at their grandmother's, both of us pretending this was normal. This is insane, he muttered, carrying my clothes to his truck. You're destroying our family over something you think you heard. I know what I heard. In a language you haven't spoken regularly in years? While getting a massage? You could have misunderstood. Stop. I couldn't have this argument again. Please just stop. The apartment was small but clean, with white walls that felt like blank slates. I spent the first night there sitting on the floor, surrounded by boxes, wondering if I'd made a terrible mistake. But every time I considered going back, I remembered Maylee's trembling hands, her careful words. Nothing inappropriate has ever happened. Not, he never asked, just that nothing had happened. The custody arrangement fell into place with depressing efficiency. Kids stayed in the house for stability. I got them alternate weekends and Wednesday dinners. David was gracious about it, which somehow made it worse. We're still a family, he told Emma and Jake. Mom and Dad just need some time apart to work on grown-up stuff. Emma, always too perceptive, watched me carefully during our first weekend together. Is this about Dad's massages? She asked while we made pancakes. I heard you fighting about it. My heart clenched. It's complicated, honey. Everything's complicated with you lately, she said, and the accusation in her voice cut deep. I threw myself into establishing routines. Work, apartment, kids, work, apartment, kids. But in the quiet moments, the obsession crept back. I found myself on Reddit at 2 a.m., reading posts about infidelity, about gaslighting, about women who'd lost their minds trying to prove what they knew in their bones. One Thursday, Jake mentioned casually over homework. Dad's friend from work helped me with my science project. She's really smart. Oh, I kept my voice neutral. What's her name? Molly. She's pretty too. She has red hair like Ariel. Molly. I filed the name away, though I told myself it meant nothing. David had female colleagues. This was normal. But when I picked the kids up that Sunday, I saw her. Red hair, early 30s, laughing at something David said in the doorway. She noticed me watching and waved cheerfully before heading to her car. Who was that? I asked Emma as she buckled her seatbelt. Dad's friend Molly. She brought us donuts. Of course she did. Dr. Winters had recommended I continue individual therapy, and I found myself in Dr. Marcus Chen's office every Tuesday, trying to explain why I couldn't just move forward. Your husband showed you his phone, his emails, his complete schedule, Dr. Chen noted during our fourth session. What would it take for you to believe he's been faithful? A time machine, I said, to go back and not hear what I heard. But you can't be certain what you heard was about your husband. She recognized him. She knew him. Massage therapists see many clients. Please don't. I was tired of reasonable explanations. I know what I know. He made notes, probably about my rigidity, my inability to consider alternatives. I didn't care anymore. The divorce papers came on a Tuesday. David had them sent to my office, which felt like a kindness, avoiding the apartment that still didn't feel like home. No fault divorce, irreconcilable differences, equal division of assets, shared custody already in place, clean and civilized, like our marriage had never happened. I signed them in my car during lunch, hands steady now. This was just paperwork. The real divorce had happened months ago, in a massage room, in a language my husband didn't know I spoke. That weekend, while cleaning out the garage, David had asked me to take some boxes I'd left behind. I found his old journal in a box of college memorabilia. I almost didn't open it, but curiosity won. Most entries were mundane. Work stress, fitness goals, notes about the kids, then, dated 2 years ago, Maylee again today. Best part of my week. She really knows how to work out the tension. I stared at the words, my hands trembling. Innocent or confirmation? The ambiguity was maddening. I photographed the page and showed it to my lawyer the next day. This doesn't prove anything, she said gently. Massage therapists help with tension. That's their job. But the way he wrote it could mean anything. I'm sorry, but this won't affect the divorce proceedings. She was right, of course. Nothing ever proved anything. That was the hell of it. The final meeting with Dr. Winters included David. A closure session, she called it. We sat on opposite ends of the couch that had once felt too small for both of us. Is there anything you want to say to each other? Dr. Winters asked. Any final questions? David turned to me. I need you to know, I was too friendly with Maylee. I see that now. She was attractive and kind, and I enjoyed talking to her. Maybe I flirted a little, but Susan, I swear to you, nothing physical ever happened. Too friendly. Flirted a little. The admissions that changed nothing. Did you ask her for a happy ending? The words came out before I could stop them. His face flushed. What? No. Jesus, Susan, is that what this is about? But there was something in his eyes. A flicker of, what? Guilt? Surprise that I knew the term? Or just frustration at my continued accusations? I need to know. No, he said firmly. I never asked for that. From anyone. Ever. I wanted to believe him, but I'd heard what I'd heard. We signed the final papers in a conference room that smelled like coffee and leather. David's lawyer, my lawyer, a notary, all very professional. When it was done, David asked about pickup times for the kids' spring break. I'll email you, I said. Sure. Oh, and Emma wants to try out for travel soccer. The forms, just send them over. We were reduced to logistics, scheduling, the business of shared children.
In love, we don't know it yet. She's in love with the concept. Me and her, she share. She's in love, we just don't know it yet. This is the only time I use Edge, by the way.
Yeah.
Ooh, landing. Should I do 2 lessons?
Sure.
I can knock like a lesson out in 5 to 10 minutes. Yo, is this the right
Represent. Complete the equation.
1/3 equals 2/6. Boom. I'm on level D.
Complete the sentence.
That's good.
Yeah, basically how iReady works is that if the closer you are to the end of the alphabet, the better you are. So basically Z is the best and A is the worst.
Okay, but D's kind of low in the alphabet, huh?
What?
D is kind of low.
Complete the sentence.
No, this is pretty good, actually. I'm pretty sure I got to, like, E. Is the answer just
You can
always
use
gonna be 2?
multiplication to help you think about equivalent fractions. Complete the equation.
1/3 equals 1 times 2 equals 3 times 2.
Way to go!
Yeah, every single answer on this iReady lesson is just 2.
Is it?
Pretty sure.
Use models to find how many 12ths are equivalent to 2/4. First, build a model to show 2/4.
Alright.
Good girl.
2/4.
Now, divide the bottom model into
Oh, this
12ths.
is gonna be 6. How many is 12? Alright, so if there's 4, that's 12.
The number of parts in each fourth tripled to make 12 smaller equal parts. Each part is 1/12. Complete the equation.
1/3 equals 6. 2/4 equals 6/12.
Complete the sentence. Nice! Complete the sentence.
Alright, now the answer's 3. Got it.
Complete the equation.
Watch this.
2/4 is equivalent to 6/12. When you multiply the numerator
I didn't
and
even
denominator
do
by the
anything, I'm
same
just
number,
pressing 3.
you make an equivalent
Now-
fraction.
You better be doing it right, though.
Yeah, it's right. Of course it is.
Use models to find how many 12ths are equivalent to 1/4.
How many 12s are equivalent
First,
to 1/4?
build a model to show 1/4.
That was fast.
Now, divide the bottom
Oh.
model into 12ths. To
Oh.
show 12ths, you need
Oh
12
yeah, I'm supposed to
equal
put 3.
parts.
Because 4 times 3. Boom.
The number of parts in each fourth tripled to make 12 smaller parts each.
I'm actually
Each
so
part is
groundbreaking.
1/12. Complete the equation.
Alright, 1/4 equals like 3/12 or something.
Complete the equation.
Dolls.
Well done!
No, it's
1/4 is equivalent to 3/12. Use models to find how many tenths are equivalent to 3/5.
4 times.
First, build a model to show 3/5.
How long is
Now,
this
divide the
instruction
bottom
manual?
model into tenths. The number of parts in each fifth doubled to make 10 smaller equal parts. Each part is 1/10. Complete the equation.
3/5. Oh, this is easy. It's gonna be something like, let's see, if 3/5 equals 12. Let's see. So every, let's see, every. Oh, that's gonna be 3. That's gonna be 6 tens.
Complete the equation.
What is Flip it. Nope.
3/5 is equivalent to 6/10.
Yeah, girl, go on. Actually, so easy, Mom.
Complete the equation to show that 3/4 and 9/12 are equivalent.
Oh my god, is this clear? Wait, let me clean it up first.
Okay.
Turning off that got the hair. Charging for it. My trash can's full, so guess what? Here's some more. Washing hands. Is that it? Or is there more? I think that's it. What is this? Completed Asian. Oh, oh, 9/12. What is 9/12?
Find how many 12ths are equivalent to 2/3.
Oh my god, here we go.
What number should the numerator and the denominator be multiplied by to make the equivalent fraction?
2/3. Oh, this is easy. 2 times 4, and then there's 3 times 4.
Please be careful.
Now, complete the
You're gonna fall,
equation.
And then you're going to tell me about how you broke something.
Mm-hmm.
2/3 is equivalent to 8/12. You used multiplication to find equivalent fractions. You can also use division to find equivalent fractions. Find how many fifths are equivalent to 6/10. What number does 10 need to be divided by to make 5?
I was watching Stern Signature.
What number does 6?
Even let him speak.
Now, complete the equation. Good! 6/10 is equivalent to 3/5. Find how many sixths are equivalent to 8/12. What number should the numerator and the denominator be divided by to make the equivalent fraction?
What number should the numerator and denominator be divided?
Now, complete the equation.
I meant to press
Divide
4.
8 by 2. 8/12 is equivalent to 4/6. Let's review what you learned today. You built models to find equivalent fractions. Divide the model to find how many tenths are equivalent to 4/5.
How many tens are equivalent to 5? Don't know. No, Mom, help me over here. I can't figure this out. Find how many tens are equivalent to.
There, you just did it.
This?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
4/5 is equivalent to 8/10. You use multiplication.
I'm trying to write it. F. Oh. 1 times 2. So, what you're saying is, yeah, 2 twos.
It's not done.
Dave. Wait, now I have to do the quiz.
Okay, you got this.
Let me check the journal. How much touch me? Is it this?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all, it's 4 times. Boom. Shakalaka. Full time. Y'all, is it 2 times 2?
What, baby?
Nothing. How many 12s are equivalent to 51s? Ooh, dang. Yeah, it's free. Free. Yeah, wow. Yes, 9 12s. Now, I should be done after this one problem.
Okay.
How many 6 are? How many 6 are equivalent to 6? Do we just divide by 2 or 3?
So you think?
Cause like 6 equals 6 divided by 12 equals, which is the numerator, denominator. I don't know.
What is what is that? When you break it down to the lowest common denominator, what is it?
The thing is, like,
6 is how much of
oh, is it 2? Wait, that's 3.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's 2. 2, right?
Check it out.
I'm done.
Yeah.
Oh, this is easy. This is like saying 3 sticks. Yeah, that was easy. Piss off. Yo, can you check on the chili now?
Yeah, she could do 1 minute, like 20 minutes.
Let's see the action. Let's see it's so bad. For some reason, it says I'm clicking the button. I'm not turning my text to speech button on. Let's see. Toggle touch. My mom, look at this. Mexican food. Mexican sheep. You like my chat so far?
Mm-hmm.
Bye.
My mom made us weigh ourselves twice every morning because the first reading might be wrong and took away love based on the number. When I asked her why she did this to us, she pinched my stomach and said, "Look at your sister. She understands that beauty requires sacrifice." I just stared at her. That was 10 years ago. Today, she's in maximum security after they raided her home. After I turned 8 and my older sister Chloe was 9, my mother became the most weight-obsessed beach I've ever met. Every morning started with stepping on the scale twice because the first reading might be wrong. If either of us gained even half a pound, we'd lose privileges like watching TV or playing outside. The rule was simple. The heavier you were, the less love you deserved. Well, I myself couldn't stand the hunger. It was like I couldn't think about any other than food. So I found a way to secretly eat crackers in the bathroom. Meanwhile, Chloe became mom's perfect little skeleton. Her nightly routine consisted of jumping jacks for 2 hours from 8 to 10 p.m. She'd chew food just for the taste, then spit it into napkins that she'd shove behind radiators at school. Like, what in the bombo clot? And instead of our mom getting her help, she rewarded her even more. When Chloe hit 65 pounds at age 12, mom took her on a $2,000 shopping spree at the mall. Designer jeans in size 00, crop tops to show off her jutting ribs, anything she wanted. "Look at your sister," mom would tell me while pinching my stomach. "She understands."
How did you already get down?
I wanted to be the girl who didn't need anyone or anything, but the truth is, I wasn't.
No.
I started trying to earn my mom's love too, but instead of starving myself, I'd bring home straight A report cards, clean the house spotless each morning, and win every science fair. But it was never what she wanted. "You should direct all that energy into something useful, like fixing your diet," she'd always say. I always knew what she was doing was wrong, but whenever I tried bringing it up to other family members, they would just talk about how my mom had a perfect figure, and I ought to listen to her. So I gaslit myself into thinking it was normal, until I turned 13, that is. Because that's when I came home to Chloe passed out in the hallway, with an empty bottle of mom's prescription diet pills next to her. My hands trembled as I dialed 911, and I immediately tried to put her in the recovery position. When I heard her whisper, I pressed my ear up to her lips. "I just wanted to lose 5 more pounds for mom's birthday," she said, voice shaking. And when she woke up in the hospital bed, the first thing she asked was whether she looked skinnier. That's when I knew I'd lost my sister forever. After that, I started playing along just to survive. I started skipping breakfast and dinner almost every day, and I made sure to suck in my stomach whenever I was around my mom, just to stop her from screaming at me. But when I turned 15, something shifted. My dad finally came home. You see, he'd been working overseas since I was a child, but one of the first things he did when he came back was file for divorce and full custody. Mom fought it hard, but not even she had an explanation for the state of me and Chloe's medical records. I moved in with dad and slowly learned to eat normally again. Chloe told the court she wanted to stay with mom. By senior year, I was healthy, playing volleyball, actually enjoying food. Fast forward to when I turned 18. I hadn't seen my mom in years, and my dad asked if I wanted to spend my birthday with her and my sister. I nodded, not thinking it would be a big deal. And when the day came, I wore loose clothes to avoid comments about my body, but nothing could prepare me for what I saw. The second Chloe answered the door, bile rose in my throat. She looked like those cancer patients you see online. Cheekbones cutting through tissue paper skin, arms like twigs, hair falling out in patches. "Chloe, what the F? Oh my gosh, you've gotten so effing huge," she interrupted. My heart shattered, and before I could respond, mom appeared behind her. "What have you done to yourself?" she shrieked, grabbing at my stomach. "You were finally getting somewhere, and now look at you. You're disgusting." I tried to leave, but mom blocked the door. "You're not going anywhere until you drink this," she said, pulling out one of those meal replacement shakes. "It's 200 calories. You need to get back on track right now." When I refused, she tried to physically force it into my mouth. The smell made me gag. It was clearly expired, chunky, and rotten. "Mom, stop," I yelled, but she got Chloe to hold my arms while she tried to pry my mouth open. I was screaming and crying while the shake spilled everywhere. She kept saying, "This is for your own good," while basically waterboarding me with diet products. I managed to break free and run to the bathroom, locking myself in while calling dad. They pounded on the door, mom screaming that I was choosing to be ugly and spitting on everything she taught me. Dad called 911 and drove over himself. By the time police arrived, I'd vomited 3 times from the stress and whatever expired chemicals had gotten in my mouth. The police took one look at Chloe and called paramedics for her too, and I didn't know it at the time, but we were about to take revenge on my mom together. The paramedics rushed Chloe onto a stretcher while I stood there shaking, watching my sister's skeletal form disappear into the ambulance. That's when she grabbed my hand with her bony fingers and pulled me close. Her lips barely moved as she whispered something that made my blood run cold. She made me take laxatives this morning too. My stomach dropped. stopped. Outside, Mom was screaming at the police officers about her parental rights, waving her arms and putting on a show for the neighbors who'd come out to watch. One officer kept trying to calm her down while another took notes. I climbed into the ambulance with Chloe. The EMT, a young guy with kind eyes, started checking her vitals. His face grew more concerned with each reading. The heart monitor showed dangerous bradycardia. Her heart was barely beating fast enough to keep her alive. My phone buzzed. Mom was following the ambulance in her car, texting me while driving. "You're destroying our family. How could you do this to us?" The EMT muttered something under his breath while recording Chloe's weight. 78 pounds. He shook his head and adjusted the IV drip. At the hospital entrance, everything turned into chaos. Mom screeched to a halt in the parking lot and ran toward us, shouting about her medical power of attorney. She waved papers in the air, demanding to be let through. "I'm her mother. I make all medical decisions for my daughter." That's when Dad stepped forward from where he'd been waiting by the emergency entrance. He held up his own stack of documents. "Actually, I filed emergency paperwork this morning. Judge Martinez signed it an hour ago." Mom's face went white, then red. Dad had known this would happen. He'd been prepared. The hospital staff wheeled Chloe through the automatic doors while Mom tried to follow. Security stepped in to check everyone's documentation. A social worker appeared, a woman in her 30s with a sympathetic smile and a clipboard. "Hi, I'm Sarah from the hospital social services. I need to speak with family members about Chloe's care." She turned to me first, her expression shifting slightly. "You're the sister who called 911? I nodded. "Can you explain why you haven't been in contact with Chloe for 3 years? Why did you abandon her when she was sick?" The question hit me like a punch. I tried to explain about the custody battle, about Mom's restrictions, but Sarah kept writing notes with that same concerned look. Mom jumped on this immediately. "She left us. She chose her father over her family, and now she shows up and causes all this drama." A nurse appeared in the doorway. "We need to start treatment immediately. Who's making medical decisions?" While Dad and Mom argued over paperwork, I had to choose. Stay with Chloe or
Left
my
up
statement to the police
square.
to document everything. Mom was already at the intake desk, filling out forms. I could hear her telling the nurse something about me. "My younger daughter has a history of violence. I have texts where she said she wanted to unalive me." The nurse's eyebrows rose. Mom pulled out her phone, scrolling through old messages. I remembered those texts. Sent when I was 13, right after Chloe's OD. Stupid teenage venting that said things like, "I hate you so much I could unalive you," after she'd forced me to weigh myself in front of relatives. Security cameras were everywhere in the hospital. One was pointed directly at the intake area, recording everything. Good, I thought. Let them see Mom's performance. Dad arrived just as Mom found Chloe's assigned doctor, a tired-looking man in scrubs. She immediately launched into her concerns about my mental stability, how I'd shown up after years of no contact, how I'd triggered this whole incident. Behind them, through the glass doors of the trauma bay, I could see Chloe's monitors starting to alarm. Her heart was going into palpitations. The medical team rushed to her side. I ran toward the trauma bay, but the doctor treating Chloe held up his hand. They were pushing medications, adjusting her IV, working to stabilize her arrhythmia. I pressed against the glass, watching helplessly. Behind me, Mom kept talking to anyone who would listen. The intake nurse was typing notes into the computer. I caught a glimpse of the screen. "Sister has anger issues per mother." When Dad's lawyer arrived 20 minutes later, I felt a moment of relief. Finally, someone who could help sort this out. But his face was grim as he pulled Dad aside. "We have a problem. She's been recording conversations." Mom smiled, that cold smile I remembered from childhood. She held up her phone again. "I've been documenting everything for the past month. Every interaction, every phone call." She hit play on a recording. My voice filled the waiting room. Edited, clipped to remove context. "I hate you enough to hurt you." The security guard shifted uncomfortably. Sarah, the social worker, made more notes. Even Dad's lawyer looked concerned. "The thing is," the lawyer said quietly, "these recordings could complicate everything. If she's been building a case." An alarm went off in the trauma bay. Through the glass, I watched the medical team working frantically over Chloe. Someone mentioned the word code. My sister had briefly flatlined, but they'd brought her back. 2 police officers entered the waiting area, one of them holding an evidence bag. Inside, I could see containers from Mom's
No, I got this, I got this.
replacement shakes she'd tried to force on me. The officer examined one closely. "Ma'am, these products expired in 2000.
No, I got this, I got this, I got this. I got Circus, I got 2 legendaries, 1 shotgun, 1 rifle.
Mom's composure cracked slightly. "Those are prescription supplements from my doctor." "Which doctor?" the officer asked, pulling out his notepad. Before she could answer, another official arrived. Child Protective Services. The woman introduced herself and looked directly at Dad. "We've received a report of medical neglect and
Bro, follow me.
to investigate both parents." Dad's face crumpled. He'd thought he was saving us.
He probably got swatted up on the team without going with us.
The next
Did
few
we
hours
say?
blurred together. Chloe was
Probably in that
sleeping
bush that Bush has never been there, I know that.
convinced several staff members that I was
So,
addicted to my sister's
you care,
memory. She showed
bosses.
them my old social media posts. Screenshots of me eating pizza at college parties. "Look at her glorifying binge eating. She's a terrible influence on someone with an eating disorder." Sarah, the social worker, listened to everything, occasionally glancing at me with that same concerned expression. By the time visiting hours were established, the hospital had restricted my access to Chloe. Only parents could visit, and only one at a time. Mom's phone rang. She answered it with fake tears in her voice,
Bro.
playing up the worried mother act. I recognized the voice on the other end. My old
Bro,
volleyball coach from high school.
Please,
Coach
please,
Dawn.
no,
I'm so worried about her. She's
no.
having some kind of breakdown.
Bro, please grab my weapons. Please grab my weapons.
Mom was recruiting allies.
You got this. You got this. Anything is possible.
local news station. Dad's lawyer pulled out a thick folder, reviewing documents. His frown deepened as he found something.
You got
Court
this.
order here
You
from
got
Chloe.
this, bro.
She was granted sole medical decision-making authority. He showed it to Dad. You never formally contested this? Dad shook his head, confused. I didn't even know about
You
it.
got
I was
this.
overseas when he stopped checking the date. This was filed one day before I got back. One day before I filed for divorce. Mom had been planning for years. My phone started buzzing with notifications. I'd posted on social media asking for support, sharing what had happened, but the comments weren't what I expected. Mom's friends were flooding in with concerned messages. Your mother is worried sick about you. This vendetta against your family needs to stop. Get help before you hurt someone. She'd mobilized her entire network against me. Each comment painted me as unstable, violent, dangerous. Some even mentioned my history of threatening behavior, referencing those old texts Mom had shown everyone. I tried to respond, to explain, but more comments poured in faster than I could type. Someone had screenshotted my post and shared it in a local moms group with the caption, "This poor mother dealing with a violent daughter." Dad put his hand on my shoulder. "Don't engage. You're just giving her more ammunition." But the damage was spreading. My phone rang. Coach Johnson, my old volleyball coach. I answered, hoping for support. "Hey kiddo, I just talked to your mom. She's really worried about you. Maybe we should all sit down for some family therapy? I know a good counselor." Even Coach had been turned. I hung up without responding. The next morning, I woke up at Dad's house to find a news van parked outside. The local morning show was running a segment on family disputes and hospital drama. Mom had given an interview, looking perfectly put together and tearful as she described her troubled daughter, who'd caused a scene at a family gathering. The reporter, who I recognized as someone from Mom's Pilates class, didn't ask any hard questions. Nothing about the expired diet shakes or Chloe's condition, just Mom playing the victim for the cameras. Inside the hospital, things were getting worse. When I arrived to check on Chloe, security stopped me at the entrance. There was a new notice in the system. A restraining order had been filed. Mom appeared from around the corner with official papers. "It's for everyone's safety," she said loudly enough for the security guard to hear. "My daughter has been making threats, harassing our family. I have evidence." She showed the guard her phone, the edited recordings, the old texts, statements from her concerned friends. The security guard looked at me differently now, his hand moving closer to his radio. Dad's lawyer reviewed the restraining order paperwork. "It's temporary, but if it's granted," he shook his head, "you won't be able to come within 500 feet of your mother or visit Chloe in the hospital." Mom smiled that cold smile again. She'd won this round. That evening, Dad's girlfriend called him. I could hear her through the phone, saying she couldn't be involved in such a toxic situation. She was breaking up with him. The stress was affecting everyone. I made a decision. If Mom wanted to play dirty, I could too. I remembered she had a sister, Anne, who she'd cut off years ago. Nobody in the family talked about why, but I'd found Anne on social media. She lived 2 states away, but had been following the situation online. I sent her a message. "I need to know what happened between you and my mother." Her response came quickly. "I've been waiting years for someone to ask." We arranged a video call for that night. What Anne told me changed everything. She pulled out old diary entries from when they were teenagers, pages describing forced dieting, pills their mother made them take, competitions between sisters that went too far. "She did the same things to me," Anne said, showing me a photo from high school. "But when I tried to report it, she convinced everyone I was jealous of her, said I was making it up for attention." One diary entry made me gasp. Anne had written about their mother's diet pills, how my mom had started stealing them and giving them to Anne, the same brand I'd seen in that evidence bag. "She learned it all from our mother," Anne said. "And when our mom died, your mother kept her med stash, said it was for sentimental reasons." I had ammunition now, but using it would mean war. The next morning, I tried to record Mom during a chance encounter at the hospital parking lot. I held my phone low, pretending to text while she approached, but she spotted it immediately. Her entire demeanor changed. Tears appeared instantly as she clutched her chest. "Why are you doing this to our family?" she wailed, loud enough for everyone in the parking lot to hear. "Haven't you heard us enough?" People stopped to stare. Some pulled out their own phones to record. Mom's performance was perfect, the concerned mother being persecuted by her unstable daughter. When I lowered my phone, she smirked for just a second before the tears returned. That afternoon, the temporary restraining order was granted. I couldn't visit Chloe, couldn't come near Mom, couldn't even be in the same building. The judge had reviewed Mom's evidence, the recordings, the texts, the statements from concerned citizens. I was legally barred from seeing my dying sister. Dad's lawyer put it bluntly. "She's been planning this for years. Every interaction, every text, every family gathering, she's been building her case." "But what about Chloe?" I asked. "She needs help. Your mother has legal custody and medical decision-making authority. Unless we can prove she's actively harming Chloe." "She is. Those expired shakes, the laxatives Chloe mentioned, it's your word against hers. And right now, she has a restraining order against you and character witnesses saying you're unstable." I realized then what I was up against. This wasn't just about Mom being controlling or abusive. She'd built an entire system to protect herself, to ensure she could never be held accountable. And she'd used my own anger, my own teenage mistakes, as the foundation. But I wasn't the same scared 13-year-old who'd sent those angry texts. I had resources now. I had Anne's testimony. I had Dad's support, even if it was costing him everything. Most importantly, I had the truth. The war for Chloe's life was just beginning, and I finally understood what we were really fighting. Not just Mom, but years of careful manipulation, a network of enablers, and a system that believed a well-dressed mother over a desperate daughter. I thought back to Chloe's whispered words in the ambulance. She made me take laxatives this morning too. My sister was counting on me, and this time, I wouldn't let her down. Mom's network moved faster than I'd anticipated. Within hours of the restraining order being granted, I received notification that my college had placed me on academic probation pending investigation into concerning behavior. The email cited anonymous reports about my violent tendencies and suggested I seek counseling before returning to campus. I sat in Dad's kitchen, staring at my laptop screen while he paced behind me. His phone hadn't stopped ringing, clients canceling appointments, his boss suggesting he take time off to handle his family situation. Mom's influence was spreading like poison through every aspect of our lives. Anne called that evening with more revelations. She'd been digging through old photos and found something disturbing. Pictures from their childhood where their mother had marked their bodies with pen, circling problem areas that needed fixing. In one photo, Mom stood proudly next to a visibly malnourished Anne, holding a certificate from some bogus weight loss camp. She kept these as trophies, Anne said, her voice shaking, even after I begged her to throw them away. I asked Anne to scan and send everything. We needed documentation, proof of the generational pattern. But as the files came through, I noticed something odd in the metadata. The scan dates were recent, just last week. When I questioned Anne about it, she hesitated. Your mother contacted me a month ago, she admitted. Said she was worried about you, that you were showing signs of mental illness. She wanted to know if there was family history she should be aware of. My blood ran cold. Mom had been laying groundwork everywhere, planting seeds of doubt even with Anne. I wondered how many other people she'd reached out to, how many more surprises were waiting. The next morning brought another blow. Madison, Chloe's friend who'd been dating Mom's lawyer, showed up at Dad's door. She looked exhausted, dark circles under her eyes. I need to tell you something, she said, glancing nervously over her shoulder. About the lawyer, we're not really dating. Your mom hired him to get close to me, to get information about Chloe. She explained how the lawyer had approached her at the gym, how their chance meetings had all been orchestrated. Mom had been using Madison as an unwitting spy for months, gathering intelligence about Chloe's true condition, her feelings about the family situation. She knew Chloe was getting worse, Madison said. She knew and she didn't care. All she wanted was ammunition against you. I asked Madison if she'd testify to this, but she shook her head. I signed something. I thought it was just a confidentiality agreement for his law firm, but she pulled out a crumpled document. It basically says I can't discuss anything related to their professional relationship or I'll owe $50,000. Dad's lawyer reviewed the document and confirmed it was legally binding. Mom had thought of everything. That afternoon, I decided to visit the hospital despite the restraining order. I couldn't get near Chloe, but I could talk to the staff, try to understand her condition. I parked across the street and watched the entrance, waiting for shift change when I might catch a nurse or doctor leaving. That's when I saw Mom exit with someone I didn't recognize. A woman in expensive clothes carrying a designer bag. They were laughing, Mom touching the woman's arm familiarly. I followed them to a nearby coffee shop, staying far enough back to avoid violating the restraining order. Through the window, I watched Mom pull out papers, pointing to different sections while the woman nodded. The woman signed something, then handed Mom an envelope. It looked thick, like cash. I snapped photos with my phone, zooming in as much as possible. When they left, I waited a few minutes before entering the coffee shop. The barista, a college-aged guy with gauges, was wiping down their table. Hey, weird question, I said, trying to sound casual. Those two women who just left, do they come here often? He shrugged. The blonde one's been coming in a lot lately, always meeting different people, always with paperwork. Figured she was in real estate or something. I thanked him and left, mind racing. Mom was meeting people, exchanging money. But for what? The answer came that evening when Dad received a call from his bank. Someone had tried to access his accounts using old information. Security questions about his mother's maiden name, his first pet, things Mom would know. The bank had flagged it as suspicious, but it was clear what she was trying to do. She's trying to drain me, Dad said, slumping in his chair. Make it so I can't afford lawyers. We spent the night changing all his passwords, adding security alerts, calling credit agencies, but the damage was already spreading. Dad's credit cards started getting declined. When he called to check, he discovered someone had reported them as stolen. The cards were canceled. New ones would take 7 to 10 business days. Mom was systematically destroying our ability to fight back. Sarah, the hospital social worker, called the next day. She wanted to meet with me, said she had concerns about Chloe's care that she couldn't discuss over the phone. We arranged to meet at a neutral location, a diner downtown. She arrived looking nervous, constantly checking her phone. When she sat down, she slid a folder across the table. I shouldn't be showing you this, she said quietly, but something's not right. The folder contained Chloe's intake forms, multiple versions of them. Each one had different information, different weights recorded, different medical histories, different emergency contacts, all signed by Mom, all dated the same day. She kept changing her story, Sarah explained. First Chloe was 90 pounds, then 85, then 78. First the eating disorder started last year, then 3 years ago, then in childhood. It's like she was trying to find the version that would get the response she wanted. I studied the forms, noting the progression. Mom had been testing the system, seeing what would trigger what response. The final version, the one that got Chloe admitted to the ICU, painted her as critically ill, but placed all blame on my recent visit. There's more, Sarah said. She pulled out her phone, showing me photos she'd taken of the hospital gift shop. Your mother's been buying things, lots of things. Flowers, cards, chocolates, but they never make it to Chloe's room. The photos showed Mom at the register, purchasing elaborate bouquets, stuffed animals, balloons, hundreds of dollars worth of gifts. She gives them to the staff, Sarah continued. Different nurses, doctors, administrators, always with a card about how grateful she is for their care of her daughter. Mom was buying loyalty, creating a network of hospital staff who saw her as the devoted, generous mother. No wonder everyone seemed to take her side. Sarah leaned forward. I've been in social work for 10 years. I've seen abusive parents before, but this, she shook her head. This is something else. She's not just manipulating the system, she's orchestrating it. I asked if Sarah would document this, help us build a case. She bit her lip, looking conflicted. I want to help, but she's already complained about me to my supervisor. Said I was showing bias, not being objective. One more complaint and I could lose my job. Another ally neutralized. Mom's chess game was flawless. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Chloe, alone in that hospital room, probably being fed more lies by Mom. I needed to get a message to her somehow, let her know I was fighting for her. Then I remembered, Chloe and I had shared an email account years ago, back when we were kids. We used it to write stories together, taking turns adding paragraphs. Mom never knew about it. The password was our shared middle name plus our birthdays. I logged in, heart pounding. The account was still active, and there in the drafts folder was a new message from Chloe, dated yesterday. I know you're trying to help. Mom says you're sick, that you're trying to hurt us. But I remember what you did when I took those pills. You saved me. She's making me take more things, different pills. She says they're vitamins, but they make me feel worse. I'm scared. Please don't give up on me. I sobbed reading it. Chloe was reaching out the only way she could, through our childhood connection. I started typing a response, telling her about Dad's emergency custody file, about the evidence we were gathering. But before I could finish, the account logged
I think they went bad and they threw them away.
Well, no, I thought I
She'd
just
probably been
bought
monitoring
some.
it all
I guess I
along,
didn't.
waiting to see if I'd try to
So
contact
do you
Chloe.
want me to
Now she
put
had
it on
evidence
a
of me
piece of
violating the
toast
restraining
instead?
order. Even
Yeah,
digital
sure.
contact was prohibited. Sure enough, the next morning, Dad's lawyer called. Mom had filed an emergency motion. She claimed I was stalking Chloe online, trying to manipulate a vulnerable patient. She wanted the restraining order extended and criminal charges filed. The hearing was set for the next day. Dad's lawyer said we needed character witnesses, people who could testify to my stability. But when we started making calls, we discovered Mom had already poisoned those wells too. My college advisor said she'd received concerning information about my behavior. Former teammates from volleyball said they'd been told I was going through something, and it might be best to keep their distance. Even the manager at the restaurant where I'd worked summers said someone had called asking about my history of violence with customers. None of it was true, but the seeds of doubt were planted. Who would testify for someone with such a questionable reputation? In desperation, I reached out to the one person Mom might not have thought to influence, my high school chemistry teacher, Mr. Peterson. He'd retired last year and moved to the coast. When I called, he listened to the whole story without interrupting. I always wondered about your home situation, he said finally. You and Chloe both had signs.
Oh, wow. What? No, I think I'm fine. Actually, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
2 3.
Wow. That means I have my food. Very good. Let's go. This is next.